Welcome to the best of May 2021. 10 hours of our worst nightmares, all compiled in one video. These stories are placed in no particular order. A huge thank you to all of the authors for allowing me to share these stories with all of you. If you enjoy this video, please be sure to drop a like rating. Subscribing if you're new is also greatly appreciated. Enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Tornadoes don't send off the alarms in my brain. For my whole life I've lived in this secluded farm town where, for about 3 months of the year, tornado warnings are common. We may get some wind and rain, but most of the time funnel clouds soar right by our small dot on the map. The lack of consequences has jaded me to tornado warnings. I am vaguely aware of them, but mostly, I continue my life without paying much notice, and I certainly don't panic. My tendency to downplay the severity of potential weather threats led to the source of terror in my life recently. My storm cellar. When I moved into my house, the storm cellar was shown off as a feature. I didn't really see the appeal at the worst of tornado threats in my life. I'd hopped in a bathtub. My family never had any sort of storm cellar. I acted impressed when touring the house, marveling at the structure made of concrete and pushed into a mound in the ground of my backyard. A small structure with a tin roof was placed over it. In the months that followed moving in, I spent much more time concerned about unpacking my belongings and settling in than thinking about the storm cellar. Dusting out the cobwebs and adding some preparedness items gradually led to the bottom of my to-do list and quickly became something I never got to. Eventually, I wasn't even the least bit concerned about it. I guess I should have been. Years went by before I ever even thought of my storm cellar again. One night at the height of storm season, my dog woke me up crying. He could hear storms moving into neighboring towns, thunder rolling from miles away. I slipped his leash on and walked him to the backyard, hoping maybe a restroom break would help calm him down and fall back asleep. In my half-asleep stupor, I saw something dart across the side of my yard near the storm cellar. My dog let out a howl in that direction. I shined my phone flashlight across the yard. I couldn't see anything. My dog furiously sniffed the air as I examined the fence. Suddenly I heard the bang of the storm cellar door. I turned around to see it shaking and another shadow darting by. That's when it hit me. Raccoons. Our small town was notorious for its lack of animal control, resulting in obese raccoons that were always an annoyance. One must have run right over the door of the storm cellar. I let my dog finish his business and went back inside. My boyfriend sat on the couch, awakened by my opening the doors to go outside. I mentioned the raccoon in the yard. "That's unusual," he said, rubbing his eyes in sleepiness. "Because they usually go to the front yard, you know, for the trash cans. You ready to go back to bed?" As I returned to my bed, I thought of the rattle of the storm cellar and how big that raccoon would have to be to make that sound. If it wasn't a raccoon, then what was it? The panic that seized my heart wasn't something I wanted to deal with, so I didn't. I shoved the thought from my mind and went to sleep. Odd occurrences filled the months following, all too small to be really pronounced in my mind for more than a few hours. I lost track of some of my favorite shirts. Sometimes my snacks would go missing, but I chalked that up to my boyfriend. Several weeks later, on a busy day at work, I received a text from my boyfriend who was home on a day off. It read, "I love you. Hope you feel better. Didn't want to wake you. Ran to the grocery store. Don't panic if I'm not back when you wake up." I was confused. I wasn't feeling badly, and I was at work. Did he have another girlfriend that was meant for? I had time to read the text, but not to respond. As I was working, it replayed in my brain over and over. He had to be cheating because he was not talking to me. Maybe this girl had been eating my snacks and stealing my clothes, too. I was furious by the time I got home. I paced the kitchen as my boyfriend finally walked through the door with wrists full of grocery bags. He barely walked through the threshold before my words burst out of me. "What is this? Who were you talking to?" I held the phone up, pointing to the message he'd sent. "You? Who else?" he said, chuckling slightly as he unloaded groceries. "Mark, I was at work." I spat. "And you came home because you were sick. Mr. Higgins sent you home because you couldn't stop vomiting." He sounded so casual that it infuriated me. "No, I was at work all day," I shouted. What kind of wild gaslighting was this? "Do I need to take you to the ER? Have you thrown up more since I left? I mean, if you are still sick and you're confused, we probably should go to the ER. Have you taken your temperature?" he said, moving to the cabinet to grab a thermometer. "Mark, stop it. I was at work all day. I didn't come home. You can cut the act and tell me who else you're seeing on the side." Mark sat down at the kitchen table and motioned for me to sit beside him. Something I'd always admired about him was his ability to be calm and rational while I tended to have explosive emotions. He placed his hand on mine and took a deep breath. "Okay, I'm not sure what you think is happening, so let me walk you through the events of the day again. I think maybe you just slept too long and got mixed up. You left for work this morning. About 12 you came in and looked really pale. You said you couldn't stop throwing up at work and Mr. Huggins said you had to come home. You looked like you were going to blow right then. So I got you a cool rag and helped you into bed. We talked for a few minutes until you could fall asleep. I sent you that text so you wouldn't panic when you woke up and I wasn't here. You hadn't been sick in hours, so I thought you were okay," he said calmly. "Mark, I didn't come home. I was at work. All day. Full shift." I tried to remove the emotion from my voice so he'd really hear me. "You did come home. I know because I tucked you in. I spoke to you." My brain couldn't process. Either I was losing it or he was, and neither scenario was appealing. "I'll call Mr. Higgins," I said, picking up the phone. "He can tell you I was at work for the full shift and he didn't send me home." "Okay, but if he says he did send you home, we're going to the ER. Maybe you're sick enough to be hallucinating," he said. He was so concerned that I couldn't even be angry at his suggestion that I was hallucinating. I put the phone on speaker as it rang. Mr. Higgins picked up, his gruff voice filling my kitchen. "Hello?" "Hey, Mr. Higgins. Could you just confirm real quick that I worked all day today?" Why?" "Just trying to prove a point. I worked my full shift today, right?" "Yeah, you did. I mean, you know that. You were here." "Yep, thanks, Mr. Higgins." I clicked end and stared at Mark's dumbstruck face. "You were here. I kissed your forehead. I talked to you. You were here," he said, tears beginning to form in his eyes. Fear struck me suddenly. Maybe something was wrong with him. Images of brain tumor scans and articles written by spouses of schizophrenic patients flooded my mind. "Mark, maybe we should go to the hospital," I began gently. "The hospital? So I can be committed? I know what I saw. You were here," he cried. His panic was quickly transferring to me. "You know what? Let's just do things the Mark way. Calm down, take a little break. We will figure this out," I said, putting an arm around him and squeezing. I suggested he lay down while I take a little walk in the yard to collect my thoughts. I paced the backyard. My signature move when in crisis. It had to be a brain tumor. I'd seen things like this on TV. I just have to take Mark to the hospital. That's when I heard the door. I whipped around to see the storm cellar door rattle in broad daylight. There were no animals around. No wind kicked up. Just the door rattling inexplicably. I walked over to the storm cellar and stared at it. I think sometimes, you know what you're about to do isn't a great idea. You know you're about to start something you won't have control over. You know if you say yes, if you click the right button, if you open the door, you're inviting in a storm of possibilities into your life. It's scary. It's a primal fear that seizes up your insides. That's what I felt when I pulled open the cellar door. It was dark down there. The small stairs that descended down to the concrete floor were dusted with cobwebs. I thought of spiders and snakes infiltrating the space in the time we'd left it stagnant. My heart was in my throat as I began down the stairs. As I hit the bottom of the staircase, I hit the light on the sidewall, hoping it was still functional. It flickered and illuminated the small concrete cell. As my eyes adjusted, I saw it. I saw me. Sitting on the floor, cross-legged in my favorite shirt. It was me. Or someone who looked just like me. I felt bile rise in my throat as my mind flooded with anxiety. What was happening? Don't be scared. My own voice comforted me. She had my voice, my face, my body. I had no hope of forming a sentence. I know this is hard to understand. She began, still sitting in the middle of the floor. I had no hope of convincing my mind that this made any sort of sense. Do you live down here? I asked, my voice coming out smaller than I'd intended. Fear dropped from each word. I do, but one day I'll live up there. She pointed upwards to the ceiling of the cellar. Where? My voice came out. In my house? Your house, you'd call it. But we both know it's mine. I'll get what's mine, she said calmly. Her words chilled me to the bone. I'll call the cops. I could barely hear my own words. It was like she had an energy that was putting pressure on my whole body. It felt hard for me to breathe. You won't, she said simply. I felt my legs begin to weaken and my chest get tighter. I was on my knees before I knew it, clutching at my chest, begging for air. She held a hand up and the feeling stopped. You won't. I tried desperately to catch my breath as she spoke. It may not be today, or this week, or even this year, but I'll stay down here and I'll visit like I did today. I'll keep visiting. My visits will get more frequent. Then I will take your life and you will take mine. You can fight if you want. You can tell Mark, but I control how I am seen. If I want to be you, I will. This process takes time. In the end, you'll go to my world and I'll have a better life. She stopped speaking and walked to me. Crouching in front of me, she placed a hand that looked just like mine on my face. You don't have a choice. You can try to make me leave. It won't work. This is your reality now, she whispered, never breaking eye contact. I blinked and woke up in my bed. I opened the door to the storm cellar and no one was there. Mark was asleep beside me. I debated telling him, but finally decided to. We laid in bed as I told him about the person who looked just like me and threatened to steal my life. He said we can figure it out. He says we can take care of it. But honestly, it seemed like something was off about Mark. He wasn't quite concerned enough. I'm starting to wonder if that's really Mark. I wish I would have cleaned out my storm cellar. I'm not really sure if this is the right place to post this, but I think that it is worth sharing. I've spent the last 2 days thinking about it, worrying about it, and I just need to share what I have found and hopefully someone might know more about it. It all started when I was looking at reviews on the internet for my local hospital. As I am going there in a few days for a small procedure, I just wanted to make sure that the doctors there are reliable and good at what they do. Anyway, as I was scrolling through the reviews, I came across one that, for some reason, caught my attention. I have attached the review here, but have changed or removed any names and locations for privacy reasons. Staff were very friendly and my procedure was successful. May 14th, 2017. I visited the South Hill Community Hospital 6 weeks ago for a procedure on my eyes. Cataracts. The staff there were very kind and looked after my every need before I went into surgery. They made sure that I was comfortable and clear on what the operation would entail and what to expect afterwards. When it came time for my operation to start, I was taken through by a lovely nurse. I think her name was redacted. That made me feel relaxed by talking to me and distracting me from what was going to happen. The same nurse also gently injected the needle I needed to place me under anesthetic. From what I hear, the surgery was very successful, and I awoke feeling a bit groggy by the staff at South Hill attended to my every need. I did have one moment that was a bit scary though, and maybe my own small complaints about my experience. About an hour after I had woken up from surgery, I suddenly lost all vision, and everything went completely black. I began to panic and scream a bit, and I heard one of the staff let out a deep, long laugh, almost like they were laughing at me. I'm overlooking this though because of how fantastic the rest of the staff were at calming me down. Luckily, my vision did return after maybe a minute or two, and the doctors said they weren't too sure as to what happened. I didn't really care what happened. The main thing is that I could see again. Since then, I've had no trouble with my eyes, and I fondly remember my experience of South Hill Community Hospital. The review seemed fairly normal, but I was a bit concerned about the doctor who was laughing at a patient, and so I read the response the hospital gave to this review, which I have also attached. Hello, Redacted. Thank you for your kind words about our hospital. We are glad to hear that you had a mostly excellent experience, and that your recovery is going well. In regard to the doctor that laughed at you, we have spoken to other staff that were present at that time, and they have all said that no doctor laughed, and that they were all trying their best to help you. We would never allow a doctor to laugh at a patient, and if it does come out that someone did, then the matter will be dealt with accordingly. Best of luck with your recovery. South Hill Community Hospital, May 16th, 2017. For some reason that I am unsure of, I decided to look at what other reviews this man had left. I think maybe because of the laughing doctor that the hospital claimed didn't happen. I wanted to see if this reviewer had any other weird experiences elsewhere. This led me down a rabbit hole that I wish I hadn't gone down. The next review of his that I read was for a local restaurant, and I have attached the review and the restaurant's response here. I wasn't aware that this was a themed restaurant, but it was a nice surprise. May 21st, 2017. I booked a table at Redacted for me and my brother to go out and enjoy some Italian food. Unfortunately, my brother had to cancel, and I thought I would still make the most of my night and still go out for dinner by myself. The staff that greeted me at the door were very friendly, and they showed me to my table and allowed me to choose a glass of wine from a very impressive wine list. I enjoyed my wine, and I ordered my meal, which didn't take long to arrive, which I was very pleased with. I began eating my puttanesca, and it was very delicious. Maybe the best Italian dish I have ever eaten. I was about halfway through my meal when things got a little bit odd. Suddenly all the lights went off and the restaurant was left in the dark. At first, I thought it was my eyes. Long story. But I began to see a dark outline of a figure standing in front of me. The figure was quite tall and appeared to have long fingers that had very long nails at the end of them. The figure took a step towards me and lifted up one of the fingers and pointed its long fingernail towards me. It then let out a loud growling noise when suddenly the lights flicked back on and he was gone. At first, I was shocked as to what happened, but I soon figured out that this is one of those themed restaurants, and this one must be horror themed. Once I knew that, I began to realize how much I had enjoyed the experience, and I feel it definitely added to my night. My only advice, however, would be to make it more clear that this is horror themed, as some people might not enjoy it as much as me. Dear Redacted, thank you for your review, but we are a bit puzzled. We are not a horror themed restaurant. We're just a small business that specializes in Italian cuisine. At first, after reading your review, I thought maybe you had written the review about a different restaurant and accidentally posted it on our page. I decided to check security footage though, and I think I have managed to spot you. or someone that looks a lot like your profile picture, and I can confirm that no lights went out or that anyone was standing in front of you. I did notice one thing though, and that is, while you were eating, your eyes suddenly rolled back into your head and you sat motionless for about 30 seconds before your eyes returned to normal, and you looked puzzled but then continued eating. I hope that everything is okay, and that you are alright. Regards, Management at Redacted, June 2nd, 2017. I was getting more and more concerned about this reviewer at this point, and continued to read his other reviews, and read his review after that one, and found he had a similar experience elsewhere. The following is a review he posted about a live show he attended. The play was fairly good, but the actors got a bit too close for my liking. May 28th, 2017. Based on a recent experience at a horror-themed restaurant that gave me a bit of a fun fright, I found that I've become interested in finding something else that can give me a bit of a spook. That's when I found that there was this play being performed at the Silverstone Theater. As this is near my house, I thought that I would give it a go. I read some other reviews, and read that it was supposed to be quite scary and would give everyone a bit of a fright. It sounded like something I would be quite interested in. When the play began, I found myself enjoying it quite a bit. It provided a few good scares and a few good laughs. I found that it did get a bit boring during the middle section, but it is the ending that I have most issue with. I was sitting there watching the play, and during one of the moments that was dark and suspenseful, suddenly one of the actors appeared quite close to me. In fact, he was only inches away from my face and he was staring straight into my eyes. His eyes were the only thing I could see. The rest of his face was still in silhouette, but he must have had some contact lenses on because his eyes were a light yellow tinge around the whites of his eyes, and they were a dark red in the center. He then began to laugh a deep, raspy laugh, and I could feel his hot, stinking breath against my face. Then, as quickly as he appeared, he disappeared again. I thought that this was a fairly cheap jump scare that for some reason singled me out. I think it is irresponsible for this production to not warn audience members that the actors may appear so close to them. At the time of posting this, there has been no response from the theater or the production company that put on the show. I was equal parts worried and curious. I needed to know more about this man and his strange reviews. I then read his next review, and while it was not as eventful as the previous ones, it was still strange. The optometrist didn't even try to help me when I came to him for help. June 6th, 2017. I've been having a strange problem with my eyes in the past few days, and so I turned to the optimistic optometrist for help. But help is not something he can provide. When I got there, I told him that for the past few days I have had a weird shaking in my eyes. At first he seemed concerned, which is the reason I am giving you 2 stars and not 1. And he did begin to run a few tests as to why that would be. After trying a couple of things, he quickly dismissed the idea that my eyes were shaking as being in my head, and he couldn't find any evidence that my eyes were shaking. He was quick to get me out of the door and told me to see a doctor if the problem persists. Well, the problem has persisted. In fact, it has gotten worse. I constantly feel a strong shake from behind my eyes, and it almost feels like something is trying to get out. It has gotten to the point where it is almost unbearable, and thanks to you, I wasn't able to find any comfort. There wasn't any reply to this review from any other users or from the optometrist at the time of posting. I was very concerned for this man now. He appears to have a serious issue, and almost every review seems to involve his eyes. The final review I can find from this user is one for a pawn shop, and the review and the response from the pawn shop may be the most concerning. Why advertise that you buy any item when you clearly do not? June 8th, 2017. I came into your store this morning and tried to sell you an item but was told to leave and that they would not buy what I had to sell. However, the sign out of the front of your store reads, "We buy any item." This is clearly not true. I told you that I would happily remove the item from its cases if that made it easier. But this is the moment when I was told to leave. I will not be returning to your store, as it appears you are lying in your advertising. Very disappointed. Can you please remove this review? It reflects very badly on my small business to have a bad review, especially when you didn't explain the full story, which is, you came into my store, quite distressed, and began yelling and begging me to take an item from you. You explained that I wouldn't need to buy it, that I could just have it. At first, I thought you were trying to give me an illegal item that you needed to get rid of quickly. This is why I refused at first, but then you continued to explain what the item was. I know the sign out the front of the store says that we buy any item, but I am telling you right now, we definitely will not buy your eyes off of you, even if you do take them out of their cases, as you said. So again, I would appreciate it if you did remove this review. From Redacted. After reading this final review, I was desperate to know more, but the reviews ended there. He never wrote another one. I then did a bit of detective work and looked at the Facebook page that was attached to his account and managed to find his brother. I then looked up any reviews his brother may have written, and I managed to find the only review that his brother had written. I have attached this review and the response here. Overall, happy with service, apart from one thing. I recently had to use the services of South Hill Funeral Home for my brother's funeral. The funeral service that they provided was very touching, and is what we wanted, and more importantly, it is what my brother would have wanted. Nice words were said, and the place looked lovely. There were nice flowers around the chapel. The funeral was an open casket funeral, as per our request. This was something that we had been very specific about, and had given the funeral home specific instructions about. This is what my one complaint is about. Given the way my brother died, we asked for his eyes to definitely be closed. But when we viewed the body, what I saw will always haunt me. Him lying there, with his eyelids opened, and the black holes where his eyes used to be staring up at me. Dear Redacted, I'm glad to hear that the service was what your brother would have wanted. I am concerned, however, about your complaint. We made sure to follow all of your instructions in regards to preparing the body, and we made sure that his eyes were closed. I do also remember that when I moved his body after the service, his eyes were most definitely firmly closed. I am unsure how they would have been open when you viewed the body, but I profusely apologize for this mistake. Kind regards, Management of South Hill Funeral Home. The review from his brother did tell me one thing. The man was now dead. This made me need to find out more about his death, and so I trawled through the internet, searching for his name, his brother's name, and any of the locations that he wrote reviews for. Eventually I managed to find one newspaper article from a fairly small local paper that I believe is about this man. I have attached this article here. Local man's death may have been mistakenly ruled a suicide. The coroner's report has just been released of the death of a local man. The man in question was found dead in his own apartment. He was found with scratches on his face and with both of his eyes removed from his head, and were instead on the floor in front of him. It was originally believed to be a suicide, but the recent coroner's report has raised more questions than it provided answers. One of those questions is, how is this really a suicide? This is now being brought into question because of two key findings in the report. The first is a small, dark footprint that has been found just in front of where the body was found. The second finding is that it appears the man may have not removed his own eyes, like originally thought, but instead they have been pushed out of his head from the inside. This is all the information I'm able to find out about the mysterious death, and I hope that more information may be uncovered, so that there can be some answers, but I doubt it. Burned. Severe burns. 4th degree, we assume. The voice over the radio muttered, The truck engine rumbled, and gray plumes of smoke emerged from inside of the exhaust pipe. I put my keys in my cup holder and grabbed my radio. The truck door opened with a deep click, and I slowly got out, slamming the door on my way out. Rain dribbled onto the front of the white truck, erupting in small bursts that left little drops on my face. The concrete was wet, creating a glossy and frothy effect along the road. A brick corridor separated me and the gloomy morgue I'd worked at for years on end. I walked to the back of the truck and fidgeted with the lock. "How was the burn caused?" I asked the man. "Faulty equipment inside the ship. At least we assume. We haven't had any confirmation, but from what we assume, it had to have been a mechanical mishap. We couldn't find or recover any other bodies. They must have been pulled out to space when the interior was punctured." "Is the information about the accident classified?" I questioned him once again. "As for now, yes. Government officials will notify us when necessary." The metal door swung open, and a terrible smell corrupted the fresh, misty air. It had the stench of rotten roadkill, searing in the sun. I cringed in horror. Yet I'd smelled the same thing a million times, and somehow I hadn't gotten used to it. I grabbed a cold, metal stretcher and pulled it out of the truck. The tarp over the body fluttered in the wind, and it was as if the corpse was alive, grasping for another chance. I faced forward, right in front of the gray, concrete ramp. I pushed the glass doors away from me and rolled the stretcher inside. The morgue was barren as usual. The metal doors of the body refrigeration compartments opaquely reflected my workspace. I placed the charred body onto the silver autopsy table in front of me. I began to undo the tarp on the carcass. I reached into a small cardboard box beside the table and pulled out a latex glove and snapped it snug onto my hand. To begin the autopsy, I carefully chose a small surgical knife and began a small incision on his upper abdomen, where the burns and blisters were located. The epidermis was black and flaky, like a burned steak, left on the grill for hours on end. As I began cutting, the skin seemed to sizzle and smoke the deeper I got into the corpse. My grip on the knife weakened. A burning sensation shot up the scalpel and onto my hand, nearly fusing the rubbery glove to my fingers. The blade flew out of my hands and I stumbled back, bumping into a small metal table and dropping my clean, pewter-like tools. "Help!" I screamed in agony, writhing around, trying to take in the pain. "God damn it, somebody please!" I cried once more. I looked for my phone, looking around desperately, but I realized I had left it in the truck. No one came to help. It's ironic. There were dozens of people around me, and they were dead. It was almost as if they were mocking me. Newly formed blisters appeared on my fingers, and they started to move around and bubble. I ran frantically to the sink, grasping my wrist. My hand, searing, managed to turn the faucet on, and a cold stream of water blanketed around my blistered appendage. My fingers flaked up like the body I was operating. I turned the water off after about a minute to examine my hand, and it seemed like it was slowly spreading. As it spread up my hand, it started to burn my flesh, like reaching into an open flame. I grabbed a paper towel off of the roller and tore it. I rinsed the towel in water, squeezed it out, and wiped my hand off, trying to remove it. My hand was just a bloody, irritated stump. My fingers were unrecognizable, as a thick coat of bullous covered them. They filled with a white-green pus, expanding and popping. I didn't know what to do next. I was trying to understand what was happening to my arm. Bloody paper towels littered the floor from the wound, and I scrambled to my feet, running to the glass doors. I pushed the doors, tripping down the stairs, each step sending a sharp pain in my side. I cried out, holding my wound as the rain pelted my horrific stump. The water was like molten lava to me. Each droplet burned into my arm, making the blood spurt onto the rough, most concrete and rhythmical fashion, spewing white pus all over. After minutes of little drops of rain falling on my body, my nerves were so damaged I couldn't feel a thing. The bubbled blisters were dull, and the blood and pus made my head light. I thought about what to do next. If I could just get my phone out of my truck. I got up, determined to call 911 and get help. Adrenaline fled through my veins, and I managed to get up onto my feet and dart out of the front glass doors. I busted out, lost my footing, and tripped down the stairs, colliding with cold, solid concrete, busting my chin on the wet concrete. Rain pelted on my sizzling wounds as I tried to regain my breath. My legs were weak and bruised. When my bloody stump of a hand bashed with the gray cement, it split into 3 terrible segments of long, crimson skin. I expected to pass out from the pain, but my nerves were completely gone from that limb. When I managed to tolerate all of this pain, I tried to get back on my feet, but I sensed something squirming in my arm. The terrible mess of a hand squelched and twisted. The 3 long skin chunks that remained on my left arm fused together and writhed. I felt it. I knew that something was inside of me. A living, moving, breathing thing. At this point, I gave up. Life just wasn't worth living. I knew screaming would do no good. I was excluded from most of society, and the fact that the area was gated didn't make it any better. As I accepted my hellish fate, I took one look inside of the morgue. I saw something shiny glimmering in the fluorescent light, reflecting brightly into my eyes. It was my only choice. The scalpel, I thought to myself. It was the only way. I stumbled to my feet and crawled to the 4 brick steps that led to the comforting light of my workspace. I had assurance and confidence that I would survive. I fumbled up the steps. My vision was blurry, and I pushed forward on the black iron bars in front of the glossy doors. As soon as I entered, I fell to my knees, wiping the blood from both of my forearms on my shirt. I inched forward, crawling on my aching knees and elbows. I reached for the knife and grabbed it as tightly as I could. The metal was ice cold, but my body was stiff and hot. I felt like hundreds of pins pushed into me all at once. Anxiety swept over me. The pain was surprisingly timid, and I just kept scraping and scraping. Chunks of blood and flesh fell onto the tile floor. I carved deeper and deeper. My nerves were completely sizzled, making me unable to feel anything from the elbow down. As I was shredding my hand, I saw something moving away from my elbow to my neck. I smirked as I moved the scalpel upward and stabbed it into my shoulder where the moving bulge was. My nerves were still working there, and it sent a stinging sensation along my neck. Trickles of blood were sliding down my forearm, and I reached in to grab the creature inside of me. I pulled it out with a terrible spurt of blood flowing. It was a nasty little fella. Its skin was brownish red. It had human-like bulging eyes. The limbs on the abomination were twisted, and it struggled to escape my grasp. My head felt light, and I struggled to breathe. The puddled blood on the tile floor had been growing by the second. I closed my eyes, and everything went dark. I woke up in a pool of my own blood. My clothes were crusted brown from my wounds, and my mouth had a disgusting metallic taste. I spat on the floor and looked around. The corpse that was previously on the table had vanished, and the disgusting little cretin from earlier had disappeared as well. The fluorescent lights flickered, and I took off my jacket to cover my wounds. I tied it around my neck to cover the massive gash over my shoulder. The only sounds were the buzzing from the flickering bulbs and something that sounded like tapping on the floor. After all that happened, I'd need something to defend myself with. I scanned the floor and saw the scarlet-soaked scalpel on the ground. I slowly leaned down and grabbed it. Blood touched the tips of my fingers as I fished the knife out of the red, vicious liquid. I wiped the scalpel on my dirty, gore-covered shirt and paced around the morgue very carefully. Every time the lights flickered, I felt as if something was near me, walking around the small corridors. Maybe it was messing with me. Maybe it was closer than I thought. I stumbled into a corner, where I stayed for what seemed like an eternity. I held the knife up, shaking and trembling. If I had lost any more blood, I'd say I'd probably be dead right now. The adrenaline rushed through my body, and I was ready to attack at any second. I thought something would jump at me, or pounce from the ceiling. But those expectations changed when I saw a slight silhouette in the dark hallway parallel from me. I blinked and tried to make out what it was. It looked bulky. It slowly shifted around, and every once in a while, it had let out a quiet, wet snarl. I held my breath and tried not to draw any sudden attention to me. The thing made its way towards me. Each step let out a terrible, wet, sludgy echo that resonated in the morgue. Dread filled every inch of my body, and terror fled through my veins. As I focused on the thing, I noticed something. It had an ashy, burnt upper body with a crippled torso and mutilated face. Its lower body was twisted and wet. What is this thing? What is it? It was the corpse. I was getting killed here. Ironic, huh? Dying in a morgue. I bet my friends would have a good laugh about that. I didn't think twice about fighting. At this point, the creature was at reaching distance. After all this fighting, I just wanted to close my eyes and sleep. I woke up with a terrible headache. Sirens pierced my ears and blue and red lights flashed like thunder. I was in an ambulance. I could feel the rubble below me crunch beneath the speeding wheels. I was so tired. My memory was fuzzy at the time. I don't know what was happening. The air mask surrounding my mouth filled my lungs with a slightly sweet-tasting gas. My limbs were numb and I couldn't move. Bandages were wrapped around nearly all of my appendages. The ride was kind of soothing, and when I arrived at the hospital, I felt a huge relief of hope. A sort of safe space between me and that disgusting beast. I zoned out for a bit, but I could feel fresh sheets and blankets surrounding me, like a warm hug. Dozens of pill bottles littered my nightstand, and I was forced to chug this despicable medicine every day. IVs were littered around my body in various places, and I was tucked into paper-like blankets. In some way, I felt dead. Like I was supposed to die. I should have died. Why am I still here? I have no purpose anymore. I wanted to get out of there and end everything already. As the days went on, I could notice my skin getting noticeably more dark and irritated. Dark veins shot through my body, and doctors came into my room regularly to check in on me. Every time they come in, they seem even more terrified than last time. I want to know what's going on, but every time I ask a doctor, they don't answer. All they do is stare hopelessly into my eyes and apologize to me. Why are they apologizing? I want to know what's going on. I don't have any answers. The only reason I released this story to the public is because I don't think I have a lot of time left. There's something squirming in my left arm, like some sort of electricity. I have no idea why I volunteered for the midnight shift. The extra 40 cents per hour wasn't really worth it. Everyone I was working with had good reasons to not take the shift that week. Me, being the nice person I am, took the shift no one wanted. If I didn't, it would have gone to someone with less seniority in the company. I knew that everyone below me either had kids to look after or college classes. The person who was meant for the midnight shift had a medical emergency the day before and it was such short notice, I knew it was causing problems. They had to find a body to fill the shift, and I stepped in knowing it would be a hassle for others to change their schedules around. I really should be more selfish in the future. My job was out of the town I lived. Because of that, I had to drive at least an hour on the highway each way. It was 2 hours of my days listening to audiobooks or podcasts, so I wasn't a waste. Plus, the pay was stupid high for such an easy job, I couldn't complain about the drive. But even so, I found the highway at night super creepy. For long stretches, there was nothing but endless trees on either side of the road. Driving in the pitch dark, only being able to see a few feet in front of you, and most of that few feet was just trees. It wasn't pleasant. At least for me. I watched The Blair Witch far too young. I know it's not a scary movie for anyone else, but seeing trees at nighttime? No thank you. But somehow my kindness outshone my fear of the woods. I was driving in my shift around 11:30 p.m. I needed to speed if I would make it to work by midnight, but I saw something I could not ignore. On the side of the road, I saw a car pulled over and the driver's side door open. I didn't see anyone around the car as I came up on it. I saw the car was a taxi, and that gave off some red flags. A few months ago, my car needed to be taken in for some work. I hitched a ride with a coworker and we got talking just how expensive it would have been if I got a taxi or an Uber to work even for one night. I didn't even want to think about how much it would cost if the taxi went by the meter. I had heard that sometimes they do a flat rate between cities, but once you're off the highway, the meter starts. I never bothered to find out if that was true. Seeing a taxi on the highway was weird enough. Seeing a taxi on the side of the highway, top light on and door open with no one around, was super weird. I think anyone would think that. But I may be the only person to pull over and see what was going on. I was already going to be late for work, but I knew it would bother me if I didn't at least check to see if someone needed help. I pulled over, but I already passed the taxi when I decided to stop. Instead of backing up, I just got out of my car, taking my cell phone and flashlight out from my trunk. This could be some sort of scam, a way to get people to pull over to be robbed, but I honestly never heard of that happening, like, ever. At least not where I lived. My flashlight weighed at least 5 pounds. I could get a good hit into someone and just make a run for it. Kicking up dust as I walked over, I could tell something was very wrong even before I reached the car. I hadn't noticed before, but one of the back doors was open as well. I already had my phone out and dialed trying to get help on the way, but only got static, which I thought was also very weird. I've never had issues with a signal out on the highway. My phone connected to my car. It would read text while I was driving. A signal had never been an issue before. I think any normal person would have just left, but I guess I'm stupid. I looked inside the car looking for anyone or anything that would explain why the car was just sitting there. My stomach dropped when I saw some red. I knew it was blood over the driver's seat. I shone my flashlight on the ground to follow a trail of blood droplets with some hurried footprints leading off into the woods. It wasn't a lot of blood, but it wasn't a little either. Someone was hurt, but it was hard to tell how badly. I looked in the back of the taxi trying to find a weapon, but I didn't touch the car. I just leaned over trying to get a good look inside. The window of the rear door that was open had been smashed. Glass littered the back seat and spilled onto the ground outside of the taxi. Something had happened and I still couldn't get my phone to work. That was when I heard it. A scream. A man screaming for help from inside the woods. He sounded close enough for me to reach him. After everything I had seen and now heard, I really should have ditched the whole thing, but like I said, I'm stupid. "Stay there," I shouted back. "I'm coming to help." Without a second thought, I took off running into the woods and where I thought I heard the scream, and it honestly was my worst nightmare. In the woods at night is so unsettling. I don't know how people go camping. My flashlight was bulky and had a good beam of lights, but it could only go so far into the woods. The darkness where my light could not reach made my palms sweat. I couldn't stand not knowing what was out there in the dark looking back at me. I scolded myself mentally, saying the only thing out there is someone who needs help. It was only when I was a few feet into the woods and to the point where I couldn't see the light of the taxi was when I had actually just done sunk in. If a man was hurt out here, what had hurt him? Who had hurt him? It wasn't just him. Someone broke the window. Someone had been in the back seat and I only had a hefty flashlight and a cell phone that was still not working. I wanted to find the man and get the hell out of there when I heard something else. A woman's voice. Please, can you help me find my son? I looked around trying to figure out where that voice came from. My beam of light scanning the dark trees but seeing nothing besides creepy trees that I hated. Please, can you help me find my son? The voice came again, then again. She repeated herself 3 times and fell silent. I started to shake. I just couldn't help it. The woman's voice sounded off. Have you ever seen that video of a bird talking in Japanese? It sounds so human and yet not. So close to human speech, but the tone is so slightly off you're aware you're not talking to a human. The woman's voice sounded human, and yet not. Run! I screamed at the voice. Of course I screamed. The older man came running out from the trees, his lip torn and still bleeding. He rushed past me and made a grab for my arm to drag me along. He missed, but didn't even pause in running to try again. He just ran, trying not to trip over fallen branches and tree roots. He looked like a man who just saw death itself. I was so shocked still seeing him, I may not have ran after him if an ear-piercing scream hadn't come from behind me. That sound motivated me to run as fast as I could from behind that man. That scream, that sound I still hear in my nightmares. Or even if I just let myself sit in silence for too long. I've been over hundreds of wildlife recordings trying to prove to myself I heard an escaped exotic pet, or anything that would logically explain that scream I heard. It wasn't made by a human or an animal. It was nothing I have ever heard since, and I hope to never hear again. And it was right behind me. I somehow caught up to the man. I felt like we had run so far, and yet we hadn't reached the road yet. I had to stop because my chest burned from running. We both stopped, gasping for air from fear and from running through the hard-to-navigate forest floor. The flashlight beam was powerful enough to light his face covered with blood, even if I wasn't pointing it directly at him. He nervously ran a hand over his face. It didn't wipe off anything, only getting his face bloodier. I had only heard a voice and a scream. I did not want to know what this man had seen in the woods. We need to keep going. I told him once I was able to talk again. It's not my fault. He was running his bloody hand through his hair, clearly out of his mind from fright. I wanted to reach out to try and calm him down, but wasn't sure if that would upset him more. I decided to let him talk while I looked around trying to find a way out of the trees. It's not my fault. I mean, she's pretty. She was pretty. She got into my cab, right? You understand, right? By some miracle, I spotted a light through the trees I was positive came from the taxi from the road. I was just about to tell the man we needed to walk in that direction, but what he was saying made me stop. I had never been so afraid in my life being in those woods, but I still stopped to look over at him. What are you talking about? I asked slowly. Girls like that don't mean no, right? If they are so nice like that, and smile at you like they want it, right? I didn't even do anything. I just parked. I didn't even get in the back seat. She was the one who leaned over. Damn bitch bit my lips off. She was the one who wanted it. As he spoke, his voice got more and more frantic. I stood in place watching him lose it. He was running his hand through his hair, tearing at it. His body shook and his eyes darted around wildly. That bitch isn't human. He shouted. He grabbed at his head with both hands and started to sob. This man... I didn't want to think of what would have happened to the woman in the back seat of his taxi if she was human. If he just picked up a normal person that night, what would he have done? Over his sobbing, I heard a branch crack, then another. I raised my flashlight to look into the darkness and finally saw her. She was pretty. That much was true, and also not human. Long brown hair fell over her shoulders. She was only wearing a flower print sundress with the driver's blood down the front. Her face looked normal aside from her eyes. They were eyes of a dead woman. blind and pale. She was only a few steps away from us. The sobbing man hadn't noticed her creep up behind him. She stood in the beam of the flashlight, almost curious what I would do. I did something I never expected of myself. Well, keeping the flashlight on the woman, I took a step back, then another. The taxi driver was in so much distress, he didn't notice me slowly backing away from him. It was only when I was a decent distance away from them when the driver finally raised his head. I saw the horror on his face when he noticed I was now so far away from him. Almost in slow motion, I watched as he reached out a hand for me, and at the same time the woman took him. Her mouth ripped open, causing her head to look like a demonic Pez toy. With her hands suddenly long claws, she grabbed his shoulder and latched onto his neck. Her eyes stayed on me the entire time. Blood soaked the front of the driver's shirt before he could even scream. That woman never took her dead eyes off me as she tore flesh away from the man. I did not stay around to see her rip him apart. I turned and ran as fast as I could towards the light coming from the taxi. I got out of the woods without being followed. I kept running to my car and flew in. My hands were shaking too much to even start the damn thing. On reflex, I checked my phone. I saw I had a signal, and without any delay I called the police. I don't know why I stayed in my car, or why I didn't just leave after reporting my story. Even in my states, I knew I couldn't tell the truth. I told the operator that I spotted the taxi pulled over, saw some blood, and when I was about to go into the woods to try and help, I heard screaming that freaked me out and I ran back to my car. Even after the cops showed up, they just took my story again and my info, then dismissed me. I was very late for work, but after telling my boss a very abridged version of the night's events, they forgave me. I still have trouble sleeping. I no longer do midnight shifts, and I hate driving along the highway before the sun comes up on my early morning shifts. I looked up the case but didn't find much detail. They only found blood from the driver, but not enough for them to be positive he was dead. I was not a suspect, even though I found the car. I looked up the driver's name once I found it out, and saw he had assaulted other women before. He had just been released and wasn't even a real taxi driver. They had no idea where he got the taxi from, but the police were sure he was using it to hunt other women. The bit of information about the case that made it impossible to sleep at night was who the woman was. They found her DNA on the broken window glass. The thing was, she had disappeared 3 years ago and was assumed dead. She had gone missing in the woods with her son. Maybe I should get a new job. One much closer to home. I always had dreams of being a big city cop. Growing up watching shows like Forensic Files and NYPD Blue inspired me. I dreamed of becoming a hero who fought crime to protect people, but I guess fate's had other ideas. Rather than patrolling the streets of Brooklyn or Chicago, I somehow wound up in a small town in the rural Midwest. Nothing but dirt, tumbleweeds, and flat land as far as the eye can see. Some comedian once made a joke about his time living out here, saying he could sit on his porch and watch his dog run away for 3 whole days. His name escapes me now, but that joke is surprisingly accurate. Because of everything that has happened recently, I won't be giving the name of this town. There's a lot I still don't understand about what happened, but I know my superiors would not be happy if I went around babbling around and spreading rumors. Posting this at all is probably a bad idea, but at this point, I don't know what else to do. After landing the job out here, it quickly became apparent that there wasn't much action. That was the norm. But that all changed about a week ago. A fellow officer I'll call Doug and I were on our usual patrol route. This normally consisted of cruising around town in the rural surrounding roads, and occasionally breaking up a high school party. Not exactly the hotbed of criminal activity I'd sort of hoped for. Doug is a senior officer. Been working for the same precinct out here for nearly 30 years. He's a laid-back type. cordial, and doesn't seem in much of a hurry to do anything except on the rare occasion of something happening. The sun was beginning to set in the distance, and Doug was retelling the incident of him facing off with a hungry cougar while trying to help an injured camper. That was a normal evening for us, and I very much enjoyed listening to him recount tales from his pantheon of stories. Doug pulled the cruiser around a bend, in what is essentially the most remote part of our jurisdiction. It's a small valley with multiple foothills, but no one ever really goes out there. As soon as we rounded the corner, though, we saw something we didn't expect. There was a Jeep parked on the shoulder right in front of a hill with the driver's side door propped open. Our headlights beamed over the vehicle, but I saw nobody inside. "The hell is this?" Doug asked, pulling our car over on the adjacent shoulder. The two of us stepped out and approached the desolate vehicle. The lights were off, but it appeared it had only been there a short time. It was weird that whoever drove it there hadn't even bothered to shut the door, though. Doug and I approached, with him taking the lead and approaching the derelict vehicle. He called out to the missing driver, but got no response. He kept his hand on his holster and crept closer as I watched his back. There was no indication anyone was out there aside from the Jeep, but I felt the hairs on the back of my neck bristle. Something wasn't right. I truly hoped we weren't about to stumble upon someone's suicide, but that was the vibe I initially got. Doug reached the side of the Jeep and briefly peered inside. As soon as he saw what was in there, he recoiled back, drawing his revolver and motioning for me to move away. He ordered me to call in backup, looking more frantic than I'd ever see him. "Tell them to send everything," Doug ordered, his gaze glancing around the vicinity with a sudden frenzy. I did as he requested and radioed dispatch, still not understanding what exactly it was that he saw. The dispatch operator confirmed the request, telling me that 2 other units and an ambulance were on the way. "Freeze!" Doug suddenly shouted. I looked up to see him shining his flashlight out in front of the Jeep. There was a man there, dressed in a dark hoodie and jeans. He was holding something in his hand, but from my vantage point I couldn't tell what it was. "Johnny? Johnny, is that you?" Doug asked, seeming to recognize him. The man then lifted his head, and I recognized him. A local teenager, native guy with a bit of a checkered history. We've caught him for underage drinking and smoking pot on a few occasions, but never anything severe. Johnny's eyes were vacant, almost sorrowful. He stared back at Doug and swallowed hard. "I have to do it," Johnny replied. Doug shook his head, almost silently begging him not to try anything radical. "Johnny, just put it down. We can figure this out." Johnny paused for a moment, then shook his head. He inspected the item in his hand, and I realized it was a walkie-talkie. I didn't understand what was happening, but I kept my pistol locked on him. "There's no time. I'm sorry." Johnny lifted his arm. Bang. The ambulance arrived on scene a few minutes later, picking up Johnny and rushing him to the town's local hospital. Doug had shot him in the left shoulder, causing him to drop his item. He was thankfully alive and stable, but unfortunately Doug doesn't carry the standard 9mm. Instead, patrolling around with his revolver .44 Magnum. That one bullet did some rather severe damage, and I still didn't understand why any of it was necessary. Doug ordered all of us away from the scene, refusing to allow anyone near the Jeep or even telling us what he found inside. Several hours later, a special unit from a larger, neighboring precinct arrived. Things finally started coming together after that. Johnny's Jeep was loaded with nearly 30 pounds of pyrotechnic flash powder, the stuff used in fireworks. He'd crammed it into nearly 24 small cylinders and wrapped them tightly with 2 propane tanks and a walkie-talkie. It was a bomb, a rather large one which he had rigged to the other walkie-talkie to allow for remote detonation. Johnny's father owns a fireworks chain, and after scouring his warehouse, we found that's where Johnny had acquired his supplies. Johnny was a rebellious teenager, but I never would have thought him a terrorist. The bomb squad managed to successfully dismantle his device without incident. but the whole scenario still didn't make much sense. Johnny was unconscious for days afterwards, and the .44 round that had hit him turned out to have caused more damage than initially thought. Doctors said he would survive, but would face extensive recovery. Doug took the incident harder than any of us, but since our suspect was unconscious, the only thing we could do to learn more was return to the scene of the crime. The Jeep had been removed by then, so myself, Doug, and 2 other officers traced his route on foot. There was a small valley which led into a few rocky foothills, but no indication of a possible target. No one lives in that area, nor anywhere close, really. That was partially relieving, as we were afraid Johnny was intending to hurt a lot of people, but that didn't seem to be the case. After only a few minutes of following the small ravine, we found something. A narrow opening was carved into the side of one of the hills, looking as though it was an old mining tunnel entrance. Upon closer inspection, I realized it wasn't just caved in. It actually appeared as though a large stone slab sealed the entrance. It was one solid piece and not just rubble. I found that quite curious, but didn't exactly know what to make of it. The town has dozens of old mines from the early gold rush days, but they've all been shut down for decades now. Furthermore, we haven't been able to find any evidence of a mine ever existing in that particular spot. I got this odd feeling as we approached it, like a heavy static electricity in the air. The hairs on my arms and head seemed to stand erect, and I noticed it on the others as well. Normally this can be a very worrying sign and can sometimes indicate that lightning is about to strike. The sky was clear though, and that didn't seem likely. Something about it was oddly unnerving in a way I don't know how to fully articulate. We lingered there for a few minutes, but didn't find much of interest there or anywhere else. We left shortly after and took the short trail back to our vehicles. I don't know whether it was just my nerves mounting, but I felt incredibly nervous on my way back. I felt like we were being watched. Johnny thankfully woke up 2 days later, and Doug and I returned to the hospital to question him. He was still quite out of it, likely a reaction to his medication and condition. His father was there, and at first he denied us permission to interview his son, until Johnny himself insisted upon speaking to us. Both his father and us were quite taken aback by that request, but we're all too happy to oblige. "Where's my Jeep?" Johnny asked as Doug and I entered the room. "Impound. Bomb squad dismantled it." Doug replied matter-of-factly. He sat in a chair opposing Johnny, who appeared quite distressed by the admission. "You have to go back out there. There's not much time." Johnny then tried moving upward, but cringed as pain shot through his shoulder. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly sat back down, breaths falling frantic from his lips. "You're not going anywhere, Johnny. Not until you tell us what you were doing. You could be in a lot of trouble here. What were you doing with all those explosives?" "The tunnel," he replied without a moment's hesitation, making no effort to downplay his intent. "We have to destroy it." Doug shot me a confused glance, and I posed a question. "That mine shaft? Is that what you mean?" Johnny shook his head. "It's not a mine shaft." Johnny's eyes were almost frantic then, and his breathing almost turned to hyperventilations. "You've been out there, right? You saw it?" he asked. "We found it, Johnny. It's already sealed." Johnny then vehemently shook his head. "It won't stay that way. It opens every couple of days." Doug and I exchanged another perturbed glance. I'm sure he wanted to write off Johnny as some sort of eccentric, but there was an obvious desperate pleading in his voice that made me take pause. "Please," Johnny begged, eyes starting to water. "Why, Johnny?" I asked, leaning in. "What's in there?" Doug seemed annoyed I was even engaging in his delusion, but Johnny was clearly petrified by something and I wanted to know what it was. "I don't know. Something horrible. I've seen people post about them online. We have to destroy it." We didn't get much more out of him than that. He just kept begging us to finish what he wasn't able to do. He also said something about how things will come out, which made my skin crawl. I didn't understand how a normal kid like Johnny had suddenly become so obsessed with detonating an old tunnel, but I couldn't deny the odd feeling it gave me, and the pleading desperation in his voice. Doug and I left, realizing he wasn't going to tell us much more than that. After a bit of math, I realized that if what Johnny had said was true, then the mineshaft was set to open the following morning around 3 a.m. Doug believed it was a load of hogwash, but I felt the least I could do was investigate Johnny's claims. It didn't seem possible, I know, and Doug told me I was being thrown for a loop, but I felt like there was something more to it. Johnny was a troubled kid, as I mentioned, but he didn't seem like a liar. So myself and 2 other officers, Hastings and Gunnarsson, returned to the scene of the incident. Doug elected to stay behind, convinced there was nothing of interest out there. It probably has something to do with the fact that we had to be out there by 3 a.m. as well, and Doug was not in any way a morning person. According to Johnny, 3 a.m. the following day was when the tunnel was set to open once again, whatever that meant. I thought that whatever this was, there would be a logical explanation to it. I met Hastings and Gunnarsson out there, just before 3 a.m. the following morning. Both of them only seemed slightly awake, and also slightly remorseful over their decision to meet me. A thick fog lingered over the foothills, sprinkling a chilly dew over the environment. I tucked my coat up around my neck, trying to ignore the chills rolling down my spine. The 3 of us sat around sipping coffee for about half an hour until 3 a.m. rolled around. Suddenly an odd, abrasive noise permeated the dark atmosphere. It sounded like heavy rock scraping against rock. A loud, oppressive grinding that made me clench my teeth. It sounded like it was coming from the ravine up ahead, and it made the cold air dip a few more degrees. Hastings and Gunnarsson clearly seemed unnerved by it as well. Gunnarsson wondered aloud whether it was a rock slide, but I wasn't so sure the explanation was that simple. The 3 of us crept our way around the gully. It seemed like the fog was getting thicker the further we went. It got so bad that visibility was soon limited to maybe 20 yards. Something's not right. Hastings spoke what I was also feeling. There was an odd quality to the fog, like some ill-defined heaviness that lingered within it. It didn't feel natural. Despite the red flags, I foolishly insisted we continue onward. We were only about 50 yards from the tunnel entrance, and I needed to see it again. Something incredibly strange happened then. What I can only describe as a sudden head rush then struck me, like my brain had been jump-started into overdrive. My vision began to alter, in a way I don't fully know how to explain. It was like my perception just suddenly shifted. Little tracers trailed off the rocks around me, and the ground appeared like it was breathing in and out. I'm pretty vanilla when it comes to drug usage, and although I've never taken them personally, it almost felt like what I was experiencing was similar to accounts of mushrooms and LSD trips I've read online. Out of nowhere, Hastings suddenly began to giggle. Both Gunnarsson and I looked back to him in confusion. His eyes were darting around like flies, and he had this almost manic smile on his face. The hell's so funny? Gunnarsson's eyes were wide as saucers when he asked it, and I could tell he was feeling it too. I feel weird. What did you put in that coffee? Hastings asked. Needless to say, I hadn't put anything in the coffee, especially not hallucinogenic drugs. There was something in the air itself that was messing with our minds. I then just decided to go all out and made a mad dash towards the tunnel. The feeling got worse the closer I got. The world degraded to a foreign flurry in my eyes, and the rocky ground became as turbulent as an unruly sea. I could barely keep myself upright, and barely even decipher what was around me. Then by some miracle I saw it. The tunnel emerged from the dense fog, but this time the entrance was open. From behind me I heard Hastings giggle, erupt into a bellow of laughter, like a mad scientist bringing Frankenstein back to life. Gunnarsson then screamed and I booked it. I took one last glance at the tunnel as I fled, and I swear there was something in there looking back at me. Something I don't even know how to begin describing. Something that just shouldn't exist. I ran like never before in my life, suddenly consumed by the fear I felt. Both Gunnarsson and Hastings were no longer where I'd seen them last. From further within the canopy of fog, I heard Hastings continue to cackle like a madman, but I never caught sight of him. The crippling mental haze seemed to alleviate the further I got from the tunnel, and by the time I reached the vehicles, I felt completely coherent once more. Gunnarsson was standing there panting with quivering hands. "Where's Hastings?" I asked as I joined him. Gunnarsson looked back at me in terror. "He followed after you." From behind us, I saw the fog slowly drifting outwards, as if it were some singular entity drifting in the wind. I no longer heard Hastings' laughter, and I knew if we didn't leave, then we wouldn't at all. Gunnarsson and I fled, leaving Hastings behind. I called Doug on the way, trying to convey everything that had just happened. I don't know how much he understood from my frantic rant, mixed with his sudden awakening, but he seemed to understand that Hastings was in trouble. He and I rendezvoused at the station about 20 minutes later, and I reiterated the account above. Doug didn't seem to know what to make of my story, but he did understand that Hastings was missing. He rallied everyone in the police force to go back and search, albeit Gunnarsson, who vehemently refused to go back. He and Doug got into a heated argument about it, and Gunnarsson tossed his badge into the dirt, claiming no job was worth going back there before storming off. I'll admit I was absolutely terrified of going back, but I knew we had to help Hastings. It was my fault he was out there to begin with, and I had to do my part. Turns out it may have been too late, as by the time Doug and I returned with reinforcements, we found no trace of him. The fog was gone by that point too, and the tunnel sealed back up just as it was the first time we'd found it. Doug began to amass a search team and ordered me to go home, get some rest and decompress from the situation. My girlfriend Samantha could see that something had happened, but I didn't tell her about it. I think the adrenaline had finally worn off, and I felt a severe drowsiness setting in. Last thing I remember was slumping on the couch of our apartment, only to be awakened several hours later by Samantha shaking me vigorously. "Mark, something's happening. Wake up. I feel really weird." As my eyes sprung open, I saw the room distort around me similar to how it had previously. That unnerving mental haze was back, and that could only mean one thing. She and I got our dog Max as our perceptions continued to disintegrate and fled. Max was going ballistic all the way to the car, switching from snarling like he'd gone rabid to whining pitifully. It was dark again, and from all around us, laughter and cries from the other residents in our complex. I wanted to help them, but in the moment, I only cared about getting Samantha and Max to safety. By the time we reached Samantha's car, there were screams echoing out from within the complex. Other residents were fleeing as well, but many were still inside. By the time we hit Main Street, the town's tornado siren had begun blaring in the distance. Samantha asked me what the hell was going on, but I didn't even know how to respond. I dialed Doug, and he instructed me to meet him at the station with a trembling urgency in his voice. We got there only a few minutes later, and I told Samantha to take the car and Max and get to safety. She had tears in her eyes and asked me what was going on, but I didn't have time to tell her then. I just told her I loved her, and I'd call her as soon as I could. She agreed, and I watched her drive off as I returned to the moment at hand. Doug rallied every officer at our precinct, which was only 9 of us because the town is so small, and sent them back to the apartments. Only Hastings was missing, but the rest arrived shortly after we did. Doug had said that dispatch had been flooded with 911 calls from multiple residents of the complex. I felt the horrific guilt of the situation sink deep into my skull, causing my mind to throb. Everything in my mind and gut was screaming for me to get as far away from that place as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't just abandon everyone who lived there. After all, whatever was happening there, it was happening because of me. That thing had come back for me. Several people were in the parking lot as we arrived. They appeared delirious and confused, with most of them in their pajamas as if they'd had to leave very quickly. Doug ordered all of them away from the buildings as we began to conduct interviews and ask if anyone was injured. I spoke with an elderly lady, Martha, who had lived in the unit below Samantha and mine ever since we'd moved in. She was all but petrified, and clutched her Pomeranian tightly in her hands. Her nose was bleeding, but thankfully she didn't appear too badly injured. I spoke with her as she held a rag to her nose, tears falling faster from her eyes with every word. She told me she had suddenly been awakened by a strange feeling. She felt woozy, and since she's diabetic, she thought perhaps her insulin levels were low. She then saw her husband, sitting in their bedroom closet, giggling. She stumbled towards him, calling out and expressing her fears that she may be having a medical emergency. Without warning, she said that her husband, Frank, suddenly lashed out and slapped her across the face. He then returned to the closet, holding his knees and giggling. Martha fled after that, and that decision probably saved her life. She began sobbing, saying that Frank had never done anything like that, and she was worried he might be sick. I've conversed with Frank myself dozens of times, and he never would have struck me as the type to abuse his wife. She told me that he was still inside and begged me to go check on him. Doug got on his speaker and instructed everyone to leave the complex immediately. We were worried that the building may have sprung a gas leak, which could have possibly explained Martha and the other residents' symptoms. But it was clearly far beyond that. Not a single person came outside. There's only maybe 50 residents in our entire complex, and most of them were already outside, although we estimated that at least a dozen were still within. Two of our officers approached one of the entrances as the remainder of us covered them. I watched their steps grow more hobbled and awkward the closer they got, until one of them actually fell over entirely, propping himself up with his arm. He then heaved and vomited on the concrete and turned back as the other officer tried pulling him back to his feet. The two of them managed to get back to the rest of us, brandishing looks of terror reminiscent of the other residents. No one went near the building after that. No one else came out. It was just a stalemate that went on long into the night. Doug kept on the intercom periodically instructing people to evacuate, but no one ever did. The other residents were ferried away from the scene, with many of them being forced to abandon loved ones still inside. Every now and then we'd hear laughter. Screaming or other less definable sounds reverberate from inside the building. We got glimpses of silhouettes within, but never anything entirely clear. No one really understood what was going on, but after the first officer's experiences and other residents' testimonies, no one wanted to risk going in there. The sun finally rose the following day, and the real bizarre situation took on an entirely new perspective. It had been hours since anything was heard from within the building, but something became clear as the smoldering sun beamed down upon it. The building itself was different. Some spots looked almost melted, while others seemed to have elongated and grown taller or wider. It's like the building itself was suffering from the odd haze that had affected myself and the other residents. Not long after the sun had risen, an entourage of black Suburbans suddenly rolled up to the scene, followed soon after by a SWAT truck. Like some cliché entourage, a group of men in black suits exited the trucks and approached Doug. They spent a minute or two conversing before Doug looked back to the rest of us. Much to my surprise and relief, we were told we could leave, and the men in black would handle the situation. By that point, I'd been up for nearly 24 hours, and wanted nothing more than to just sleep. Probably should have asked a few more questions before leaving, but I was barely awake enough to even remain standing by that point. I assumed those guys were CIA or some other secret government agency, but I haven't been able to confirm that. That was about a week ago now, and as of writing this, that's about where we stand. I haven't been able to return back to my apartment since, and have since been told by Doug that I likely never will. They're considering that entire property and the 11 individuals still inside to be already lost. Doug hasn't told me much more than that, and I don't know if they've ever told him the full extent of what's happening. Clearly whatever is in that building is significantly above our jurisdiction. The ravine with the tunnel is also now under the supervision of the unnamed government agents. I never would have imagined myself at the epicenter of something like this. I guess in some cruel twist of irony, I finally got the large-scale case I always wanted, but I never could have envisioned it being like this. Whatever it was that was in that tunnel, and is now in that building, it's way beyond us. I want to think there's some logical explanation to this, like some gas leak in the mine caused me to hallucinate and then somehow spread to our apartment complex. I'd be a fool to believe that after everything that's happened, though. Whatever happened to me and the others, it wasn't in any way natural. It was like that thing invaded my mind, and proximity to it strengthened the strange psychic aura it possesses. Whatever power it has even seemed to distort the building itself. Never got a good look at it, but what kind of thing could warp your mind simply by being near it? Just as Johnny had said, I managed to find a few stories online of people finding these tunnels. I don't know how much of what I read was fiction, but no one seems to have an explanation for them. People just apparently seem to stumble across them one day, oftentimes in places they hadn't been before. If anyone reading this has a possible explanation for all this, then please feel free to comment. I'm at a loss to explain this, and I'll admit, I've never been much of a believer in the whole supernatural stuff. Nothing I found online seems to explain what that thing is, natural or otherwise. Hastings is still missing. Last I heard, those people are still locked inside that building. Whatever the truth is, I just hope that no more of those tunnels are out there. God knows what kind of things may come out of them. There's no doubt that death is a rather taboo discussion, but it remains a part of life that everyone at some point will come to terms with, or even acknowledge its creeping existence. There is somehow beauty in the macabre, and the unknown topic of death. There are plenty of examples of our human history that people explored this topic and found that there are positive messages one can understand and proclaim when reminiscing or discussing his own mortality. From the ancient Roman Stoics to the Eastern Asian Taoists and Sikhs, and even more modern Western philosophies such as nihilism and existentialism, one can find peace in the concept of remembering our mortality. As Seneca the Younger said in his writings about on the shortness of life, you want to live, but do you know how to live? You are scared of death, and tell me, is the kind of life you lead truly different from being dead? I am writing because of a rather awakening that I had a couple of days back. I am rather lazy as a person and oftentimes also quite irresponsible, and even dare I say unreliable. The reason why I mention these characteristics of mine is because the past events that I will describe to you play a huge role on affecting these characteristics. As I said, I'm a rather lazy person, also quite laid back to the point that I dismiss a lot of things happening around me. I awoke every day as if I have all the time in the world in my hands. I would spend hours on the internet, procrastinate and even waste my time on heated and rather pointless discussions on either Reddit or Facebook. I am not doing my best at even maintaining a healthy life. I had come to the conclusion that this is probably due to various factors that were infiltrated my life for the past 2 years. I feel that I am being controlled by my personal emotions, and even worse, my insecurities that keep surfacing for the past years or so, slowly making their way into my consciousness. However, as I said, the last week's event, somehow helped me remember where I am in this life. It was Friday. I came from a coffee shop to my university's dormitory and was greeted by a rather strange find. Outside my dorm apartment, neatly placed facing the door, was a small black envelope with a golden wax seal. Now, to clarify, I rarely get any mail, and if I ever have any, it will be under two circumstances. First, a dormitory or university envelopes who are often white and have the logo of the university. And second, by a mistake, as oftentimes my apartment number is being mistaken for another. There was something queer about this envelope, however. It was rather luxurious in appearance, as if someone was inviting you to some form of cocktail party, or a dinner serving at a 5-star restaurant. Such envelopes really felt out of place for a student dormitory. But I cannot judge, since perhaps someone in this building might have ties to certain elites of society. There was no name on the receipt nor the sender on this envelope, and the only thing that was written was the phrase that was pressed on the golden wax. Memento mori. Is that Latin? Thought to myself. What a strange phrase. However, somehow I could not shake the feeling that I had seen it before. Furthermore, the wax seal had portrayed a single phoenix-like bird encompassing an hourglass. What an odd design this is. But it was marvelous to look at. The black paper of the envelope had a slight shimmer to it, as if it was the night sky with its infinite stars blinking and reminding us of their existence. Nonetheless, despite my profound admiration and curiosity, I was not able to open it, as I did not dare to tear such craftsmanship just because of the pure thought that I could not come with the terms that this was addressed to me. Therefore, I took it with care and gave it to the dormitory receptionist, claiming that it was probably again another mistake regarding mails being sent to my apartment. A couple of hours later, there was a knock on my door. To my surprise, it was the receptionist whom I gave the letter to. When I opened the door, she stood there and had a rather strange expression carved on her face. She started with apologizing and then giving me her condolences, while giving me the black, now opened envelope. She said the tenant that I initially assumed this mail was for opened it and contacted us that the letter inside addressed me personally. I was baffled and confused beyond any recognition. First of all, this is the first time I ever saw her acting in such a soft and warm-hearted way, and even more to provide me with an apology. I took the envelope, thanked her, and closed the door afterwards, leaving me and my confusion alone. I cannot deny that I did not feel more than confusion. There was this emotion of dread and anxiety that began building up regarding what I would learn from this damn envelope. So many questions raced through my mind. Did someone I know die? And if so, why didn't anyone call instead? Was this some joke, or indeed perhaps a mistake, someone with a similar name and address? I don't know. My fingers touched the ivory paper that protruded from the torn top of the black envelope, and I felt the overwhelming emotions conquer my mind, causing my hand to eventually tremble. Alas, I took out the paper, and to my surprise, my first thoughts about this being some form of invitation came true. However, no luxurious party or fancy dinner was at stake, but rather concerned the purest macabre events of one's existence. An invitation to a funeral. The message read as follows. Dear Ivan Dimitrov, it is our deepest condolences that we request your honorary presence for the funeral service of our deepest and long-forgotten friend on the 10th of April 2021. You are also invited to the afternoon reception on the same date that will be held at 3 p.m. where the deceased's favorite meal will be served as an honor to his last request. The funeral service will take place at 12 p.m. at the St. Nicholas Cemetery outside the city's district, and the reception will be held at the deceased's house, in which you will be informed of its location after the funeral service. Don't behave as if you are destined to live forever. Death hangs over you. Will you live? And will you still? It's in your power. Be good now. Marcus Aurelius. I cannot express how perplexed I felt on that moment I had finished reading this invitation. There was no doubt that it was intended for me, as the chances of someone in this dormitory having the same name as me were rather slim. I say this with slight confidence, since the receptionist came and told me that this was indeed for me, meaning there wasn't anyone on this floor or even building with the same name and surname as me. Furthermore, the whole incident, where the envelope was placed at my door, does not indicate any form of simple coincidence. The afternoon had progressed as my mind was occupied with this rather odd incident. My thoughts on this being some form of impractical joke were soon amplified when I've made some calls to my parents regarding this invitation. They both were confused and at first worried, and since the letter does not provide any name of the deceased, they dismissed it as some form of joke or perhaps some form of shady business. I was being warned not to go to the intentional place and just dismiss it. My father elaborated further, stating that if this was indeed a funeral invitation of someone we knew, it would not be in such luxurious style, but rather a simple phone call. Oh, how I wish I could dismiss it, and go on with their warnings. But my curiosity grew stronger with every passing minute. After I hung up the phone, I decided I will go to the funeral and humor the person behind it. Plus the whole deal takes place in the day, which to me was rather strange for this being some form of shady business. But one could not be certain, so on that day I would inform my best friend on the matter, and then proceed with visiting the place. If something ill were to happen, at least someone would know. This was my first funeral, and for some reason, I was excited for it. The whole mystery surrounding its deceased, and of course the invitation, was surreal to me, and I looked forward to it. With every day coming near Saturday, I was growing more and more anxious and slightly ecstatic. Looking back now as of writing this, I can see how my naivety did cloud my better judgment on the matter. I did not care about the dangers, nor who was being buried. All I did care about was knowing the purpose of it all, and to somehow prove to myself that I was right and it was some form of joke. It is here that I must exclaim an observation I noticed on that particular Saturday morning. All week prior to the funeral service, I was ecstatic. Every day I lived it with pure productivity and joy. I wanted the week to be over with so I could finally go to this funeral and reveal its mystery. But now as I stare down at myself in the mirror, I catch glimpses of someone who does not wish to see death at this early stage in his life. That morning was gloomy. My every motion was slowed as if I was mourning and grieving for the loss of someone I didn't even know. I drank my black coffee and got dressed properly, wore my blackest outfit, and awaited the time to pass for me to leave. I spoke to no one besides my friend, which I said earlier I let him know where I was heading that day. Other than that, nothing seemed to matter to me. With slow movements and barely any haste, I moved down the stairs towards the parking lot where my car was parked. On my way, I saw the receptionist who gave me the envelope. As we exchanged glances, I saw her expression change from a borderline boredom to a rather sympathetic and concerning emotion. "Off to the funeral?" she said with a slight warmth in her voice, in which I responded with a simple, positive nod of my head. "All right. I'm deeply sorry for your loss, even though I do not know who it is that is being buried. It's always heart-wrenching to watch loved ones pass away, but at least they are in a better place." I sighed and agreed with her statement and thanked her for her kind words, even though deep inside I felt as if this whole deal was somehow false. I didn't know who was dying, and I felt as if I was somehow lying to her sincere expressions. Here she was for once giving her loving and sincere thoughts on a matter that I felt was just plain deceit. I truly hated myself at that moment. I felt embarrassed as if I was lying to someone who was giving me her heartwarming words, and there was me simply playing a role of a fool going on a perhaps fake funeral. Driving to the place of this dark event was even more overwhelming, with every passing traffic light and sharp turns making my destination less far ahead was causing emotions of fear, regret, and slight dread to creep in my mind. The road towards the cemetery was causing these emotions to manifest further, as the road leading there was old and neglected. Corroded asphalt caused the road to have bumps and holes, causing my vehicle to jump up and down like some sort of bumpy car ride. But after a while, ahead of me I saw the old cemetery, and with it a bone-chilling sensation had run down my spine. From afar, silhouettes of people dressed in black could be seen roaming outside the cemetery gates, like a group of ravens encircling a decaying body amidst a forgotten desert. I say this because the cemetery was located in a rather outskirt part of town. The area is rather deserted and open. Dead or dried vegetation can be seen surrounding the place. The only alive thing here were the participants and me. Outside the gates a hearse was seen and people gathered to help some of the men to carry the coffin inside the cemetery. I was baffled since I did not expect at all a funeral to be held. My thoughts of this being some form of a prank were instantly disintegrated before me. I was left with the creeping feeling of dread and anxiety. I was nothing at that moment but a pure observer, watching the few people who were gathered slowly make their way along with the coffin inside the cemetery. They walked as if they were a parade of macabre, synchronizing their march with their heads bowed, showing their sincere grief and mourn. I eventually came out of the car and made my way towards the gates of the cemetery, willingly to follow the crowd as well. I did feel rather out of place, as I did not deserve to be here. I did not know whom I was mourning for, and with that I distanced myself from the crowd. When entering the cemetery, the cold scent of decay and death was well present. However, the ever so slight spring breeze brought with its fragrances of the nearby flowers, which in turn overpowered the gloomy monotony of this graveyard. Ahead of me the crowd marched in slow but rhythmic pace. However, with their backs turned, I could barely get any glimpse of their faces. The deeper we walked into the cemetery, the more silent it had become. The marching feet of the crowd on the dirt path, along with their faint murmurs, had come to abrupt end, causing the sounds of nature to take over. The whistling wind was gliding through the dried branches of the nearby trees, and the ever so slight calls of ravens could be heard nearby, whilst the crowd ahead of me remained silent and motionless. I could not see what was going on, and to be honest, I didn't dare at that moment, for to them, as far as I was concerned, my presence was unknown. Then the silence was eventually broken. The crowd before me had split into two lines. With their backs still turned to me, they formed a path as if someone was awaited to cross. With haste, I turned around to see if there was anyone behind me that was expected to pass through the crowd, and to my surprise, there was not a single soul. I swallowed, and with slow movements, I turned around to face the crowd once more, only to see them in the very same position. Were they expecting me to go through it? I thought to myself, and perhaps it is the case. As in the letter was stated, I was honored by this invitation. Now, most people most likely will state, why did I even choose to come here in the first place? And why I didn't just bolt straight out of this damn situation? But simply put, I couldn't. I felt obligated to be here, and part of me did not want to leave. I wanted to learn more, and I wanted to learn who in the hell was being buried today. And with that in mind, I pushed myself to walk on the path carved before me by the crowd, and it is here where things became even more terrifying. My walk was slow. I felt the constant feel of being watched and judged. I kept my head mostly bowed, and I did not dare to look on their faces, as I felt ashamed to be even here. I did not feel as if I knew this person, but somehow I also felt contempt to learn about him or her. I was halfway through the path, and I could very well see three rather strange figures looking downwards at the grave pit, the middle one being the tallest, presumably the priest, and his hands placed near his crotch in a respectful manner while holding a black book. I could not see his face. It was rather obscured by a black hat that he wore. To his right and left, there was a woman and a man respectively, dressed in their funeral attire, but the odd thing was the peculiar white veil that ever so slightly danced among the breeze, hiding their faces. I eventually passed the crowd, and before me stood the grave pit, and in which I saw the thing that horrified me that day. A man was placed with his hand clutched to his chest like a vampire, and amidst them was placed a small book that I could not see its title, but his face was the one that terrified me the most. It was my face. The very same one on a mirror or in a picture. I was the one being buried. My skin was pale and my eyes were closed, and my brown hair was well groomed and kept. I fumbled and fell backwards, and with terror I crawled away from the pit. I tried to scream, but I couldn't. There was nothing that could escape my throat. The three figures finally broke their gaze from the grave and stared at me as if I somehow disturbed their ceremony. With fear I began looking around me, and I saw the mourning participants of this funeral towering above me. White veils were pressed by the wind on their faces, reminding me of some grotesque recreation of the statue of the Veiled Virgin. It was alive and terrifying to witness. The wind had picked up their murmurs and whispers and amplified them, causing the whole scene to be surreal. The caw of ravens along with the dried branches rustling like crazy. The faint murmurs and whispers were carried out among the gravestones as if the dead were speaking to me. I tried to cover my ears while I ran towards the gate, but I could still hear them in my head. There were many phrases, many words that were spoken, but these were the ones that I remember. Memento mori. Ivan, remember your death. Live a life that is worth dying for. I do not remember much afterwards, since as soon as I left the iron gate, my memory fragments seemed to be rather clouded. I remember some vague scenes, such as me driving and watching the crowd gather at the gates and waving at me, and then some other scenes of me driving and entering my apartment. What I do remember, however, are the phrases that were spoken to me, and I realized their meaning. To live is simple. We are all living our daily lives as if we are invisible to death, and when we are reminded of it, perhaps we start to see things differently. I do not know if this was some form of death call or near-death experience, but what I do know is that I've been living my whole life wrong, and I am willing to change. There are things we should not take for granted, like time and life, for they are rather precious. For as simple as they were given to us, they can equally be taken. I guess I will just start with telling you guys the first time that I had an encounter with these beings. It all started when my family moved into a house on the opposite side of town. It is decently larger than our first home in this town. It had a small backyard with an unusually tall fence, and behind that fence lied a hill before there was a large forest. As I am the second oldest, I got my own room on the condition that I didn't personalize my room too much so my parents could use it as a guest room. I was fine with this because I had a room all to myself most of the time, but it turns out I was never really alone. At the time we had 2 dogs who both died of unseen causes. They were a few years apart, but it seemed they died from unknown causes in the middle of the night. The dogs weren't the only things that would mysteriously end up dead when the sun rose and the family woke. I had received 20 guppies from a friend who had too many. They lasted for 3 years until they started disappearing. I would wake up and there would be just 1 less than there was the previous night, and then there was 10 left. They all died. I woke up to find them all on the top floating there. Some had bloated so much they exploded. This was obviously devastating for me as a child, but it was my parents' actions after the fact that made it so much worse now that this has happened. They buried both of our dogs in the woods behind the house, which isn't odd, but they also made me bury the fish there. Then they would call that priest to come bless the house, and that's when I became more aware of my surroundings. About a month after the priest blessed my house, I would start to see the shadows not quite mimicking the right form. Around month 3, I would start to feel the mirrors watching me. Nothing major really happened until the 2-year mark. That was when my closet doors would randomly open in the middle of the night. My brother would sleepwalk into my room and just stand there, but when I woke up, he would either just collapse or he would run off sprinting into his own room and not remember any of it the next morning. I would start to see my reflection in the mirror ripple or distort. At the 3-year mark, I would catch glimpses of shadows moving on their own, or a few items in my room misplaced, and like most people with younger siblings, I never was concerned because anytime I would see the shadows moving, I would ask my older brother, and he would say he couldn't see anything. And that comforted me. But how naive I was. After a few years of living there in that room, I would sometimes wake up to find my closet door slightly ajar, and my room was impossibly cold and it smelled off, but after a few minutes the smell would fade. I should probably mention that we used to have a priest come to our house every 2 years, and he would bless our entire house. However, at this time we hadn't had a priest bless our home in around 3 years. One night I had woken up and the room was off. It looked almost exactly like my room down to the very detail, but my paintings looked like they were copies. Work that wasn't my own. So as a kid who didn't know better, I went to turn my light on to investigate, but my light wouldn't turn on, so I walked into the hallway to turn on that light, and it wouldn't turn on. My bathroom door then slammed with a loud bang, and in my panic I used all my strength to pry the door open to get inside, but once I opened the door there was this thing. It was in the middle of crawling out of my mirror. I froze in terror as this thing dragged itself out of the mirror. In its efforts, it bumped a glass figure I had on the floor, and as it shattered, I also broke out of my stupor and felt the terror as its blank, featureless face gazed into my soul. I ran as fast as my legs could take me out of the back door, and through the back gate into the woods. I ran, I tripped, fell in mud, and felt branches tearing at my clothes. I couldn't see where I was going. I still remember my heart pounding in my head as I stumbled into a small clearing of trees. The thing that had chased me out of the house slammed into an invisible barrier. This thing was horrible. It stalked around the clearing, blending in with the tall, thin poplar trees. But I could still feel its eyeless face hungering for my soul. As I cowered in the middle of the clearing, and I took some time to notice that the clearing was a large pentagram burned into the grass. And in the middle was a tree with a small wooden box attached to it that resembled a birdhouse that had an emblem on the side. It resembled a circle with an X etched into it. On the inside was a weathered piece of paper along with a pencil. The sheet of paper had water stains and the ink was slightly smudged, but that didn't really matter because the words were written, and that was all I really needed. Here's what it said. Hello. If you are reading this, I sincerely apologize. The fact that you are reading this means that the seal that held the shadows has broken. The chances that you aren't the first of the victims is very slim. I left a set of rules to follow with the realtor, and I guess the fact that you are here means the realtor didn't listen and give you the set of rules. So here's the original. 1. If the shadows start moving, walk the opposite way and ignore them. If you don't, they will reach out to consume you. 2. In the basement, when you feel a presence, don't go down. If you don't, be surprised if you find that creature wandering around. 3. If you have the large room downstairs, place a stool or chair in front of the closet. You don't want to be in there if that thing comes out. Always have a cross on your door, over your window, and a rosary blessed by a priest on your mirror. 4. For the large room upstairs, never look in the attic. If you feel a presence in the room anytime past 12:03 a.m., don't move until you feel the presence has left. 5. Always leave a nightlight on. 6. On the night of the full moon, always wear a cross and sprinkle your entire room with holy water. Place salt in your doorway and in your window. 7. Have a priest bless your home every 2 years. No more, no less. 8. If you end up not following the rules and you are chased by the white mirror man, run to the clearing with the pentagram. It will seal the creature out and keep you in until the sun rises. If you don't follow these rules, especially number 7, you will end up in the same situation as tonight, but the creature will memorize your path and it will eventually catch you. You have been warned. I sat in the clearing crying as I waited for the sun to breach the horizon, screaming and jumping out of my skin anytime the creature made a lunge at the invisible barrier in between us, keeping me safe as the sun took its time reaching the horizon. As I waited for the sun to rise, I spent my time watching the woods and memorizing the rules, and I could feel my entire body relax as the sun appeared over the horizon, as the sun rose and the trees returned around me as the burn mark faded. I walked home through the trees and I snuck in through my window, and I fell asleep from pure exhaustion, and I was awoken by my alarm 3 hours later. I thought it may have just been a crazy dream, but the cuts and dirt on my arms, legs, and the small glass figurine smashed to bits beside my mirror. To this day I still follow these rules, but I also find that once every month, when there is a full moon, it's good to just head straight for the clearing before the creature awakens to hunt you down. Okay, what the heck is that shrieking sound? My girlfriend was only mildly frustrated from the background noise. I looked at her with a concerned look, as there was not much that I could do to stop the frightful wailing coming from the backyard. Sorry, my love, I told her through the phone, glancing up to my bedroom window across the room. It's the neighbor's dog. There must be a rabbit or something in the yard. I'm sure it's nothing. Well, it's kind of annoying to me. All I can hear is that static shrieking through the phone. It's driving me crazy. Now forgive me if I make it sound like my girlfriend in any way dislikes dogs. That's not the case. She absolutely adores all animals, especially dogs. My neighbor's pet was simply growling in such a feral way that it could hardly be called a dog's barking. It sounded more akin to a wild animal fighting tooth and nail to save its life. The first night that I heard the howling outside my bedroom window, I had originally assumed that a wild coyote had gotten a hold of the neighbor's pet, however the sounds did not cease like they should have. Hours had passed further into the night and the dog continued to wail. This continued every night for nearly a week. The timing in which the animal would begin its horrendous screaming was not consistent, nor was the duration in which said screaming had lasted. I had contemplated speaking to the neighbor's son about the pet dog, but due to my poor social skills, I had decided against it. Maybe I'll talk to my dad or one of the neighbors about it tomorrow morning and try to get some answers. I thought out loud. You should, 'cause I don't want to hear it every night we call. She stated with the tone in her voice that I got the impression the whole situation was my fault. Whether or not she intended to make me feel that way, she would never tell me. However, it was likely that she was not impressed with me ignoring the barking as a whole rather than simply speaking to the neighbor about the animal's noise. The next morning, over an unhealthy breakfast of pancakes drowned in maple syrup, I had asked my father if he had heard the barking through the recent evenings. He confirmed that he had indeed heard the noise and that he had planned on asking the neighbors to keep their pets inside through the nights. It was clear to me that he had not slept as well as he had in the nights before. My father's eyes were sunken slightly, and barely visible dark circles had formed around them. His face seemed longer and more susceptible to frowning than his normal, cheery visage, though it was likely due to the fact that his eyes were so tired-looking. That damn dog, he muttered before finishing his coffee and placing his mug into the sink. My father worked long days as a factory manager. He often had spent his spare time in the building itself to ensure the success of his employees and, more importantly, the future of his job. He had left that morning around 8 and likely wouldn't be home until 8 or shortly after the night. His sleep schedule through the nights where the dog screeching was more apparent was nearly non-existent. He had tasked me with house chores through the days whilst he was away. One such chore was to visit the neighbor and, yes, you guessed it, politely asked them to keep their pets inside, or at the very least quiet through the nights, as he was unsure when he would be able to ask in person. I bid him farewell on this day and finished all other household chores I had been tasked with for the day before noon hour. After baking some homemade sweets and preparing dinner, I had thrown together a dessert package for the neighbors, hoping that this would lessen the blow of my complaint. I rehearsed that I had prepared to say while I walked down the driveway and the 5-minute dirt road to my neighbor's residence. The Whitmers were always kind people, from when I had remembered them. Mrs. Whitmer had passed away, too young as my father would say, much like my mother. Mrs. Whitmer had left to go for a morning jog and had disappeared not 5 minutes from her own home. The difference between the two was that her body was found near the edge of a dense forest by authorities nearly 4 days later, and less than a half-mile from her own front door. The official cause of death was a bear attack, as the body was so horribly mangled and torn apart. Those 5.5 long years without his wife had mentally destroyed Mr. Whitmer. He had become a hollow, cranky, old shell of the former man he was. Mr. and Mrs. Whitmer had always loved to be outside with their vast array of pets, but in the years following Mrs. Whitmer's death, Mr. Whitmer was very rarely seen outside. The one memory that stuck with me about Mrs. Whitmer was one of her telling me various tales of her husband's sweet tooth as she baked me cookies in the evening that my father had led the search party for my mother on the day she went missing. She had passed a year after my mother nearly to the day. I knocked on Mr. Whitmer's door, silently praying that the tray of sweets at the very least would be enough to brighten his mood. After nearly 2 minutes, I reached my hand out to knock again, but jumped back when I heard the lock violently turn, and the door was pulled open. What's this?" he asked with a clear expression of confusion on his face. The old man was considerably more frail than the last time I had seen him, his face riddled with wrinkles, his hair thin and gray. He was slouching toward the open door with his arm holding the door open in such a manner that it appeared that he was using the door to hold himself up. I was afraid he would fall over at any moment. Hi, hello, Mr. Whitmer. I started out while trying desperately to remember the speech I had planned out. I was doing some baking for my dad, and, thought you might want a tray of some homemade sweets and stuff. I awkwardly smiled while holding the tray out for him to take. A warm smile slowly crossed his face as he held up one hand to decline my offer. No, it's quite thoughtful, son, but I haven't been able to eat anything like that in years. My sugar's too high, see? He explained. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Whitmer. I didn't realize. I stammered, feeling my own embarrassment becoming clear on my face. Before I could say anything else, Mr. Whitmer gazed out his front door and towards my house. Your new pup must be driving your father bonkers. He's awful loud, ain't he? Huh? Oh, we don't have a new pup, Mr. Whitmer. Felt chills run down my spine. The gravity of the situation hadn't fully sunk in yet, but it was startling nonetheless. That's why I came. I thought that maybe it was your dog. I trailed off. He slowly adjusted his gaze to me. I think in that moment, both the old man and I had realized the same thing. I apologized to my neighbor for interrupting his day, to which he dismissed and welcomed me over any time. Before you go, he started as I had half turned away from his front door. You'd best stay inside after dark. Don't let your paw out if you can help it, son. His face was pale, filled with fear, though he had obviously been trying to hide it. Clearly this man had known more than he was willing to let on. I nodded and began towards my house. That evening was not unlike most evenings for me. I made and ate dinner alone, prepared a plate for my father's late return, and hand-washed the dishes that I had dirtied. I then made myself comfortable on the living room couch after popping in an old shark movie from the 70s into the DVD player. I wanted to be close to the front door to greet my father upon his return, hence why I chose to reside temporarily within the closest room to the front entrance, the living room. After a particular scene where the antagonist shark of the film jump-scared an old fishing boat, my father had unlocked the front door loudly. The creaky metal lock snapped open, lined up nearly perfectly with the jump scare, and I nearly fell off the couch due to the startling sound my father made. My father entered the house, closing the door behind him as I regained my composure. I must have done a poor job of hiding my temporary fright as he asked if I was all right as soon as he saw me. I then explained the scare he gave me, to which he had a laugh together. He then took off his shoes, warmed his dinner, and joined me for the film's finale. Having seen the movie so often, my father had quoted nearly every memorable line left in the film, and we remarked on the film's greatness as the credits began to roll. My father had begun to feast while I searched through our films for another classic to play. I looked back to my father as soon as I heard the faint, squealing sounds coming from outside. He sat a few feet behind me in his lazy boy armchair, chewing slow and quietly as he listened. Mr. Whitmer, I started, but my father only nodded as he finished chewing, and finished my sentence for me. He doesn't have a dog. I dropped by his place on my way home. I waited. I waited for my father to continue. I waited for my father to express how proud he was of me for making our neighbor's sweets. I wanted for my father to change the topic. I waited for my father to express his theories as to what he believed the barking to be. Finally he spoke. I don't want you going outside for a while. Not if you can help it. I'm going to take time off, and we are going to take a vacation soon. I looked to him with concern. He was raising more questions than he was answering, and I knew that if I was to pry, then he would only become stressed. My father rarely stresses, but when he does, he typically would not calm down for a few hours. I would not want him to lose any extra sleep over stress, as he was likely only getting the bare minimum amount of sleep anyway. My father and I indulged in my homemade sweets while trying to ignore the screaming animal outside. I had prayed that the sounds would eventually fade into background noise, but I could never get used to the wailing no matter how hard I tried. My father had ended up going to bed shortly after 10 o'clock that evening. I decided to text my girlfriend while I finished watching an 80s science fiction robot movie to try and distract myself from the blood-curdling howling coming from my backyard. I did not want to tell my girlfriend about how the screeching had not stopped since our last phone call, due to the lack of answers I possessed as to what was creating the screeching. I was concerned that she would grow to worry for me. Ever figure out why your neighbor's dog keeps barking every night? Beside her text was the little yellow ponder emoji. You know, the one with the little index finger and thumb stroking the chin of the circular head. That's the one. No, not yet. It's probably just some wild animal scaring it. Or maybe it's the mating call of a fox or a coyote. I messaged her back and used the same thinking emoji she had sent me. Now feeling stressed about the mysterious and ever so constant animal howling outside, I decided that I would partake in eating potato chips to cure my anxious thoughts. I may have developed a bad habit of stress eating junk food the night my mother went missing. Now I am by no means obese. I am quite thin as I rarely eat such foods to begin with. However, when I do, I eat a lot at once. I stood up off the couch and paused the film with the television remote. With the soundtrack of the movie now on pause, it was at this point that I had suddenly realized the terror sounds from outside were no longer present. In fact, nearly every sound was gone. It was so quiet that I was positive I could hear the blood rushing from my ears. I heard my heart racing, throbbing in my chest. My slow and shallow breaths came out like blaring bomb sirens when compared to the stillness in that moment. I think it stopped. I texted my girlfriend after a long moment of standing still. I took one step towards the kitchen and froze when I heard a loud crashing sound coming from the basement. I jumped as I heard what sounded like several glass panes smashing to millions of pieces on the downstairs floor. My father had likely heard the crash too, as he was out of his room and down the stairway leading to the second floor in a matter of seconds, his double-barrel shotgun held firmly in hand, his knuckles white as he clutched the gun and, with a satisfying click, he opened the door and popped 2 ammunition shells into the barrel and popped the shotgun closed. I stood motionless, frozen, staring deep into my father's eyes. I was searching for comfort, for anything that would calm me down, anything to tell me that we would be okay and safe. I never found what I was looking for. The hell was that? My father whispered under his breath as he stared behind me and towards the basement door. He kept his eyes trained on that door and never once took his eyes off it. He kept his ears alert and listened for any further sounds, and he kept the shotgun loaded and firmly in his grasp. I didn't reply to him. I simply stood still. After another minute or two of us locked in this situation, tied like puppets by the strings of fear, my father slowly loosened his grip on the gun and brought it down to his side in one hand. Must just be a squirrel, or... Just as quickly as my father had started speaking, he was cut off by the horrible wailing again. The wailing was much louder now. The sound was not coming from outside. This time the sound was coming from the basement, right below us. The window panes on the front door began to rattle, and pictures were violently shaken off the walls. I dropped my phone and brought up my hands to cover my ears. I clenched my teeth and shut my eyes, but no matter how hard I tried, I was unable to prevent the sounds from reaching my ears. My palms grew sweaty and wet. No, not sweat. It was blood. My ears bled and rang. My head pounded. My vision blurred. The whole world began to rapidly spin around me. At some point, my father had grabbed my arm and led me outside in a panic. He led me directly to the deep blue pickup truck that he drove, and I climbed into the passenger seats while he went around to the driver's side and pulled himself inside. He gently tossed the shotgun to the back seat and gripped the steering wheel. After a moment of us both catching our breaths, he looked to me and analyzed my wounds. He too had a small trickle of blood originating from his ears. "Are you hurt?" he asked me breathlessly. "No, I'm fine," I stammered out. What was that thing?" I asked. "Well, I sure can tell you it ain't no bear." He started while he looked around for his keys. After a long moment and his single deep inhale followed by him blowing out all the air in his lungs aggressively through his mouth, he stated, "They're inside." As calmly as he could. I knew what that meant. We were trapped until one of us had decided to leave the temporary safety of the vehicle and head into the monster's new lair to retrieve our salvation. "I'm faster than you are," I began. "No," he said calmly yet firmly. "I can fire the gun. You've shown me before." I said no. My father yelled. His emotions taking control over him. "I've lost your mother to that thing and I ain't losing you to it." It was apparent that he had instantly regretted saying what he had said, as he was likely trying to hide this from me for some time. I wondered if Mr. Whitmer had known about this creature as well. I waited a long while before I asked what had been on my mind. "Lost Mom to what, Dad?" He was silently sobbing for what felt like an eternity before he wiped his eyes and looked over to me. "The night that we lost her." He began slowly, seemingly second-guessing on whether or not he should tell me. I led that search party through the woods and eventually the sun began to set. We were going to pack it in for the night and look again come morning. However, there was a shriek, a small whimper, a cry of some sort. Off in the distance, so a few of us go, flashlights drawn, and we take a look. Well, we turn a few trees and get to where it came from, but there ain't nothing there. We look round and round, but still nothing. Then one of the guys gets the bright idea to look up. I tell you, son, I prayed more in those 5 minutes than I have in my whole life. He paused for about a minute, his gaze fixed to the front door of the house, still wide open with the living room's orange light spilling just outside the front door. The wailing had stopped again, which to me was not any more relief than it had kept going. He stroked his scruffy chin before continuing. Up in that tree there was something big. Looked to be like a really muscular badger, or maybe a wolverine or some sort of small dog. But the thing that glowed from the flashlight's beam was your mother's favorite necklace. It was just there, dangling out of its mouth. That thing was staring at us with its lifeless eyes. Just pure black eyes. It let out its cry. The same one we've been hearing. Just a single yelp and hopped off through the trees. That one was the baby, 'cause something real big, much bigger than it, was following it. He ran like hell out of there. We never found the thing again. Went looking the next day. Didn't find the necklace. If my father had told me this tale any other night, I would have thought he was drunk the night he went searching for my mother all those years ago. However, given the current situation, I believed him. Of course, the police didn't believe us. They thought we had encountered a raccoon in the trees or something else small, I suppose. I gawked at my father. Something caught my eye. Right outside his driver's side window were two small yellow circles simply hovering. I shifted my gaze and peered out his window as he kept talking. I didn't pick up on what he was saying. I only focused on the figure outside his window. I realized too late that the yellow orbs were actually the moon's reflection on the shiny black eyes of the creature. The being smashed its head through the window with ease, its massive hulking canine-like head over my father's lap and in front of his face. Both my father and I had jumped from the terror. The creature began violently shaking its massive head back and forth, opening and closing its maw. Its teeth were a deep yellow and looked more like shark's teeth. They were thick, triangular, and serrated, and the beast had countless rows of these teeth in its snout. Its fur was thick, jet black with matted patches of red. Blood formed around the top and bottom of the creature's head from where it had cut itself on the broken glass. Yet it seemed to be in no pain as it continued to shake its fierce head, snarling and biting the air. Its eyes looked fake. They were bulging orbs of shiny blackness, almost that of a stuffed teddy bear's. Between my screaming and my father's kicking and pounding on the beast's head, he yelled for me to fire the shotgun into the creature's face. I spun around and tried to reach the gun in the back seat. My fingertips managed to graze the gun's handle as a wet, warm splash of liquid drenched my face, accompanied by a sickeningly wet, squishing sound. My father screamed and I wiped my eyes and spat out the copper-tasting fluid. With an extremely deep crunching, more of my father's pained hollering and blood flying everywhere, the beast had pulled my father out the truck door window by his left arm and off into the night. Within seconds I was alone, shaking in shock and in silence. I sobbed before slowly turning around and again reaching for the shotgun. I had not entirely processed what had happened in those short few moments as, when I had retrieved the firearm, I aimed it out the window that the monster had dragged my father out of and whimpered about how I didn't want to shoot my dad, and how the beast was moving too much to get a shot. A series of quiet and fast knocking on my window jolted me back into reality as I spun around, not sure what to expect. Mr. Whitmer stood outside my door, face full of confusion. "Sonny, are you alright? Where's your paw?" he asked. I only screamed something about a dire wolf going rogue, which, of course, had confused him even more so. Through my panicked attempts to warn the old man, he had eventually understood the important parts of my message and turned to go back towards his house. The poor old man hadn't made it 3 feet from my window before the canine creature had appeared seemingly out of nowhere and proceeded to maul the man. He didn't even scream while the attack happened, either because the attack startled him so badly that his heart gave out, or because the animal had attacked his head and neck area to begin with and had killed him instantly. It viciously tore at the man and shook him around as though his corpse was a new chew toy for an overexcited dog. An arm had flown off and cracked my window before leaving a thick streak of blood from the large crack towards the ground. I nearly threw up when I saw the cryptid hold the body in its mouth, stand on its hind legs, place its front paws on the torso of the old man's body, and separate the body in half from the waist. I closed my eyes and listened to the horrible sound of the man being reduced to ribbons only feet away from me. The sound of police sirens and the multicolored flashing lights had been enough to persuade the creature into hiding. I watched as it growled its deep growl and turned a full 180 degrees and sprinted into the dense forest behind my house. I sat there and sobbed, waiting for the officers to collect me. By the time a kind ambulance driver and young police officer had arrived at the truck door, I was dry heaving and on the verge of hyperventilating. There was no physical trauma done to me, so I sat in the back of the ambulance with one of the young police officers and a blanket around me. She explained to me how there was a call from the neighbor's house as the man who placed the call was worried from all the commotion outside. God bless you, Mr. Whitmer, I thought to myself. I then explained to the young woman how the dog-like creature had used its screaming to try and deafen my father and I, about how the animal had broken into the house and about how it dragged my father away, and lastly about the death of Mr. Whitmer. The remains of Mr. Whitmer had only been several long strips of flesh and clothes and a small puddle of blood with the odd bone fragment. His whole right arm was later recovered just under my father's pickup truck on the passenger side. While other officers drew their weapons and examined the surrounding area, I kept insisting to the woman that it was a dog that lived in the trees with rows and rows of teeth, with a horrible screaming and with lifeless coal-black eyes. They recorded the entire incident as a bear attack, of course, and dismissed my story as shock-induced trauma. They found my father, still breathing, however, unconscious, in the backyard, near the tree line. His whole left arm from about the shoulder down was severely shredded. He and I were rushed to the hospital in the ambulance, and he went under immediate surgery on his arm. They could only do so much in terms of nerve repair. However, he was able to keep his arm. He would go through several long months of therapy to regain nearly complete control over his arm and his fingers. He cannot extend any finger in full length, nor can he touch the palm of his hand with his fingertips. However, he has gotten used to using his hand quite well. He is still considerably weaker with that arm than the other, though he was always more dominant in his right arm anyway. As for me, I have received extensive therapy for my daily nightmares. I've had the odd case of that creature returning to me in a state of sleep paralysis, which is a horror story on its own. The truly haunting part is that I haven't heard any sounds since the attack about a year ago. The haunting part is knowing that the creature is out there and still alive. The haunting part is finding out that this creature goes into hiding for 50 weeks out of the year and they come out for 2. The haunting part is hearing the screaming coming from the forest last night, accompanied by another, much louder screaming, much closer screaming. My name is Scott, and I suffer from REM sleep behavior disorder. That's what the doctors tell me anyway. Basically, I act out my dreams during the REM cycle of sleep, which, if I am having a lucid dream, means everything I experience feels much more real. But that's the problem. I don't think it's just some disorder anymore. When I was younger, probably about 12 years old or so, my parents thought it was just me sleepwalking. We moved around a lot because of my dad's work as a construction manager, and I guess they figured it was the stress of moving so often that caused it. But when we finally settled down and didn't go away, my parents decided to seek professional help. I never saw a problem with it personally. Never really felt like I was sleeping. It was more like a meditation state. I was aware of my surroundings, but everything just felt a little off. I would see things that other people couldn't. Fantastical and terrifying creatures that loomed in the dark. But despite my reassurance that there was nothing wrong, I still had to see a somnologist. The building looked brand new. It was small and looked to be freshly painted white. It had a welcoming atmosphere as we walked in, with a receptionist at a desk on the left. "Hello, how are you today?" she asked when she noticed us. My dad responded, "I'm doing well. We're here to see Dr. Caston for my son here." He patted me on the shoulder. They filled out some paperwork for me, and shortly after, I was called back to see him. "Welcome, Scott. My name is Dr. Caston. I'm glad to see you're looking well rested," Dr. Caston said as I walked into his office. "Hey, my name's Scott. I was never great with social interactions. Hello, Dr. Caston. Nice to meet you." He let out a short chuckle. "It's all right. Please have a seat." He gestured to the chair sitting across from his desk. "Now, I would like to ask you a few questions before we get started. I already talked to your parents, but I would like to get your version of everything as well. Before I prescribe you any medications, that is." He had that wise old man feel about him, but only looked to be in his 30s or so. "When did this all start?" he asked me when I finally sat down. "About 2, maybe 2.5 years ago, I think. We finally settled down and my parents figured it was just sleepwalking or something," I said with a hint of nervousness. "Have you noticed a lessening of symptoms since you have settled down? Any new symptoms, perhaps?" he asked inquisitively. "No, not really. It just all feels real in the moment. I see things that don't quite make sense." "I didn't hear about this from your parents, but it isn't uncommon. In the case you are having lucid dreams, the added movements of this potential condition could make your dreams feel that much more real. You find yourself questioning reality?" He was asking this question in a weird direction, but he was the doctor. "Well, the dreams do feel real. Almost like I'm meditating, but with my eyes open." He wrote something down in a notepad. "What type of things do you see?" He seemed to be very interested. "Ghosts, creatures that I can't find anywhere online, impossible entities I can't describe." He jotted something else down. "Well, from what I have gathered from you and your parents, I believe this should be a rather simple fix. I'm going to prescribe you melatonin at a strength of 10 mg. This is typically only meant for adults, but based on the severity of your case, I believe it will do you well and won't be harmful. Talk to your parents if symptoms worsen, or if nothing changes. Have a good day, Scott." He wrote something down on a sheet of paper and called my parents in as I walked out the door. The medicine only really seemed to affect my movement. I wouldn't sleepwalk anymore. However, that just meant the things I was seeing would come closer to me. They never touched me or anything, so I figured that was the best solution. That was, of course, until recently. I never stopped seeing those things. In fact, as I grew older, I could see them more often. They also drew closer every night. It wasn't significant enough to notice at first, but eventually, they began touching my arms and legs in my sleep. The feeling of their hands was surreal, like something that was never meant to be felt, as if the cosmos itself turned into a living organism. Since it started, I had been waking up more exhausted. I have felt there had to be a correlation, so I did the only thing I could think of. I decided to go see a somnologist. It wasn't the same one, but I had been seeing this one for the past few years. The building was a bit larger than the one I went to as a child. It was painted brown and had a much more open lounge room with comfortable brown leather chairs. "Scott?" I heard the receptionist say. "You're back earlier than expected. I hope everything is going well." I think she noticed my bags, but didn't want to say anything. "I feel like $1,000,000. I responded drowsily. "Is Dr. Kent ready to see me?" "Yeah, you know where to go," she said before going back to something on her computer. "Hey, it's me." I tried to sound as cheerful as possible to mask the exhaustion. "Scott, please take a seat." He generally had a cheerful exposition, but he sounded a bit more serious today. "I see you've been having trouble sleeping." He gestured to my face, which I took as him pointing out the bags. "Yeah, well, I'm not quite sure how to describe what's been going on. Generally, my sleep is like sleep paralysis. You know how it goes. But lately, the figures have been touching my arms and legs, sometimes rubbing just over my heart as well. I know it's just a dream, but the feeling is so real." "Please elaborate." He sounded more serious. I couldn't tell if he thought I was crazy, or if he was just trying to figure out what was happening. Well, maybe not real, so much as it does unreal. Like, the feeling feels real, but the sensation is indescribable. Also, I pulled up my long-sleeve shirt. In my dream, one of them scraped a fingernail up my forearm, but I can see it. I got closer to show him. "Have you gotten any animals as of late?" he asked. "No, just my goldfish." There was a pause. "Doc, I'm not saying I think they're real, but is there any reason this could happen? Maybe a reaction to my meds? Anything?" "No, not the reaction to the meds. Though it may be that you're building a tolerance to them so you're able to move in your sleep again. Then your brain is coming up with reasons for the sensations you are feeling in your sleep. I can up your dosage if you believe that will help, but you're already pushing it with how much you're currently taking." "Sure, it might, I guess." I wasn't really sure of my response, but I had to try something. As night approached and I got ready for bed, I took what he ended up recommending, which was basically just under what would cause me permanent brain damage. As I slept, I saw them again. There was more than I had ever seen, all poking and prodding at me. At one point, one of the things that appeared to be an old woman grabbed my arm and began moving my fingers like she was inspecting them. The whole night my adrenaline was pumping and I felt exhausted. My anxiety peaked when one of them that I can't describe stuck their hand into my arm and I lost all feeling in it until I woke up. I was drained physically, as well as something else that I can't quite explain. Spiritually. I decided to do some research to see if anyone else had any similar experiences. Considering my arm was still a little numb, I wanted to get any and all answers I could. It eventually led me to some forums about paranormal experiences, typically in a dreamlike state. Someone's retelling of their recurring sleep paralysis episodes that eventually started affecting them in real life had a lot of attention. Things like scratches that they could have caused on their own, as well as some unexplainable bruises. Some people were talking about their personal experiences. One in particular caught my eye. "Yeah, I have similar experiences. My doctor prescribed me some medication, but it just made them worse." The comment was a few months old, but I decided to try and get in contact with them. I first tried just replying to the comment, but after a few hours, I decided I should take more direct measures. I found their email through some questionable means and sent them one. It mostly was just a few questions about if they had found a way to deal with the dreams, and if they found a solution through therapy or anything like that. It was about 8 hours later or so, just as I was getting ready for bed when I got a response, but it wasn't one I was expecting. Someone had responded to my comment, "Hey, just thought you might want to know. I did some digging and apparently this guy was sent to a mental institution recently. A few days ago he was found dead. They labeled it as a heart attack in his sleep or something. Hope you figure out whatever you need to, my guy." That was it. Just some stranger telling me the guy died. Sure, it was sad, but it wasn't helpful at all. That's what I thought at first anyway, but the longer I dwelled on it, the more everything made sense to me. He was on medication for some sort of sleep disorder because of whatever he saw in his sleep. He was eventually sent to a mental institution, then died in his sleep by heart attack. Whatever the guy had, it must have been similar to what I've got. The scratches and bruises, weird visions in his sleep. I began to worry that I may have something similar happening to me. I responded to the stranger, "Hey, do you know anyone I might be able to talk to? What he's talking about feels awfully familiar and I could use some help." Unfortunately, they never responded. So, instead of taking my usual medications, I decided to do something I hadn't since I was a child. Or rather, I decided to not do something. I didn't take any medication. It took a little while to fall asleep, but eventually it came to me. The things were much more handsy. They were holding my entire body down while others gathered around me. I couldn't move no matter what I tried. The sensation of their hands going into different limbs prevented any movement whatsoever. It was an agonizingly long dream, though I don't know if that's what I would call it. All of their poking and prodding from that night was easily visible in the morning. There were even a few bloodstains I noticed as I stumbled out of bed. The numbness was unrelenting, so I called in sick for work. I had to get everything situated. I couldn't go to sleep if I wanted to keep whatever was happening from happening. I continued to do some research and found a few pages that claimed things like keeping a crystal beside you as you slept, typically some form of quartz, or burning sage in the house would keep spirits away. While I'm not certain that's what they were, I wanted to see if I could potentially do anything that could stop these things from touching me. So I went to a pawn shop that I knew I had seen some quartz at and bought some. Next, I went to a gardening shop and picked up some sage. A big bundle of it. Of course, I also picked up some salt from another store. It may just be a bunch of hogwash, but I wanted to take every possible precaution. So I had to pick up some salt. That night, I was ready. I had a necklace with a cross, a piece of quartz to hold in my hand as I slept. I burned an entire bundle of sage and left a little burning in an ashtray near my bed, and I had made a salt circle where I could around my bed. I thought I was prepared, that nothing could even get near me, that they wouldn't be able to touch me again. That's what I thought, but boy was I wrong. For the first few hours or so, they did actually keep their distance. I was able to sit up on account of the fact that I had not taken any of my meds in the past 2 days, but I didn't dare move out of the salt circle. I couldn't actually tell what was holding them back, but if it was the salt, I didn't want to take any chances. So I just sat there, turning my head to look at all the figures standing around me, but my count, it was probably around 15. But I couldn't be certain. They were all just standing just out of reach of my bed. That wasn't until one of them that I could feel the power of began to walk to the front of the group. Somehow, I could tell that it was stronger than the rest, as if it could subconsciously sense an aura and my brain was telling me run away. A weak barrier like this could not hold me back. It was the first time I had heard one of them speak. Its voice was deep and gravelly, with no noticeable accent, like a war vet who had seen their fair share of death and smoked a pack a day to deal with it. If you simply give your body to me, everything will be over with. You will not have to deal with any of us anymore. Just then, it grabbed my heart. The pain was immeasurable. like talons stabbing straight into my heart. 1, 2, 3. My heart was still beating, but much slower than normal. Just give in and your body will not have to die, boy. It sounded nervous. Like it wasn't sure if it was doing it was right. 1, 2, 3. Still beating. Why? Was all I could manage to get out. The reasoning is beyond you, boy. Now give it up. He screamed that last part in desperation. I suddenly remembered the crystal that I had been holding in my hand and stabbed the thing in the arm with it. What happened appeared to be the crystal absorbing some sort of energy from the thing's arm. It jolted its arm back and suddenly dissipated into nothingness without saying a word. The other things followed its lead, leaving me in a blank room. Something I hadn't seen in my dreams in so long. When I awoke, I had a slight pain where my heart was, but aside from some mild irritation, it appeared to be fine. I scheduled an appointment for an MRI and went into work. Everything was fine and I rarely see any creatures in my dreams anymore. But from time to time, sometimes in my dreams, sometimes in day-to-day life, I occasionally catch a glimpse of that thing out of the corner of my eye. But no matter how much I try to focus on it, I can never get a good look. I'm posting this using a VPN and whatever additional security precautions I can take to avoid being found. I'm posting this here so authorities have the grounds to doubt my story's authenticity. So my story isn't immediately litigious. But for the people, please listen to me. I wouldn't wish what happened to me on my worst enemy. I will never be able to see the world the same way, and I will probably never get an explanation for what happened. If I do, it will more than likely result in my death, like in a comfortable ignorance. I am not telling you this to poison you. I am telling you this so you can avoid confirming it for yourself. Treat this story like Schrodinger's cat. As long as you avoid any possible experience in which you may have to confront the reality I have, your comfortable existence will never be threatened. I rely pretty heavily on the MTA. The subway station in New York City for those who are unfamiliar. I use it every day to get to work, to get home, to meet Tinder dates at restaurants, to go to friends' apartments. Before the pandemic, MTA cars in Manhattan were usually at least half full, sometimes even so full during the day, you were standing with your back and front pressed up against someone else's elbow or backpack. Once the pandemic hit, the number of subway cars dwindled, but the cars were still always sparsely packed. A heavy air of gloom hanging in the 6-foot spaces between masked riders. As vaccination rates have been going up, and infection rates have been going down, the subway cars are getting fuller again. In my 6 years living in Manhattan, I'm not sure if I've ever been alone on a subway car. It drives me crazy to look back on now. I'm sure it must have happened at some point, but almost all of my memories in the subway are marked by the presence of other people, the bizarre interactions with strangers, the avoidance of the belligerently drunk, the search to find a seat in a packed car. It's hard to believe this has never happened, but I have no way of proving that it has. A week ago on Saturday, I was coming back from a friend's place. I was a bit tipsy, I'll confess, but nowhere near drunk enough to misremember any of what happened. It was around 3 a.m. Late, but not late enough for the entirety of Manhattan to be in bed. I had taken drunken train rides home from bars and parties plenty of times around the same hour and was usually surrounded by people doing the same thing. I was waiting for the Q train. I was at 49th and needed to go to 8th. It was only 6 stops. There was a good handful of people on the platform. A disheveled man sitting on a bench surrounded by stained bags. A clearly intoxicated couple lovingly swaying together. Some other folks I don't remember. I walked down to a part of the platform where there was no one else waiting, just as COVID protocol. I was still near people, but they were far enough they'd probably be taking their own cars. I was tired, heavy-lidded, and I leaned against a pole while I waited. The subway came in about 5 minutes, and I waited for a second as the door slid open in case anyone needed to get out. Upon walking in, I noticed the car was completely empty. Like I said, I can't confirm I've never been on an empty subway car. I can't even confirm the emptiness was the cause of what happened. My very human brain is just begging for some rational explanation, some conclusion to draw. It's the best I can do. I was surprised by how eerie the empty car felt. The fluorescent lights reflected off the plastic seats, highlighting miscellaneous stains and patches. The automated voice announcing the closing of the doors ricocheted off the walls with no low chattering to muffle it. I sat in the middle of the car, leaned my head back, and closed my eyes. Only for a second. I'd done it before. I had the incredibly useful and maybe explicitly New Yorker talent of being able to exist in the liminal space of sleep and still listen for my stop. Or I thought I did. When I heard 8th Street, I thought it seemed strange. I didn't feel like I'd fully drifted into sleep, but I also didn't feel like the train had already made it through 5 stops. I didn't hear any of them announce, and I could have sworn I hadn't had my eyes closed for more than a minute. But I chalked it up to being drunker than I'd thought. I opened my eyes expecting at least a couple more people in the car, having accumulated throughout the stops, but it was still empty. At this point, I couldn't think much of it. It was creepy, but so was 3 a.m. in general. My mom used to tell me nothing good happens between 3 and 4 a.m. The well-documented witching hour. I just wanted to get back to my apartment. I got off the car, expecting to see a few people get off the other cars and a few people waiting on the platform. Nothing. It was completely empty. Okay, I thought. Maybe the city does sleep. But then as I started towards the exit, I looked into the other cars out of habit. Completely empty. The cars I'd seen people getting into, I guess they got off, I reasoned. 8th Street was usually a pretty busy stop. It was near NYU and Lower East Side, attracting a much younger and more energetic crowd, and there were almost always people buzzing around at any hour. But again, I chalked it up to coincidence and walked out to the exit, through the turnstile and up the stairs. I spilled out to the street looking down at my phone, and it wasn't until I looked up that my heart stopped all at once, and then crawled up into my throat and started throbbing so fast I was sure I would die right then and there. I struggled with pretty bad anxiety for a good portion of my life, and that usually came along with episodes of intense dissociation. I read once a good grounding technique was to confirm to yourself that you're not in a dream. To do this, you could pinch the skin between your thumb and forefinger. If your fingers went right through the skin, it meant you were dreaming, and if the skin was real and tangible, you were awake. I quickly reached to pinch my skin, shaking with fear, knowing in my heart my hand would feel as solid as it always did. And of course it did. The city was recognizable in that nauseating way the weirdly familiar photos of empty grocery stores and movie theater lobbies are. The sidewalks were still organized in grids, and the encroaching plethora of skyscrapers and vague storefronts still marked the skyline, but everything was built in ways I couldn't quite comprehend. The skyscrapers twisted and curved like knotty trees, in ways that seemed architecturally impossible. And they were dilapidated, empty stores with broken windows sitting directly next to glowing, monolithic buildings that looked newly built. The sky was cloaked in a brothy, muddy gray smog that was no doubt impenetrable by sunlight. It was so low it obscured the top halves of skyscrapers. I could see columns of thick white smoke funneling into the air in multiple places, coming from nondescript buildings. It was impossibly warm, the kind of smoggy warmth that sticks to your skin and bloats your lungs. I couldn't differentiate from night or day. The only light was that of the functioning storefronts, light that almost made me feel epileptic. Some storefronts played quick, looping video clips. Some had flashing neon lights that were so bright they didn't feel appropriate for human eyes. Some were entirely shrouded in what looked like floor-length computer screens that featured hyper-realistic graphics of scantily clad women beckoning in passerby, or a spinning wheel of the products the stores presumably sold. And there were passers-by. That was the worst part. The city was still alive. The streets were thickly lined with tents, cardboard boxes, propped up sheets, overstuffed shopping carts, and cramped sprawls of sleeping or stupefied humans. It was so condensed some of them were sleeping on the limbs of others. They were all deathly pale with bloodshot eyes, and many of them seemed to be covered in what can only be described as full-body cystic acne. It was only then I realized the constant gravelly sound I'd been barely processing the whole time. The sound of asphalt being crunched by tires was their coughs. They were coughing constantly, in between sentences, in their sleep. I noticed a few of them looking at me with dopey eyes, like they could barely understand the visual information their eyes were feeding them, like visual overstimulation had regulated them to a state of near blindness. However, right next to these people walked seemingly upright and healthy people, many wearing suits and carrying briefcases. Their clothes didn't seem to move right, like they were made out of some stiff, impervious material that fought the movement of their bodies. It took me a couple seconds to realize they were all wearing masks and glasses. The masks weren't the N95s coronavirus had made widespread. They looked more like the plastic sheaths that feed into an oxygen tank, completely covering their faces from just below their eyes to under their chin. They all had tiny blinking lights on the sides. Most were green, a few were red, but besides the masks, they were also all wearing glasses. Just like in the New York City I was used to, the glasses came in all shapes and sizes. Some wore tiny horn-rimmed glasses, others wore circular, tortoiseshell ones, but all of the lenses were tinted a cloudy gray, and all of the hinges featured the same pinprick lights on the masks. I noticed many of them looking at me as they walked by, but I was so overwhelmed by what I was seeing I wasn't yet able to feel threatened. The atmosphere was starting to affect me. My skin was prickling with sweat, but stinging in a strange way I wasn't accustomed to. My lungs were foggy and felt filled with fluid. My eyes were darting around, trying to avoid the blinding blue light of the storefronts. It was only then that my brain moved on from visual sensory overload to an olfactory one. The air smelled. I could swear it was 3 or 4 smells wrapped into one invisible braid, rotating in the air and releasing each scent individually for a minute or two before releasing the next. First, there was the mechanical smell of gasoline and a nearby fire. Then there was the acrid tang of hot garbage. Then there was the worst one, rotting meat. Maybe what I would imagine as the smell of sizzling flesh. The 3 smells shifted back and forth, churning my stomach. As the heat swallowed me and the smell singed my nasal passages, I turned back around to vomit when I was faced with what I still assumed would be the entry of the subway stop I'd come from. But the sign was no longer there. There was still the descending staircase, just as decrepit as before, but now there was a steel door frame positioned directly in front of the staircase with a battered sign hanging off the top. The sign read 21. There was a red light blinking underneath the numbers. Now I really started to panic, and lost in a haze of complete bewilderment, I just stood shocked still watching the flurry of well-dressed people, many of whom looked at me with raised eyebrows. I saw a few of them pull out phones, which were still surprisingly recognizable, although many of them were so thin they were almost pliable like fabric and appeared to melt into the hands of the user. And their screens glowed so bright the light coming off of them almost looked like a white pillar. I then noticed that, although everyone was wearing similar glasses and masks and stiff-looking clothing, some people walked individually, while others seemed to be attached to people. It was mostly women attached to men. The man would walk in front and the woman follow closely behind, attached at the waist by this diaphanous, almost invisible band that would retract and tighten with ease. I tried to see how many people were attached to others, but the band was so thin and they walked so fast that I quickly gave up. It all felt like a car crash I couldn't look away from. I just stood there, dumbfounded for an amount of time I am unable to quantify. It could have been a minute. It could have been 10 hours. The light didn't change. The air didn't change, and the never-ending stream of almost identical people, that didn't stop. Neither did the perpetual throaty coughs of the people on the street. Finally, unsure of any other option, I turned back around to the staircase. It felt unnatural, and I almost expected to be immediately punished for doing so, but upon walking down, I saw the same turnstiles that were usually at the station entrance. Although now they seemed to be turned into some kind of exhibit. There was a plaque on one of them with a date and a small description of what a turnstile was. Next to the turnstiles, what was usually an emergency exit door with a push bar was now a giant plexiglass door that reached from ceiling to floor. Plain black lettering at the top read 21, and underneath it, small lettering that read $45,000. There was a blinding white screen next to it that looked reminiscent of a credit card reader or some kind of payment mechanism. I fumbled at it for a second before realizing it was a futile effort. I could barely see the screen, nor did I have whatever payment method it clearly needed. In accordance with many of the New York nights I had before everything changed, I didn't have train fare and would have to jump the turnstile. Arms trembling, so weak they could barely push me up. I popped myself up on the metal sides of the turnstile and prepared to push myself over. Where I would usually sail over the turnstiles and land on the other side, I hit some sort of invisible wall with an audible thud. Whatever I hit was freezing cold and launched me to the opposite side of the entrance. The wind was knocked out of me and my body landed hard on the gritty floor. As I struggled to catch my breath, I heard footsteps approaching. I was weak and sore and exhausted, and I couldn't look up to see who it was. I couldn't even be scared. I wasn't even sure I wanted to go back to whatever normal was, after knowing this existed and was somehow plausible at some point in mankind's progression. I just laid back and stared at the blinking fluorescent light on the ceiling, which was eventually obscured by the head of what appeared to be a businessman leering over me. The mask and glasses erased any semblance of humanity. He approached me just as cold and clinically as his appearance suggested. It was terrifying to be acknowledged by him, recognizing I was truly here, in this moment, perceptible. But now, here, with this man addressing me directly, I could no longer pretend I was some invisible soul trapped in a temporary nightmare. You're not supposed to be here. I'm sure you know that. I nodded weakly. He turned away and I could hear his footsteps retreat, brief shuffling and then return. He looked down at me holding up a comically oversized syringe. This hurts less than you'd think. It'll only last a second and then you're done. It's worse than ending up as an attachment. He paused for a second. Probably. Before I could ask what an attachment was, I felt a jolt of searing pain in my thigh so intense it made my muscles seize and spasm. Then, within a second, I woke up in a sticky pool of, ostensibly, my own blood. Are you okay? I craned my neck upward to see a wobbling, elderly woman positioned above me, eyebrows knitted with concern. Above her was a clear blue sky, and the very visible tops of tall, dimly lit buildings. The streets bustled with cars, but the sound of gravel crunching was only that of the tires. The air was cool and dry and breathable. I looked down and could see the pool of blood, blossoming outwards towards my hands in crimson rivulets on the sidewalk. I looked back up and the woman was still standing over me. That's a pretty big fall. She motioned at the building directly in front of me. I can't imagine you're coming from that. My legs were broken. I knew that immediately. Maybe paralyzed. I was supposed to be dead. I knew that too. I would have to go through the rest of my life knowing I am supposed to be dead. Could you call an ambulance? Was all I could muster. It's a week later, and although I am partially ambulatory with a wheelchair, my brain is permanently immobilized by the thought that I will come into contact with what I saw again at some point in the future, and even possibly have to live in it permanently. I'm not sure how long I'll be able to exist here, in the now. The few times I've left my apartment, I've caught glimpses of the well-dressed businessmen in their masks and glasses, following from a safe distance but quickly turning corners as soon as I look in their direction. I feel the suspicion from my friends. No one quite knows what happened, and my story has changed a few times due to the brain fog and general terror that have yet to lift. But I am terrified to tell them. I am terrified to tell anyone what happened, knowing it's possibly the businessmen may just be waiting for me to tell, knowing my entire future could be predicated on whether or not I cave to the unbearable weight of this one huge secret. Whether or not I actually want to live is something I'll have to come to terms with over the next few weeks. Found the suicide note they left in my apartment, in my handwriting, addressing certain close friends and close family members of mine by name. In my voice too, written the way I write, in a way that could only be emulated by someone incredibly intimate with me. Maybe only myself. If you were ever about to step in an empty subway car, turn around and never look back. Again, I can't promise the emptiness was the reason this happened, but it feels good to pretend I have some plausible handle on what happened. It feels good to pretend that there is a viable way for other, unpoisoned people to avoid the possibility of seeing what I saw. I can't promise you'll never go there, and I surely can't promise you'll make it back if you do. But I can promise you that there is something terrible out there, waiting for us, encroaching on us slowly. We don't even notice it. I can promise you hell is real, and it is made by man. If you have the ability, just walk home. My wife Alicia and I decided to move to a new neighborhood for a change of pace, and I guess we got what we wanted. My first impression of the new place was quiet. Our old house was much closer to the city, and there were always noise, traffic, people talking, music, dogs barking. I never realized how much it had bugged me until we left. The house the realtor showed us was huge, easily twice the size of our last one. 2 stories, a double garage, and a recently renovated kitchen. To be honest though, the yard was the part that sold me. It was enormous, fenced on both sides for privacy while the back was open to a forest we were told went on for miles. Alicia and I always dreamed of starting a family, and this seemed like the perfect place. I could already picture myself building a treehouse and maybe a swing set for our future kids to play on. We hardly even needed to discuss it. We both knew this house was meant for us. By the next week, we were unpacking boxes into our new home. Felt like a dream come true. One by one, our new neighbors came by to welcome us and drop off food or gifts. They were all so much friendlier than the standoffish loners and drunk college kids that we'd lived near before. And we were ecstatic. Everything seemed so perfect, and then it started to get weird. The last visitor came by while we were in the middle of eating one of the delicious casseroles that had been so kindly dropped off earlier. She was a short, round woman who introduced herself as Marjorie, with a strong southern accent. But y'all can call me Marge. Our conversation started off nice enough. She asked about us and how we were settling in. She sort of reminded me of my own mother, who lived across the country. We were all laughing at one of the many jokes she'd cracked when she leaned in close with an out-of-place, conspiratorial look on her face. Y'all aren't planning on getting any pets, were ya? I shook my head. Good. You'd better not. Alicia gave a nervous smile, unsettled just as I was by the sudden change in tone. Why not? Marge looked around as though checking for eavesdroppers, which I found ridiculous. You haven't noticed how quiet it is? She had dropped her voice low, and there was a quiet urgency to it that made me nervous. I shrugged in response, and Marge suddenly locked eyes with me. There was a mad light in her eyes that made me feel like maybe Marge wasn't all there. Listen, bad things happen around here to pets. Any animals, really. I tried for a chuckle to diffuse the sudden tension, but it fell flat. Marge's gaze sharpened. It isn't funny, boy. You seen any squirrels here? Birds? I hadn't. It wasn't unusual. I didn't really pay much attention to the wildlife, but even as I listened, the woods outside were silent. No birds sang in the trees, and I couldn't even hear any crickets chirping, which was definitely not normal on a summer night this warm. He doesn't like the animals, Marge said absently. What? Alicia said, shaking her head. What the hell are you talking about, Marge? I could see Alicia's discomfort in the curl of her shoulders and the shakiness of her voice. Suddenly I'd had enough of this strange woman coming into my house and scaring us with her paranoia. Thanks for coming by, Marjorie, but I think we'd better get back to our dinner. I made to usher her out the door, but she threw up her hands. Wait. She looked frantically between us. Please, let me speak. Just 2 minutes. I frowned, but didn't move to stop her as she continued talking. Haven't you seen the crime rate around here? I shook my head, but Alicia nodded. It's almost 0, isn't it? Marge nodded. This is one of the safest neighborhoods in the country. We're safe here because he protects us. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Whether it was caused by the topic of discussion or the dropping temperatures outside, I couldn't say. Who, Marge? Alicia asked, her voice almost a whisper. He isn't. He doesn't have a name, no. Marge's words were quick, and she stumbled as she spoke. We call him the Guardian, if we call him anything at all. Every rational bone in my body screamed at me to throw this mad woman out of my home, but the conviction burning in her eyes was strong enough that I felt I had to hear her out. He doesn't like to be noticed. He stays in the woods mostly, but we, the neighborhood, we have to deal with him. We provide for him, and he protects us. I had a question, and I wasn't sure I wanted an answer. Provide? What? I asked with trepidation. Bones. Marge replied, whispering with a feverish intensity. Any kind. Scraps from dinner usually, but the hunters will give him almost everything from their kills. And if you don't give, he takes. That explains why there aren't any animals, I thought wryly. Marge was staring at us. Alicia looked like she was trying to process all of the craziness, but I was just tired. All right, Marge, I said, perhaps not as kindly as I could have. Maybe I'll give this guardian my next wishbone. Marge growled. Honest to God, the old woman growled at me. I don't want you to regret moving here, she snapped. I won't, I assured her. She glared at me, then stomped out of the house and slammed the door behind her like a spoiled kid. There were several long moments of silence, then I exhaled loudly. Well, that was sure something, I said. Alicia snorted. Yeah, she's crazy. I hummed in agreement and we went back to our dinner, which was unpleasantly cold by now. We ate in silence, both thoroughly creeped out by our new neighbor. Not creeped out enough, though, to keep us up. By the time we finished eating, it was almost 11, and a long day of unpacking left us exhausted. We practically collapsed into bed and fell asleep immediately. I dreamed that night, but forgot what about as soon as I woke up. There was just a lingering sense of unease, the kind that made me want to check under my bed for monsters like I was a child again. Chalked it up to a new house and ghost stories on the brain. Didn't mean anything. The next day went the same as the one before. We didn't have much to unpack, so it was quick work. But I enjoyed daydreaming about what we could do with the house as I set up furniture. This one could be the nursery, I said, pointing out a small bedroom next to ours. Alicia grinned at me. I was overjoyed by the new house and the possibilities that came with it, but throughout the day, I couldn't shake a vague sense of fear. I felt like something was watching me, which was ridiculous. There was hardly anyone around. I kept sparing furtive glances over my shoulder anyway, making sure that nothing lurked in the dark doorways. I fell into a kind of trance as I worked, and it was broken only by the grumble of my stomach. As I came back to the real world, I noticed the sun was starting to set, streaking the sky red and orange. I had been working for longer than I had planned, and it was a good few hours past dinner time now. I found Alicia downstairs cleaning the bathroom. She'd done the same thing as me and was surprised by how late it was. We both quickly agreed not to bother cooking. We were exhausted and starving, now that we paid attention. I volunteered to pick up some fried chicken. It wasn't a hearty home-cooked meal, but it was food, and that's all I really wanted. We ate like starved beasts around the kitchen table, shoveling down handfuls of fries and gnawing on chicken wings right down to the bones. The bones. Alicia and I seemed to have that thought at the same time, because we both looked at the small, neat pile of bare chicken bones, destined for the compost bin. Should we? Alicia started. I'm a rational man. I don't believe in ghost stories, but there was some inexplicable urge that told me I needed to listen to Marge. Maybe it would make Alicia, hell, and me feel better. If nothing else, at least it would fertilize the grass a little. I nodded at her, and we finished our dinner with little conversation. Once the table was cleared, I gathered the fragile bones in my hands and headed to the back door. Alicia followed at my heels. We didn't say a word as we left the house and walked through the backyard towards the tree line. The sun was almost completely down, bathing everything in an inky blue light. The quiet of the woods and the thick heat in the air felt oppressive, like it trapped any words I might have said inside my mouth. Got the feeling that this was a ritual meant to be completed in silence. As we reached the basis of the first towering pines, the unofficial marker of where our property ended and the wilderness began, I knelt almost reverently and placed the bones in a small pile on the ground, sheltered in a hollow between two tree roots. They glowed a milky off-white in the fading dusk. Then we turned and walked back to the safety and light of our home. We didn't look back, not when we felt the presence of something watching us. Unseen, gaze boring into our backs, and certainly not at the soft crackle of branches and leaf litter. Whatever was out there, I had no desire to lay eyes on it. We kept our eyes forwards until we were safely inside with the door locked behind us. Once inside, I sagged against the wall and let out a harsh breath. Adrenaline was pulsing through my veins and my heart pounded. For no reason at all, I felt a deep terror. I was a grown man reduced almost to hysterics by a spooky story and some broken branches. From the looks of it, Alicia felt the same way. What the hell was that? Alicia panted. I just shook my head. I didn't know and I didn't want to find out. I slept better that night, strangely. And the next day, the weird paranoia I'd been feeling had disappeared. I didn't want to believe that it was related to Marge's story, but I couldn't help seeing the connection. An uneasy feeling when we didn't provide any bones, which vanished as soon as we did. Alicia and I settled into a routine after a little while. We left Bones out a couple times a week, and while they were always gone by morning, we never saw or heard anything unusual. Honestly, there was no proof at all that anything lurked out in those woods, other than the feeling of being watched that I got whenever I went near the forest. It was entirely possible that we were just paranoid idiots being pranked by our neighbors. Well, until last night. The day had been perfectly normal. Alicia and I had both started our new jobs by this point, and after work we made ourselves some damn good ribs on the barbecue. Once we finished eating, we dropped the bones off at the tree line, a process that was a lot less terrifying now than it used to be. We fell asleep a few hours later. I woke up to a horrible noise. To my tired brain it sounded like the world was ending. Then it came again, A few seconds later, and I was able to place it as an animal screeching. I sighed and got up to close the window, knowing that I probably wouldn't get much more sleep. Then something much, much larger than a typical woodland creature slammed into the side of the house, rattling the windows, and my heart stopped in my chest. "David?" Alicia asked sleepily from behind me. "What the hell was that?" I didn't answer, just crept towards the open window. Something screamed again, high and loud and terrifyingly close. I wasn't sure I wanted to see what was out there. I heard another scream, this one unmistakably human and in pain. "Calling 911. Alicia whispered into the gloom. I grabbed the edge of the windowsill and slowly, carefully moved so I could see out the window. I immediately wished I hadn't. The first thing I noticed was a man's face, not even 2 feet from my own, which is unnerving to see from the second story. He was dangling from a piece of vinyl siding, his face contorted in pain, or what I could see of it, at least. He was wearing a ski mask that obscured most of his features. It occurred to me in a disconnected way that he was probably trying to break into our house. I was immediately distracted from that startling realization by what I noticed next. My brain processed it in pieces. Snapshots. Long, thin claws sunk deep into flesh. An inhuman skull with a mouth of misshapen teeth bared in a grin. A too large figure with limbs bent in places there should be no joints. I bit back a scream. This beast was enormous, tall enough to reach my window if it stood, but right now it seemed preoccupied with ripping the would-be criminal from the side of my house. Its claws were each easily the length of my forearm, wickedly sharp and slick with blood. As I watched the creature slash downwards, claws tearing through the man's skin like paper, and he howled in agony. I was frozen. Neither side deserved my help, but I couldn't just stand there. I heard sirens in the distance, and I prayed that they would arrive soon. The creature had clearly heard them too. It tilted its head to the side in an eerily human gesture, then reared up on 2 legs. For a long moment I was looking at it face to face. A deer skull with empty, rotted eye sockets and teeth too sharp to be a deer's. An enormous rack of antlers jutted out from its head. Despite the fact that this thing was made of dead and decomposing parts, I could tell that there was something alive in there. It was looking at me. Then the scene was lit up with red and blue flashing lights as the police arrived. The creature dropped down, grabbing the burglar in a crushing grip against its gaping ribcage. It spared me a final glance, then shambled off to the forest on 3 legs. I heard the man's whimpers fade into silence. I didn't move a muscle until the police came looking for me. They took a statement and investigated the side of my house, which looked like it had been hit by a truck. I floated through the whole ordeal. I knew they wouldn't find any evidence of foul play, and I was right. At the end of the day, they declared that I had witnessed an attack by a wild animal. They also heavily suggested that I was hallucinating. I knew what I saw, though. There was something living in those woods. Some creature made of bones and dead things. Or better or worse, we were under its protection. I was raised in a Christian home and went to church every Sunday. I've been going to the same church all my life until I eventually graduated and went to college in 2014. My dad wasn't always able to come to church with my mother and I, because sometimes he had to work on Sundays in a genetics lab. The church was small, and I never mingled with the other kids in my youth group. I didn't go to the same school as them, and they were often in their own cliques. I was mostly quiet around them, but I usually had conversations with my youth pastor. However, I did have 2 close friends at the youth group, May and Max. They were siblings. May is 2 years older than Max, and he is 1 year younger than me. May was tall, had long brown hair, blue eyes, and her facial features made it look like she had a smirk on her face at all times. She had a friendly personality and always asked questions to people she talked to. May took karate for 8 years and got a black belt, but she had to quit after getting badly injured in a sparring match. Max had a pair of green glasses, brown eyes, and short black hair. He was shy, but as I reached out to him and his sister, we became good friends. He was into Marvel and DC comics, and whenever I asked him about a character in the comics, he would ramble everything about the character as if he was an encyclopedia. Their father worked the same genetics lab as my father, and their mother died in a tragic car accident. Although May was very friendly to everyone around her, something always felt off about her. When she talks and asks things like, "How was your week at school?" her voice always sounded like she was reading a script. She hardly displayed any emotions whenever she was having a conversation. This made her seem robotic, but whenever I asked people in the youth group about it, they told me that they didn't notice anything wrong with her. Max wasn't like this in the slightest. When he gets interested in a conversation, he is full of energy and gets bubbly. Whenever I ask May for a social media account or phone number to contact her, she always gives the same response in a gentle tone with no hesitation. "I'll give it to you later." If I tell her that she said that last time, she just repeats what she said in the same tone. It felt a lot like a pre-recording, and when I tried to ask her friends if they had her number or something, they said that she never gave it to them. Luckily, Max gave his number to me, and whenever I wanted to hang out with him, I always made sure to include May unless she's unavailable. Another thing I found odd was that as soon as the youth group session and the service was over, their family would leave church almost instantly without talking to anyone. I just assumed that they were busy, but it always felt suspicious. Over the years, I got to know more about May. She apparently has been going through a major existential crisis for a long time. I was asked if she was suicidal, and she replied softly, "If I die in this world, I can easily be replaced, and nobody will know what happened to me." I had no idea what that meant, and when I tried to ask her what she was talking about, she gave the same response repeatedly in the same tone. This made me worried about her, but she told me that she knew things would get better later in life. One Saturday morning, Max invited me to his house to hang out for the afternoon and have supper with his family. When I came to their house, I noticed that May wasn't around, and Max told me that she was at a track meet. We spent about an hour playing on his PS3, and then Max wanted to do something else. He had me wait upstairs in his bedroom while he went to get things in the basement. His room was large, and he had 2 shelves on the wall. The top shelf displayed Marvel merchandise, and the bottom shelf displayed DC merchandise. I waited in his room for about 30 seconds, and then I started to get bored. I walked out of his room and headed to the basement. "Max, what are you trying to find in the basement?" I said. "It's a surprise. Give me a few more minutes and get back in my room," Max replied. As I walked up to his room, I decided to sneak into May's bedroom out of curiosity. Compared to Max's bedroom, her room was small and basic. At first, I didn't find anything strange. Then I noticed there was a diary on her desk, and I decided to look inside. Here are some of the things that she wrote. Tuesday, March 5th, 2010. "I don't understand what my purpose is in life. I get decent grades in school and took karate for a while, but they don't mean anything to me. I only study so hard so I don't drop out, and I initially took karate as an exercise, but everyone kept pressuring me because I was talented. My father doesn't even let me have a phone or a social media account. I'm not even allowed to tell my friends about this. But Max can have them, so why can't I? If I die in this world, who would know anything about me? I am lost with the life I have. Why did God put me on this earth?" Friday, March 16th, 2010. My mother has always been a secret for some strange reason. My father would often tell me and Max about her at the dinner table, but neither of us have ever seen a picture of her. When I asked what she looked like when I was little, my father said that I strongly resemble her. I don't understand why our mother has been kept a secret. When my father talks about her, it only raises more questions than answers. I guess I will never know who my mother was. Wednesday, March 24th, 2010. I've started going to therapy lately. My father claims that it will be helpful, but I would prefer to be left alone. Today, while my father drove me home after an appointment, he revealed something about my mother. He told me that this was the reason why I can't have a phone or social media account. I am in too much shock to write down what he said to me. If I tell anyone what he said, no one will believe me. Flowers. So many of the same and so many unneeded. Of all the diary entries, this one confused and unsettled me the most. What could her father have said to put her in so much shock? Suddenly I heard Max calling from downstairs. "Okay, you can come downstairs now. Sorry for keeping you waiting," he said. I closed the diary and came downstairs. Max was holding a big box. "This is where May and I store all of our Nerf guns and accessories," said Max. I looked inside and was amazed at how many Nerf guns they have collected. We spent the next 2 hours shooting each other and experimenting with all the guns and accessories. Later, May came home from the track meet and joined us in our Nerf battles outside. After the Nerf battles, May went upstairs to take a shower. In the meantime, Max and I sat at the dinner table. Their father cooked us burgers and a potato salad for supper. When we finished preparing for our meal, May came downstairs to join us. After a short prayer, we ate. The burgers were decent, but the potato salad was very dry. May told us about what happened in the track meet. One of her friends did a prank involving fake worms in a can to the coach of a different track team, and everyone laughed at the coach. After dinner, I thanked everyone for inviting me and having a good time. Several weeks later, it was Bring Your Child to Work Day. My dad took me to the genetics lab that he works in. I was surprised not to see May, but Max was with his father. "Where's May?" I asked. "She's terribly sick and had to go to the hospital. The doctors told me she will be okay by tomorrow," said Max. Our fathers then showed us 3 elephant beetles displayed in a large enclosure. "Magnificent, aren't they?" said my dad. "Normally they live up to 3 months, but we modified these beetles to live up to 3 years. Max had an amazing look on his face. "Why would you want to extend their lifespan?" said Max. His father smiled at him. "So that people can enjoy them as pets," he said. After the presentation, they started to work with various lab equipment. Max and I started to get bored, so we decided to sneak out of the room and explore the facility. We then walked into a room with a big blast door. Max noticed a nearby switch and opened it. What we discovered completely caught us off guard. Behind the blast door was a massive tank filled with a mysterious green liquid. There were dozens of bodies that resembled May floating lifelessly in the tank with their eyes wide open. Max ran out of the room in terror. I ran with him, but I dumped into a desk and I heard something fall. It was a photo frame, with the photo facing the floor. I picked it up, and it was a wedding photo of May and Max's father. The woman who he was with looked exactly like May. I looked at the photo, and then looked back at the tank. May was never Max's sister, but rather a clone of her father's wife. Flowers. So many of the same, and so many unneeded. Coming home from work one evening, I noticed my wife on all fours in the hedges that lined our front porch. When I walked up to her, I realized she was kneeling beside the crack in the crawl space under the porch. She was cooing at the fence and holding a can of tuna in one hand. "There's a cat living under our house," she told me. "I heard it this morning and this afternoon. It keeps meowing." I didn't hear anything. I told her as much. "I heard him earlier," she insisted. "Before you came in from work, he was meowing." I bent down and shined my phone's flashlight into the narrow space. All I saw was a lot of dirt and cobwebs, but I couldn't quite get a good angle. I had to peek through the diamonds of the fencing to glimpse anything. It surprised me how well our shrubs limited the sunlight in such an open space. It was practically pitch black unless I shined a light. Though I couldn't see the cat, I didn't deny it was possible one crawled under our house. the lattice fencing that bordered our crawl space that had been cracked forever. My nephew came over and drove one of those battery-powered cars into it a few summers ago, and I'd never gotten around to fixing it. The bushes did a good job of covering the damage. My concern was that the thing under the porch might not be a cat at all, but a raccoon or some other pest. My wife stayed out for a bit longer, but the cat never came. She left the can of tuna just inside the crawl space in case the cat would come later. After work the next day, I pushed the fence forward to check on the tuna can. I found it empty right where my wife had left it. I still didn't hear anything, but I tried to take another look. I can't say if my crawl space was unusual. Spiders multiplied in abundance down there, and I think I could glimpse the dirty remnants of a rusty hammer that had been forgotten by the foundation a few years back. I've never been in my own crawl space, never checked it before this. But I heard my wife pull into the driveway, climb up our first 3 steps of the porch, stop, and climb back down. I thought she maybe went to check the can and would come right back up, but 15 minutes passed and she still didn't come inside. When I came out to check on her, she was there, between the bushes, trying to lure the cat out with kissing noises and little coos. When she saw me, she smiled. "Where do we keep the tools, honey?" she asked me. I vaguely recalled them coated in dust under the sink. Though I was a tomboy growing up, I was never very handy or interested in learning how to be, to my father's chagrin. But I had an idea of what my wife was going to propose, and I didn't like it. Instead of telling her, I asked, "Why? What if she's trapped in there?" she asked. "We could just cut through this little piece of fencing and then she could come back out." The dollar sign of the damages came to my head first. Right now, it was only a crack in the fence. Something that could be clamped closed and fixed with some glue if I ever got around to the hardware store. Carving a hole in the fence was a different, more expensive matter altogether. "No," I said. "If she got in, she can get out." "But no, look," she said as she pressed her hand against the crack. The wood groaned as it gave in, bending under the house. When my wife tried to pull it forward, the breakage along the wood locked in place. "It only goes one way." "Then prop it with a stick. We're not cutting a hole in the fence." My wife left another can of tuna out that day and slipped a blanket through the crack. The next day she came in with a box of proper cat food and a feeding dish. It became routine for her to leave out a full can in the evening and pick it up in the morning. "I saw her," she said a few days later. "But she's so skittish she went to hide in the blind spot behind the stairs. We should just cut a small square for her, just in the corner." I still didn't want to go to that extreme measure. We'd propped open the gap with some garden tools and the wood was bent to hang open at a slight angle because of it. But my wife said that wasn't enough space. Having still never seen or heard this cat, I wasn't too invested. I half suspected we had a raccoon living under us. We had a small fight over it, but I won in the end. The fencing would remain intact, but I felt bad about it the next day. I came home from work early and decided to fill the cat food for her and set it under the porch where she'd set it as a kind of peace offering. I laid the dish down at the entrance where my wife always set it and pressed my ear to the side of the fence, listening for movement. I heard nothing at first, but then I noticed a noise the way you might notice the sound of an air conditioner once it stops. I'd heard something breathing, not panting like a dog, but the steady inhale and exhale of something large. Stop. Then, there was a swipe of gray and the rapid shuffle of something scurrying under the house. It grabbed the dish and ran back into the dark. When I turned to look inside, there was a shadow of something large, hunched with a rounded back and round eyes that reflected in the dim light. I didn't scream. I didn't move at first, struck by the shock of seeing a person under my porch. I stared at him, and he stared back. My hands shook as I felt along my pockets for my phone before remembering I'd left it on the counter and sighed. Screw that, I thought. I bolted to my neighbor's house and asked to use her phone to call 911. A police car arrived at my neighbor's within a few minutes, and I told the officer what I saw. When he went to check, he looked doubtful once I pointed out the narrow crack. When he flashed his light between the fencing, he was hampered by the bushes and the angle. From what he saw, the space looked empty. I told him my wife thought a cat had slipped in through the fencing. She'd heard this guy for weeks. The cop inspected the space and frowned. The separated plywood didn't create enough space for a petite woman like me to fit through, much less a full-grown man like what I reported. Do you have any other access points? He asked. I don't think so. Most crawl spaces have doors or maybe a window to get inside from the back. What about the basement? What about it? Most crawl spaces connect to the basement. I can see the concrete from here. It was about then that I realized that I hadn't been in the basement in years. This was our first house, and the last time I'd even glimpsed at the basement was when we first moved in. We didn't have enough stuff to need the storage, and we'd never gotten around to doing anything with the space. The cop did a scan, asking me to wait outside. About 10 minutes later, he came back out and said there was no one there, and no signs of squatting. He told me I could go back inside and to have a good evening. That was it. He'd given me the rubber stamp of approval and drove away, leaving me to face my house. He missed something. I was sure. Something was under my house. How well did he really search in 10 minutes? I can't even find my phone in 10 minutes. There could be a part of the basement he missed, or maybe the thing went to hide somewhere else in the house, or there were parts of the house I didn't know about. Another access point he missed. I stared at my home, taking it in like a stranger, noting the angle of the roof and counting the windows. So many windows. The one by the kitchen is jammed open. There's a hanging garden support that leads right up to the second story. The roof isn't steep. Anyone could walk on it comfortably. All it took was a scare, and the sturdy walls I used to take comfort in became a trap. Then I heard the meowing. It came from the crawl space. My chest tightened and I almost turned and ran back to my neighbor. Instead, I brought out my phone and started recording a video. I gingerly crouched down by the shrubs and the meowing kept on. Clearer this time. Like the cat was only a few feet away. I shone the light inside and, like every other time, there was nothing. I angled the camera, angled the light to the corner where I last saw it. The damn cat meowed again from the blind spot just behind the stairs. Then this funny idea came into my head. I had a camera. It could see for me. Why not stick my arm in a little further? Get the footage for the cop to actually do something. My hand was too big for the diamonds between the lattice fencing, so I'd have to use the gap, push it open, and stick my hand through. I was on my stomach about to press my whole shoulder against the gap to get a little more distance when I sobered to exactly how stupid I was being. I can't say if it was the stress or even if it was my idea. I just know that I would never have done that knowing something that big was in there. I gave up. Screw the cat. Lacking any idea of what to do next, I called my mother. She lived 2 towns over, but anything was better than sleeping in the house. I sat on the lawn and waited for my wife to come home. When she did, the damn thing started meowing again. I was on my feet the moment she pulled into the driveway. I tried to tell her not to park and that we were just going. But she climbed out, confused by my rushed word vomit of the situation. She looked over my shoulder and shrieked, "Honey, the cat! She..." She didn't finish. She dropped her bag and ran for the crawl space. I realized as she pushed past me, it was a cry of delight. My heart dropped and I ran to her, grabbing her arm and basically wrestling her away from the hedges. I tried to explain as I pulled, but for some reason, she didn't read my tone of voice, didn't hear the desperation. Didn't hear me screaming it wasn't a cat under the house. All she recognized was that I was pulling her by force. I was hurting her, and that gave her more reason to fight against me. She was stronger than me. I could even feel her gaining when she tried to pull away, and she'd win this struggle on sheer will. I let go, holding my arms up and waiting for things to quiet down. And here's where I know something was wrong with her. If the woman in front of me had been completely my wife, she would have chewed me through about how I'd grabbed her. Cat long forgotten. Instead, she turned away and said, "I'm just gonna go see." She said it so pleasantly, as if she hadn't been screaming at the top of her lungs for me to let her go a second before. I tried to pull her again, but she slipped out of my grip. She practically ran into the fence. When she leaned against it, it was like she slipped through, like the tough wooden siding was rubber. I don't know how, but she made it through before I could touch her. I slammed into the fencing, hearing the wood groan, but refused to splinter or give in. I reached in, trying to grab her leg. My fingers brushed the back of her shoe against the ridges of her flats. She didn't kick me off, but she crawled away. I could hear her shuffling, hearing her singing in the shadows that made the afternoon seem pure black. And I heard the cat. I thought of that man hunched in the corner with glinting eyes, reaching its arms around my wife. I needed to stop it. I leaned back and kicked the fencing, trying to make it give just another inch, just a sliver for me to slip through. Something cracked. The fencing pushed back further on my next kick, and I had an opening. I scurried in there with no plan, no idea what I'd do. The moment I passed through the fencing, the dark nearly blinded me and a terrible chill ran from the cold dirt, and the shadowy space ran through me. I pawed through blindly, calling her name, shaking so hard I couldn't even speak without stuttering. My eyes adjusted soon, allowing me to distinguish textures and shapes with what little light I had. I scanned for any sign of her, feeling like every breath, every failed second was another where I'd lose her forever. Then I heard my wife gasp. She giggled, and there was a victorious little thrill in her voice. "There you are!" Her voice came from my left. I called her name and started crawling toward the blur large enough to be a person. I reached forward and I found it again, the rubber sole of her shoe. Just as I did, I looked up a fraction, and in the dim light, there was a glint of big yellow eyes. There was a crunch, like a branch snapping in half. My wife made a sound I'd never heard before, not a foot in front of me. This was not the sort of scream that I'd heard when she found a spider in the bathroom, and not the one I'd heard when I proposed. It was animalistic and raw, and told me I'd failed. The rubber sole was yanked away, like her foot was tugged out of my hand. I fell forward into the dirt, and when I crawled forward, my hand slipped on the hot mud. I scrambled, trying to find her again, hand in front of me, pawing at the darkness until I hit the fencing on the other side. Then, the silence hit me, and I had the terrible thought that I might be alone. Shakily, I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. All around me was the crawl space I'd peered into before. Just a low ceiling beam covered in cobwebs, packed with dirt. Nothing to see except for the mud, gray, and almost textureless in the far light. But as I came closer, the color sinking into the dirt was red and thick. Blood on the ground, blood on my hands. I called my neighbor. I called the cops. I called my parents. I called everyone, and all from down in that crawl space. They had to drag me out and stop me from digging. I was brought to the police station to make a missing persons report at the end of the day. I was sent to a psychiatrist to discuss my delusions. Then I was brought to my mother's to spend a few weeks there. I wasn't arrested, though I was brought in for questioning a few times regarding my wife's disappearance. Then, after all that commotion, there was silence. Cops stopped coming around. My wife's missing poster weathered away, and I was expected to go back to that place like nothing happened. The thought of living there, knowing what lives under me, fills every inch of me with dread. It is there, and it took her just like that. I don't know what it is, and I stopped trying to explain it a long time ago. There was nothing left for discussion. I wanted to burn the place down, but I couldn't afford that. So I needed to sell it. Since I felt unsafe, my father offered to come with me to help clear the place out and meet with the real estate agent. I didn't even want to go, but I knew I couldn't let anyone go in there who didn't know what I knew. So the day came, and I went, and I didn't put the house up for sale, nor do I intend to. You see, the thing is, when we were first climbing up the steps, I could hear my wife crying. I can still hear her on occasion, humming, talking, going about her day. Sometimes if I sit on the porch and close my eyes, I can almost make out what she's saying. And it's still like she's right next to me, just a little muffled. She's clearer when I'm crouched by the fencing. Did you ever get one of those low, rumbling feelings in your gut telling you to turn around before things go to hell? That's how I felt in the parking lot of the Hidden Forest Manor Hotel. I really should have listened. But I was tired from long hours on the road over the past 3 days. It was dangerous to keep driving in that state. I needed a place to crash, and I'd already paid for this one. I'd found it that morning while I was sipping coffee at a highway rest stop. It was one of those themed hotels. That's not normally something I'd go for. Honestly, all I ever want from a hotel is a place to shower and crash for the night. This place had been the cheapest place on my route that didn't have reviews that mentioned bed bugs, so I figured I could handle it for a single night. In fact, all the reviews had been glowing, and many had mentioned an amazing morning breakfast. So I'd shove the last bit of a Pop-Tart in my mouth and hit the book button. The place was creepy. I know that was the point, and I told myself I was being ridiculous, but it spooked me right from the start. The lobby was dark, and several people in shabby costumes were milling around in it. Room 205. Aren't you lucky? The smiling woman at the front desk said, passing me my keycards. Lucky? I inquired. It's one of my favorites, the woman said. Enjoy your stay, dear. I thanked her and walked off to find my room. The elevator looked a bit suspect, like it might break and send me crashing to my death. So I took the spiral staircase instead. I found 205 down a narrow hallway that was just as dimly lit as the lobby. I opened the door to find a pretty room waiting. It had a large bed, an old oak desk, green curtains, and a few lamps scattered about. I tossed my duffel on the desk chair and headed into the bathroom, needing it after my long drive. The bathroom was tiny, hardly big enough for the tub, sink, and toilet. There was no window, and the overhead light above didn't give off much light either. I checked out the toiletries while I was washing my hands and wrinkled my nose at the Onathra label on them all. I was glad I had soaps and lotions of my own with me. I had a friend who lost her eyebrows to that stuff a couple back. I splashed some water on my face, trying to wake myself up. I still had that zombie feeling linger after being in the car for so long. When are you leaving? The woman's voice asked. It startled me enough that I jumped and slammed my hip into the sink. I turned to find a girl staring at me from the bathroom doorway. She looked young, like a college-aged kid, so I thought she might have been a part of the hotel's staff at first. I hadn't heard her come in, but I was feeling pretty out of it, so I shook it off. Sorry, do you work here? I asked. The girl adjusted her large glasses and smiled at me before answering. I live here, she said. She had an airy, lilting sort of voice with a touch of an accent I couldn't place. This is my room. I was wondering when you'd be leaving. You've been here such a long time already. I just checked in, I said, frowning. I wasn't sure what to make of that. I guess that maybe this was part of the theming. It's so hard when people stay so long. The girl said as if she hadn't even heard me. I get terribly restless. I'll be leaving in the morning, I said. Oh, well, good. Thank you for letting me know. The girl said. She smiled at me again and nodded like my answer had satisfied her. Then she vanished. I don't mean she ran out of the room. I mean she just stopped being the bathroom doorway. She nodded and then was gone. I gripped my hand onto the edge of the sink and took a long breath. I figured there were 3 options on the table here. 1, this place has way higher a budget than it looked, and those were some amazing special effects. 2, I was having some sort of too many nights on the road induced nervous breakdown. 3, there was an actual ghost in my hotel room. All things considered, I decided that option 1 was most likely. Still, I couldn't totally rule out option 2, so I decided a nap might be my best bet. Have you ever not realized how tired you were until your body hits the bed? You think you're doing okay, but then you lay down and every muscle in your body throbs. Your head hits the pillow and your eyes are so heavy it's nearly painful. Yeah, this was that kind of nap. The bed wasn't very comfortable, but I've slept on worse. I was out cold before I really had much time to think about it. I woke up about an hour later to find the girl staring at me from the end of the bed. "You're still here," she said, tilting her head at me so sharply that it couldn't have been comfortable for her. It's not morning, is it?" I asked, fumbling under a pillow for my phone. "It's been a very long time," the girl said. I shook my head. The time on my phone confirmed it had only been an hour. "Do you..." I paused, sitting up and trying to figure this out. Could all be part of the hotel's theme. An act or something. A very, very weird act. "Do you want me to call the front desk? Try to get a different room?" "Oh, no," the girl said, eyes going wide. She put a hand over her mouth like she was shocked. "You can't call the desk. They might put you in one of the bad rooms." "There are bad rooms?" I asked. "Oh, yes. Very bad rooms. My room is the best, I think. You think it's lovely too, don't you?" she asked. "It's great," I agreed. I still wasn't sure whether I was talking to a ghost, my own hallucination, or an actress, but I decided it couldn't hurt to be agreeable about it, no matter what. I'm not sure if that was my ingrained southern politeness, a survival instinct, or both. "Have you lived here long?" "Since it was built," the girl said. "You're very nice, you know." Thanks," I said. "We could share my room if you want. You can stay as long as you like," she said. She leaned in close to me when she did, leaning across the bed to smile at me with wide eyes. I hadn't noticed it before, but there was something not quite right about her. I don't just mean the disappearing and the odd conversation. I mean she didn't look all the way right. You know when something breaks and you're able to superglue it back together? You can still use it, and it's not broken anymore, but it never looks the same again. Even if you do it carefully and repaint over the cracks, it's not fully fixed. The edges don't line up like they should. You always know it was broken. That's what she reminded me of up close. I couldn't see any cracks in her, but I knew they must be there. It made a chill run down my spine. I forced a smile anyway. I felt certain I shouldn't make her angry, even if she was an actress, or the product of mental breakdown. "Sure," I said. "We can share until I leave in the morning." "Yes," she said, clapping her hands excitedly. Then she disappeared again. I blinked into the now empty room, feeling more than a little unsettled. I swiped my phone open and pulled up some travel apps, looking for any available rooms at nearby hotels. No luck. Every other hotel in the entire Tri-County area was totally booked. The closest room I could find was an hour-and-a-half drive away, and priced at over $300 a night. There was no way I could afford that, especially since if I left, I'd have to swallow the non-refundable cost of this room. I needed a new plan. I got up and rifled through the desk, looking for hotel information. I thought maybe there might be an explanation somewhere. Something like one of those welcome cards hotels have about housekeeping and room service. But that explained how rooms in this hotel had strange ghost actress girls. I didn't have any luck finding anything with information about the girl. I did, however, find out there was a hotel bar on the 6th floor. I decided I could definitely use a drink. Several drinks. If I was going to need to sleep in a room where a ghost or actress or maybe a projection of my own brain kept popping up. Plus, I figured I could talk to the other hotel guests at the bar. It seemed like a good way to figure out if anything weird was happening to anyone else. So I ran a brush through my hair and swapped my hoodie for a sweater. I was at the door when she appeared again. "Hi, you look nice." "Where are you going?" she said, popping up between me and the door. "I was just gonna grab a drink at the bar," I said. She frowned. "Oh, I don't think you should go out there," she said, shaking her head. "I'll be right back," I said. She shook her head again. No, that would be a bad idea," she said. She looked very troubled about the thought of me leaving. "Why would it be a bad idea?" I asked. I had a sinking feeling in my stomach I wouldn't be getting that drink after all. "It's too close to the show and showtime isn't safe," she said. As if on cue, 3 long chimes rang out. It seemed like the whole building vibrated with them. "What show?" I asked. "The nightly show," she said, looking at me with wide eyes. I bit my lip. I'd skimmed over a mention of a nightly show on the website, but I'd assumed it was a people in costumes serve appetizers thing and not given it much thought. That might have been a mistake. A scream rang out in the hallway, then another, and then more. Enough that I couldn't count them individually anymore. "What's happening?" I asked. "The show," the girl said, shaking her head sadly. "But," I started. I was suddenly feeling sure that all those glowing reviews had been fakes. "You need to hide before they come," she said. I felt myself being shoved toward the bathroom. She wasn't touching me, but I was being moved along all the same. "In the bathroom? Even I can't go in there." "Wait, what?" I attempted as I stumbled into the bathroom. I was cut off by the frantic waving of the girl's hands. I could still hear the screaming. "Shh," she said. "I'll handle it." There was a knock on my door then. "Miss, are you ready for dinner?" A booming voice asks. It sounds oddly friendly, considering the screaming behind it. The girl put her finger over her lips and shook her head at me before heading over to the door. I couldn't see the conversation that happened at the door, but I could hear it. "She's not here, Barry," the girl said. "Damn it, Annie, again? You know management doesn't like that." The voice at the door, Barry, I guess, said. "Sometimes I can't help it," she said, giggling a little. "They're gonna take your room from you if you keep killing people before showtime," Barry said. From my spot in the bathroom, I felt my stomach lurch. The screaming in the hallway was mixed with whimpering now. What the fuck was happening? "You let me worry about that," she said, still giggling. "Now shoo, off to work." I heard the door shut. I wondered if I should grab some sort of weapon, but I was pretty sure shampoo didn't help fight whatever all this was. Then I remembered that she'd said even I can't go in there about the bathroom. So I hung back against the sink, hoping that was true. "Hi again. That was close," she said, popping up in the doorway. She stopped right in the door frame as if she really couldn't cross it. "What's happening out there?" I asked. I told you. It's the nightly show. She said. Okay, but are they killing all the guests? I asked, gripping the sink edge again. No, she said with another giggle. Not all of them. That would be ridiculous. Just 2 or 3. But everyone else has to watch, and it's gross. They probably wouldn't have picked you, but you're still better off in here. Right, I said. So, I heard the guy at the door call you Annie. May I call you Annie? Of course, we're friends now, she said, looking pleased. Is it true what he said? Have you killed people? Are you going to kill me? I asked. I braced myself against the sink so hard it was painful. It was oddly comforting. We're friends now, Annie repeated, shaking her head at me as if I had hurt her feelings. Then she added, not all the time. Some people are just so mean to me. They throw things at me and call me terrible, horrible things even though this is my room. Not everyone is like you. I let out a long breath. So being polite had been a good instinct after all. My grandma would be so proud of me. That does sound rude, I said. It really is. Sometimes I just lose my temper when that happens. Annie said, and then giggled again. I fought back the urge to throw up. Okay, but Annie, you told them I was dead. How am I going to check out in the morning? I asked. Oh, don't worry. I can sneak you out, Annie said. Then she smiled. But you don't have to leave right away. You could just stay. Now that we're friends, I'll share my room with you. It would be like a sleepover. I could even braid your hair. That's so nice of you, but won't they want to put other guests in this room? I said, trying hard to sound cheerful about the idea. I got the feeling Annie didn't really know the difference between mean to her and scared as hell, and I didn't want to risk it. I could hide you. I'm very good at hiding, Annie said. I'm sure you are, I said. Out in the hall, the sound of screams had mostly faded. Just a loud whimper or shout occasionally. I took a breath, trying to figure out what to do next. I was sure I wasn't getting out of this room on my own. I needed to get the police here, and I needed to stay in the bathroom until they arrived. Can you give me a few minutes? I'm going to take a shower and call my sister, I said. Annie giggled again. Of course, but you can't make any calls, silly, she said. What do you mean? I asked, swallowing hard. You can't call outside from inside the hotel. It's not possible. You can take a shower, though. Or a bubble bath. We have the best bubble bath soap. I love the smell. That's probably a good idea, I said. Annie waved, then disappeared again. I tried to call the police as soon as she left. Turned out she was right. My phone wouldn't dial out. I couldn't send texts either. Twitter and Instagram kept giving me error messages too. I went ahead and made a bath. I'm not touching that bubble bath, but I did want the excuse to be in here for a while. I'm sitting in the bathtub now, typing this all out. Maybe someone will see it. Maybe it can at least be a warning. I don't know how much longer I have until she'll come back. I have no idea how I'm going to get out of here. Making a run for it obviously isn't an option. What's in the hall sounds worse than trying to keep Annie calm. I know she can't step into the bathroom, but I don't know what she can do from outside it. If I try to just hide in here, I don't think I want to find out. I had just finished running a cloudy afternoon's worth of monotonous errands when I spotted the handmade sign advertising a nearby yard sale. Bored by the day's tedium and looking to kill some time before a 3 o'clock appointment, I drove to the address scribbled on the sign in thick marker and arrived at a secluded, modestly sized brick house with fold-out tables placed along its driveway. As I browsed through labeled cardboard boxes filled with the sales offerings, I found most of their contents to be rather lackluster. Faded clothes, chipped dishes, threadbare bedding, and what amounted to little more than unremarkable clutter. Eventually, a large box that held an assortment of books captured my eye. Before I could inspect them beyond a cursory glance, a sudden voice interrupted me. "Excuse me, sir." I turned around to see a middle-aged woman standing behind me. "I don't mean to be impolite," she stated in a tone that was equally apologetic and rushed. But I was actually just about to start putting everything away. It's supposed to rain soon and I really don't want to get caught in the middle of a downpour. She pointed at the book box. "If you take that off my hands right now, you can have it for $5. It'd be one less thing for me to deal with." "What kind of books are they?" I asked curiously. They seemed pretty varied. I didn't recognize a lot of the titles, but there were quite a few about the ocean. I had no idea Uncle Lawrence was such a big reader until I found all the books scattered throughout his house. The woman gestured towards the slew of boxes surrounding us. Everything here belonged to him. He passed away recently and I'm the only family left to handle his estate. "Oh, very sorry to hear that." "Thanks. I can't say that we were close, though. He tended to keep to himself. Packing up his things was like walking through a stranger's house." She looked at her watch and fixed me with a tight smile that failed to entirely conceal her eagerness to be rid of me. "So, are you interested in the books?" Minutes later, I was setting the heavy box into the back seat of my car. By the time my appointment was over, raindrops were falling steadily from the darkened sky. I went home, poured myself a glass of wine, and settled in to examine my purchase. It didn't take long for buyer's remorse to strike. Many of the books were dog-eared paperbacks sporting cracked spines, and the rest were frayed, time-worn oceanography volumes with jaundiced pages. I kept hoping to find a hidden gem, but instead each title I unearthed was both terribly dull and devoid of any resale value. I was about to deem the entire thing a total waste of a $5 bill when I saw a writing journal resting at the bottom of the box, slender and bound with smooth canvas. It appeared to have been mistaken for a jacketless book and tossed into the box without a second glance. I opened it to discover an entry penned by a trembling, uneven hand. 30 years ago, the entrance began, I experienced something terrifying. I blinked in surprise, taken aback by the ominous scrawled words, before continuing to read. "I never found the courage to talk about what happened that night, and I strongly doubt anyone would have ever believed me anyway. Fear of being deemed a liar or considered insane has kept me silent for decades, but none of that matters now. Perhaps writing this down will prove to be therapeutic for me, or perhaps I'm merely wasting paper, ink, and the little time I have left in this world. Back then I had every reason to be happy. I was young and healthy, vibrant and ambitious. I enjoyed a great deal of success at work, including a recent promotion, and I'd just moved into a new high-rise apartment by the beach. Each morning I stepped out onto my balcony, breathed in the scent of the ocean, and looked forward to what the day would bring. One night I couldn't sleep. I'd been up late preparing for an important meeting I had the next day, and I was unusually tense. I decided to take a stroll down to the beach in the hopes that its cool air would ease my nerves. Moonlight guided me as I walked barefoot onto the sand, carrying my shoes in one hand and my jacket in the other. I closed my eyes and listened to the relaxing sound of the lapping waves. No one else was there. I felt like that soothing moment of absolute tranquility had been created just for me. Looking back, I wish it had never ended. Eventually I opened my eyes and was immediately startled to see a man stumbling out of the shadows a few feet ahead of me. When moonlight illuminated his wrinkled face, I saw that it had been stricken with an expression of absolute panic. Sallow and feeble, with age lines etched deeply into his withered features. He looked to be no younger than 80. His wide, reddened eyes gazed at me imploringly as tears streamed down his sunken cheeks. The old man wore a gray suit and a long gray trench coat that hung limply on his decrepit frame. Sand clung to his shoes like dust, and his thin, colorless hair was widely disheveled, as if he had been tearing at it in anguished fistfuls. "Sir?" I called out worriedly. "Are you all right?" "My wife," he wailed, his voice racked with despair. "I can't find her anywhere." "Maybe I can help." Though I spoke in the most calming tone I could muster, inwardly I was quite rattled by his profound distress. "When did you last see your wife?" "Almost an hour ago," he babbled frantically, teetering on the verge of collapsing into unintelligible sobs. "We were walking along the beach. I stopped to tie my shoe, and when I looked back up, she was just gone." My stomach dropped. I glanced towards the water. I fought to push a grim sequence from my mind. An elderly woman's brittle form becoming silently engulfed by the ocean, sinking haplessly into its merciless depths before later returning to the surface to lifelessly float face down and bloated. "Let's get you somewhere where you can sit and rest," I said gently. "I'll call the police." "No," the old man cried fervently. "You can't leave me." "There's a payphone just a few minutes away. The sooner the police get here, the sooner they can start searching for your wife." "But there isn't enough time for that," he protested. Couldn't you just swim out and look for her?" "No, sir, it's too dark, and I wouldn't be able to see." "Please." The old man begged urgently, bursting into fresh tears. "She's all that I have left." "I'll be right back," I assured him. "I promise." Before he could speak another word, I turned away and broke into a run. I was certain the ocean had already claimed his ill-fated wife and added her to its drowned ranks, but I still hoped against hope that I was wrong. I'd just reached the payphone when I heard the close sound of weeping. Turned around and found myself face to face with the old man. I gawked at him in confusion, stunned by his speed. He had appeared pitifully frail only moments ago, like so much as a swift pace would fracture his spindly legs. "Why did you leave?" he asked in a wounded voice, as if I had committed an unforgivable act of cruelty and caused him tremendous pain. "I told you," I replied slowly, by now more than a little uneasy. "I need to call the police." The old man shook his head. "There's nothing they can do." He stated gravely, "Well, how else are we going to find your wife?" "I don't have a wife, Lawrence." I froze. Goosebumps prickled across my arms. "How do you know my name?" I whispered. His devastated expression vanished in an instant as the corners of his wilted lips turned upwards into a sly smile. The old man lunged towards me with frightening agility, and the next thing I knew I was running as fast as my legs could carry me. An incredible surge of fear flooded my veins. Not once did I dare look back, afraid of what I might see. When I finally reached the safety of my 10th-story apartment, I slammed the door shut before barricading it with a chair. My heart pounded thickly in my chest as I strained my ears to listen for approaching footsteps. Several tense but uneventful moments passed, followed by several more. Eventually I dared to breathe a faint, shaky sigh of relief. Then I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. A crashing wave of dread swept over me. I turned slowly towards the glass door leading to my apartment balcony and saw the old man standing outside, grinning wickedly as he drummed his fingernails on the glass. Tap, tap, tap. I watched in horror as dark seawater poured from the old man's mouth and nose and trickled from his eyes, soaking his clothes and the balcony floor. The horrid stench of decay and rotted seaweed filled my nostrils to mingle hideously with the ocean's scent. I tore my gaze away from the ghastly figure on the balcony. It bolted into my bedroom before locking the door and sinking onto the floor. I sat there helplessly for what felt like an agonizing eternity, drenched with panic-laden sweat and nearly hysterical with fear, desperately praying that the old man wouldn't shatter the glass and step foot into my home. My indescribable terror reached dizzying heights and grew more excruciating with every passing minute, rendering me certain that I would soon be driven mad by unbearable apprehension. Though I heard nothing but benign quiet for the rest of the night, it wasn't until the first rays of sunlight began to peer through the bedroom window that I finally summoned enough courage to rise to my feet and cautiously open the bedroom door. The apartment appeared as ordinary and untouched as it had been before I left for the beach. The only evidence of my incomprehensible ordeal was the chair that still propped against the front door, and the dark puddle drying on the balcony. I went to work in a daze. My memories of that day exist only in hazy fragments. My ashen reflection staring back at me in the restroom mirror as I splashed cold water onto my face. The incessant ringing of my office phone as I sat numbly at my desk. My visibly frustrated boss rubbing his temples as I mumbled little more than a scant few words during the meeting I'd so painstakingly prepared for. I felt like I was staggering through a heavy fog with no end in sight, where I could think of nothing but the night's horrifying events. Exhausted and overwhelmed, I left the office early to go home. I took a sleeping pill and climbed into bed, where I soon drifted off into what I hoped would be a dreamless slumber. I slept deeply and awoke the next morning feeling sluggish. I emerged groggily from my blankets, opened my bleary eyes, and felt a gasp rise up my throat like rancid bile. Trailing across the bedroom floor, up the walls and along the ceiling before coming to a halt directly above my bed, was a path of wet shoe prints. I wish I could claim that I was brave. If I had been brave, if I had scrubbed away the shoe prints and attempted to do something, anything to protect my home from the gray-clad stranger, then perhaps my life would have turned out drastically different than the bleak existence I live today, and these words would have never been penned. The truth is that I packed whatever I could fit into my suitcase, bought a train ticket, and left that very morning. I never returned to the idyllic beach town that brought me so much happiness. My fear of the gray man was so incredible that it drove me to abandon my apartment and possessions, my hard-earned career, and the promising future I had worked so diligently to obtain. I went back to my hometown, a small city far away from any beach, and began to eke out a quiet living. I remain there to this day. I cannot help but wonder what my life would be like now if I hadn't gone for the fateful walk on the beach. Sometimes I lie awake in bed, unable to sleep and sickened with regret, and feel utterly consumed by bitterness. All these years later, I still don't understand who or what the old man was. For decades, I perpetually glanced over my shoulder, afraid that I'd catch sight of him in every dark corner. I left my house only when necessary, and eventually I began to never leave it at all. Most of my family is gone now, and the only people I ever see with any regularity are the ones who deliver my mail and the volunteers from a local charity group that leaves lukewarm meals on my doorstep. Painful, insurmountable loneliness continues to haunt me like a melancholic specter. But last night I looked outside and saw something standing inches away from my window, bathed in moonlight and staring back to meet my gaze. Something gray. I know the old man will be here soon, but I don't have 30 more years left in me to spend hiding, and I'm much too tired to run. It's funny. After living in fear for this moment for so very long, I find that I'm actually not afraid now. I'm ready to be at peace, to no longer be trapped inside the reclusive prison I have confined myself within. Whatever happens, I hope that tonight ends with me finding the same freeing tranquility I felt decades ago during that serene moment on a calm, quiet beach. I'd like to think I've earned it. My hands shook as I flipped through the journal to discover that the rest of the pages were blank. I didn't sleep that stormy night. Instead, I read the entry over and over again, captivated by the strange tale told within its lines, and even transcribed every word of it onto my laptop. In the morning, when the rain was finally over and the sky was blue once again, I grabbed the journal and drove back to the brick house. I hoped to find the woman there. I knew the questions I wanted to ask her would seem confusing and odd, or maybe even alarming, but it was the only way to quell my overpowering curiosity. I had to know what happened to her unfortunate Uncle Lawrence, and if the old man was responsible for his death. As I pulled into the house's secluded street, I saw that the yard sale had already been set up for another day of business. But when I approached the driveway, I noticed that everything looked wet. Rain had heavily saturated the cardboard boxes, rendering them soggy and limp, and all the clothing items appeared damp to the touch. I realized that nothing was put away after my departure. Everything from the soaked blankets to the rain-filled teacups had been left to the mercy of the weather. Just as I was about to reach the front door, I caught sight of something peering out of an upstairs window. Something that caused me to drop the journal as if it were on fire and run back to my car. Something that scared me so badly that I've been holed up inside my house for the past 3 days and haven't once dared to look outside for fear of what I'll see. Something that has forced me to do everything I can to stay awake, including writing this post because I'm afraid of what will come into my home if I fall asleep. Something that made me wish I'd never gone back to that house or read a single word written in the journal. Something gray. My parents have always fought. As a child, I grew used to it. They screamed and yelled and threw things at each other regularly. I used to lay in my bed with the pillow covering my ears, trying to drown out their voices. It got a little easier when my grandmother bought me a teddy bear. I loved that bear. I would take it everywhere with me, and when my parents fought, I could sit in my room, and every time I hugged the bear, the tiny pre-recorded voice inside its chest would say, "I love you, Tommy." One night, the fighting was worse than normal. The screaming was louder, and the sounds of breaking glass and shattering porcelain were more violent. It was that night, clutching my favorite teddy bear, that I heard a new sound. A gunshot. A single gunshot rang through the halls of the house, and everything was silent. Soon the sound of my mother sobbing and the sound of sirens broke the silence, and I let out the breath I didn't know I was holding. The police found me in my bed, under the blankets, clutching my bear for dear life. After that, my life was different. I lived with my grandma for a while, but my mother was released from prison after some time, and I went back to live with my mother for my teen years. It was then that strange things happening around the neighborhood. Cats and dogs went missing, people's fences were broken, and windows were left shattered. No one really knew who was doing all this, and no one knew how to stop them. It never really bothered me until I started noticing some discoloration on my teddy bear. I was about 14 now, and did not play with that thing anymore, but it still stayed on my shelf because of the hard times it got me through. While playing with a football in the house, despite my mother's protests, I accidentally knocked it off the shelf and onto the floor. It landed with a splat, and I went over to investigate. It was covered with a thick red substance that now spilled onto the floor. I quickly started cleaning it up, not thinking too much of it. Maybe someone spilled food on it, I thought. But I knew that couldn't have happened. To be honest, in that moment I was scared, so I cleaned it and the floor and returned everything to its place. I jumped when I heard a firm knock at the door. I was shaken, and my mother got to the door before I could gather myself to answer it. "Tina, get your kid under control," my neighbor yelled angrily as soon as the door was opened. "Whoa, wait, what did he do?" my mom asked, startled by the other woman's outburst. "I found this by my broken window. Looks like someone forgot it." She held a baseball bat in one hand and waved it around. It was my baseball bat. Mom, it wasn't me. I swear. Last I knew that bat was in the garbage. Uh-huh. A likely story. The neighbor scowled at me. Thanks for telling me. I'll deal with it. You can leave the bat on the porch. My mom ended the conversation and shut the door before the neighbor could protest. After that encounter, I was thoroughly questioned about if it was me who broke the window. I'm not sure if my mom really believed me at the time, but she did after the events of the next day. It started like any other. Breakfast, conversation, and getting ready for school and work. It was when we heard the screams of our neighbors that we rushed outside to see what has happened. The street was filled with dead animals, raccoons and possums, but also dogs and cats. Every missing animal in the neighborhood was now dead and in the middle of the road. Upon further inspection, we found that each animal was mutilated in a different, unique way. Some had their eyes cut out, paws cut off, or burnt to a crisp, and other horrific things. Nobody left their homes that day. We all just sat inside until the street was cleaned and the gruesome scene was gone. What really made me sick was when I returned to my room. The thick red goo was dripping off my shelf and onto my floor. It was coming from the bear and it smelled like death. I told my mom about my suspicions and showed her the scene in my room. This is a sick prank, Tommy. Your bear is not doing any of these things. That's nonsense, she said, almost looking disgusted with me. She accused me of doing all the horrible things and blaming it on my bear. I convinced her to help me get rid of it, if just for my own comfort. She drove me to a river the next day and I threw him in it. I watched the bear that was once my best friend slowly float downstream to get washed away with the water. After that, life had almost returned to normal. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened, and the town slowly started to breathe again. I wouldn't be terrorized by that thing again until my 22nd birthday. By that time, I was renting a house with my best friend and going to college. I had a girlfriend and my own car. I was living the dream. My party had just ended. A night of drinking and games and laughing had come to a close. My friends had all just left. My roommate had gone to sleep, and I was headed to bed when the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? I thought. I opened the door and was surprised to see no one there. I looked down and found a box with a note on top. 4 words were scrawled on the paper with red ink. For you. Happy birthday. I took the box inside and opened it up. My heart sank as soon as I laid eyes on the soaked teddy bear that sat inside the box. I reached out to touch it, not sure if it was really there, but before I could, it spoke. I love you, Tommy. The audio coming from the bear was warped and distorted, glitching and dragging out the words. I took the box out behind the house to the dumpster and set it inside. I was not going to let this demonic toy back into my life. For the first time in a long time, I was happy. I was not going to let anything change that. I went to sleep thinking that the bear problem was over, but it was just beginning. I woke up to the smell of bacon and stumbled into the kitchen. This is why you're my best friend, I said to Brian as I took a piece of bacon off the growing pile. You're only friends with me because I make you food? He replied with a fake frown. Oh, anyways, he continued. I wanted to ask, who got you that creepy looking teddy bear last night? I found it on the couch this morning, but I don't remember you getting it at the party last night. That thing gives me chills, dude. I froze in shock. It was back? No way. I had to get rid of this thing. I briefly explained the situation to my roommate before snatching the bear off the couch and driving to a landfill. I parked the car and chucked the bear as hard as I could into the dump. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror while driving back home, a little brown bear with big button eyes was staring back at me. After that, I gave up. I couldn't get rid of this thing. I guess I would have to deal with it. Weeks passed, and I thought maybe it wouldn't be a problem. Nothing had happened so far. Until I walked into the apartment to find Brian knocked out on the floor. The fluffy figure standing over him. The bear wasn't moving. In fact, I had never seen it move, but I felt like I had caught it in the act. A broken vase from one of the high shelves lay broken on the floor next to my friend. I rushed him to the hospital to find out that he suffered a mild concussion. He said he guessed the vase had fallen on him while he was walking under it. He didn't necessarily believe me when I suggested it was the bear. It's creepy, but there's no way it threw a vase at me. That's just crazy, he stated. His words made sense. It had been the wrong place, at the wrong time. But what if it was the bear? I shook the thought from my mind. That was crazy, right? I was wary about the toy for the next few days. Checking to make sure it hadn't moved and keeping it away from people when they came over became habit. It was one day when I had fallen asleep while watching a movie with my girlfriend that the nightmare began again. I was jolted from my sleep by a shrill, high-pitched screech. I ran across the room to the source, but I was too late. My girlfriend lay still on the wooden floor, eyes and mouth open in a scream, with a bloody hole in her chest. A kitchen knife, covered in blood, lay a few feet away from the corpse, right next to the innocent-looking stuffed animal. I grabbed the knife quickly away from the toy, expecting it to try to beat me to it, but it just sat there, lifeless. I tried to keep the tears from clouding my vision as I raised the knife and plunged it down towards the bear. The bear then did something I had never seen before. It moved. My roommate walked in right as the knife missed the bear and stuck in my dead girlfriend's torso. He slammed the door shut immediately, and I could hear him calling the police in the other room. There was no way out of this. No one will believe me. I sat on the floor, next to my dead love, and cried. I sobbed until the police came to take me away. I tried to tell the police that it wasn't me. It was the bear. But that just got me sent to the psychiatric ward of the prison. The doctors tell me that I projected my actions onto the bear, that I was responsible for everything that it did, even when I was a kid. They tell me that I'm mentally unstable and a danger to others. I don't believe a word they say. That thing has a mind of its own, and that mind is incredibly twisted. Now I live each day in my padded cell. It's not too terrible, I guess. The food isn't great, and I'm not a fan of the isolation, but at least that thing can't get me in here. At least that was what I thought. I got an anonymous package today. Security checked it, and said I could receive it. I can see a tuft of brown fur sticking out of the package, and I'm terrified to open it. I used to love sleeping with my blinds open so I could see the moon and the stars. There was something comforting about the glow of the moon shining on my bed while I drifted off into sleep. It made my life feel so much bigger than it was. My friends in the city thought it was a weird thing to do. In hindsight, I don't blame them in the slightest. It was a very vulnerable habit if you thought about it for a moment. I assured them, however, that I was just fine and that it was actually quite nice to sleep with the stars every once in a while. Besides, I have done it all my life. Sometimes on a warm night, I will even leave the window open just an inch. Leaving the blinds open all day and all night was just something I did without thought. It never really bothered me until recently. Actually, bothered isn't the right word. I don't think there will ever be a right word to describe how I feel about it now. Nevertheless, I was perfectly happy to sleep that way. You see, I live in a rural area. My town is not so densely populated, and I know most of my neighbors quite well. The crime rate is next to nothing, and there haven't been reports of any dangerous wildlife in years. With coincidence, I could say that where I am is probably one of the safest places you could live. It's quiet here. That might be why this whole ordeal is so much worse. If it wasn't so quiet, I might not have noticed. For years on end without hesitation, I have gone to sleep with my blinds open. My bedroom rests at the back of the house, overlooking my yard. My property stretches for miles through dense woods and small rivers. During the day it is beautiful, but now, during the night, I forbid myself to take even a peek through the long, scrawny trees that hide what could be lurking in the darkness. It would be a good idea to explain myself now. I have been putting it off. I hate to even think that this isn't a dream. I wish it were. I wish it were just another nightmare. Something I can learn to forget and move on from. Sorry, it's hard to talk about. I just need some time. Another thing about where I live is that strangely, the weather is almost always perfect, with the exception of a thunderstorm here and there. Other than that, the sky is mostly clear, and the wind blows low. Quite unfortunate. I wish it had been raining that night. Maybe I wouldn't have heard. I used to love sleeping with the blinds open. Nothing about it bothered me. I was completely safe, and I enjoyed the glow of the moon. Until 3 nights ago. On a night just like any other, I settled into bed after a long day. The weather was fine. The lights were off. My blinds were open. After a solid half hour of trying to fall asleep, my body finally gave in and I was out like a light. I don't know if by that time it was already there, or it came sometime in my sleep. At about 3 in the morning, I woke up to a tapping sound. I turned to see what was making the noise, but when I looked up at my window, it had stopped. I shrugged it off. Must have been just a slight pickup of wind that was rattling something against the glass. Rolling back onto my side, facing away from the window, I tried to go back to sleep. About 3 minutes later, I heard the tapping sound again. Tap, tap, tap. It was the same sound as a few moments prior, which made me whip my head around once more to check for a source of noise. Again, once I looked at the window, the sound froze and everything was silent once more. I decided to inspect the glass around my window to see what the issue was. Upon inspection, I did not find a trace of any sticks, branches, or animals that could have been causing the tapping sound. I laid back down on my bed, only this time, I struggled to get back into my sleep. I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Uneasy at the thought of the tapping sound. Uneasy at the thought of silence. Tap, tap, tap. I should have just tried to go back to sleep. Put up with the unexplained sound. I wish I had have just ignored it. Kept my eyes shut and pretended it was a dream. But as you can guess, I didn't. While I lay on my back staring up at the shadows cast against the roof by my dusty fan, I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. There was a chill that suddenly seized the air in my room. Upon every exhale came faint traces of vapor from my warm breath against the cold. My skin crawled and my ears felt strange. Worst of all, I had a sudden urge to turn my head to the right, to face my window once again. As tempting as it was, every instinct within me screamed not to turn my face towards the window. The more I fought at this urge, the more my hair stood on end, the more the space around my throat tightened. I can barely describe it, but I felt like every exposed part of my body was being watched. Without seeing, hearing, or even knowing for sure, I felt the burning eyes of something gazing at my uncovered face. I tried to move my hands to hide my head with my blanket, but I couldn't. The only thing my body wanted to do was look. I wanted to look so badly. My head was throbbing. My skin was crawling. I had to look at it, whatever it was. I heard loud tapping on the glass again. This time the sound was accompanied by shallow breathing. Hollow, drawn-out breaths that sent chills through my whole body. I wanted to look so badly. I can't even describe to you how badly I wanted to look. For hours I lay there, in the cold, listening to the tapping and breathing of whatever was outside my window. I wanted it to leave me alone. I wanted to die. Maybe if I looked, I would wake up from my nightmare. I don't know how long I was there, but eventually the sun came up and I was finally able to move my own body. As soon as I noticed I could move, I also noticed that the tapping and breathing had disappeared. It took a lot for me to finally look at the window. There was nothing there. I used to love sleeping with the blinds open. Every night, resting under the watch of the moon. I still sleep with the blinds open. I have no choice. Every night I fall asleep under the gaze of something I will never be able to describe to you. You'll just have to see it for yourself. Try sleeping with them open tonight. Please, can you tell me what it looks like? I'm too afraid to look. I had just gone through a pretty rough divorce a few months ago. For the brief 2 years my ex and I were married, most of our nights ended up turning into shouting matches and insults. We were always so loud we had gotten several noise complaints and an eventual ultimatum that we could be thrown out of the building. Anyway, we ended the whole thing and she got the most of everything. The house belonged to her family, along with most of everything in it. She let me only have my clothes, some photos, and my dog Riley. I was short on money at the time. Luckily, a friend of mine let me stay in his home for as long as I needed. Well, I was looking for a better paying job to help me get my life back on track. My search led me to an opening for a campus security guard at the local community college. I arrived at the interview to learn that this was a job for the night shift. I wasn't too sure about taking the job at first, but my bills and growing debts weren't going to pay off themselves. Needless to say, I started the next night. The campus itself was a decent size, both in terms of area and the number of students. The core campus includes 14 educational and auxiliary buildings. The security office was by the south entrance of the college, situated on the second floor of the parking garage. The two senior security guards, James and Darnell, walked me through my job description. My task every night was to complete 2 full searches around campus, checking all the buildings and monitoring the security cameras. My shift would start at 9:30 at night and go through 6 o'clock in the morning, by which time I'd take the bus home. The job itself wasn't too bad. I kind of developed a friendship between James and Darnell, since there was a brief period of time our shifts would overlap. By the time they both left, it would be midnight for me, and I'd be alone on campus. It's so surreal how such a place that's bustling and full of students can quickly empty out and turn silent. When my shift starts, there's usually a few cars left in the lot for those who took evening classes. Some instructors and other staff would sometimes work extra late, but those instances were rare. In short, my interaction with other people besides my coworkers was almost non-existent. Sometimes on break or in between circuits, if it stayed quiet on campus, I'd read a book or listen to spooky stories on my phone. After listening, I would start to feel a little creeped out for being in a campus hall alone after dark, but I got used to it. It killed the boredom until my next circuit started. I wouldn't find much of anything out of the ordinary, aside from the random object left behind by a student, which I would bring back to the lost and found. I just had to make sure no one else was hanging around after closing. After coming back, I would check the security footage in case I missed something. There were a few screens recording specific spots with the most activity during the day. One for each parking lot, one for each floor in all the buildings, and one for the administrative office. I got decent pay every couple of weeks. After a while, I moved out of my friend's house and got a small apartment and was saving up for a used car. I felt like my luck was starting to turn around finally. Then I had the scariest experience of my life. I was left alone around midnight like always. The campus was absolutely deserted at this time like normal. It was summer during this time, so the night was pretty warm. I felt like I was building a bit of sweat in my security uniform while doing my first circuit. I came back to the security office after finding nothing of note and checked the camera feed. I found nothing in any of the screens until I checked the one for the south lot near the office. While the screen was small, I could discern the moving of a large shadow across one of the lamp posts. It was doing nothing but moving back and forth across the light. The shadow looked too large to be some small bird or animal. I deduced it had to be someone parked off screen so I couldn't visibly see them. I went out there to check things out and found nothing there. If it were a person just fucking around, they would have had to left a sign of their presence. There was nothing left behind. I didn't hear a car driving off, or any noise for that matter. I scoped the rest of the south lot to find the source of the shadow. Still nothing. I sighed in annoyance at the thought of some jackass deciding to waste my time. Nothing else happened the rest of the night. I got used to sleeping during the day, but all I could afford to sleep on was a cheap couch that was anything but comfortable. It was rare that I got a full 8 hours of sleep on it, and to top it off, the AC unit had crapped out. My cheap apartment had gotten warmer, making it much harder to sleep. I got to the college at the start of my shift with maybe 4, 5.5 hours of sleep. I had coffee, but it only lasted for so long. With it being extremely late, my office feeling cool, and it being quiet everywhere, I started feeling drowsy. Sleeping on the job wasn't allowed, of course, but every now and then I let myself have a brief nap to refresh myself. So I set my head on the desk and fell asleep instantly. I was later jolted awake. A feeling of something very wrong switched my tired mind on alert and woke me up. I rubbed my eyes and checked the monitors to see if anything was up. I looked at the camera feed for the south lot and my eyes narrowed. Beneath one of the lamplights, a person was standing. Not doing anything, just being very still. I couldn't make out any details, but this person had long black hair and looked very tall for almost reaching the light. I looked at the bottom of the screen and found the camera was still recording. Whoever the camera was showing was still there. The feeling that jolted me awake intensified, and I was aware of myself shaking. A chill colder than the air inside the office crept up my neck. My body was reacting to some sort of danger the image was giving off. Still, a weird person on the security footage was not an excuse to not do my job. I got to the lot in under a minute, and I saw that person still standing under the lamplight, just being dead still. Their back was facing toward me, and their heads seemed to be bowed forward. As I approached closer and tried to get their attention, I found that this trespasser was very tall and lanky, and was wearing a dirty white dress. I called to her again, asking if she needed help, but didn't respond. She just kept standing like a statue where she was. I reached out to touch her, and my hand retracted back from the burning sensation her skin gave off, as if she were on fire. I cursed and shook my hand to cool it off, and the lady moved for the first time. Her head tilted upward, as if finally acknowledging I was there. She turned around and I started to track backwards. Her body was humanoid, but she had the head of a goat or a ram. The fur was pitch black, contrasting against her pale skin and white dress. The eyes were red like burning embers, and strands of flesh hung off its curved horns. As my backwards walk sped up, I could hear it give off a deep, thunderous roar. I ran back towards the office, and I swear I could hear the thing sprinting after me. I ran faster than I ever have in my life, and I barricaded myself in the security office. For good measure, I switched off the lights inside and called 911. I told them something was on campus, and they sent someone over. I hung up and strained my ears to hear any noise outside my office. It was hard to notice anything other than the pounding of my heart working overtime. Felt like an eternity before I heard the knocking at the door. The cops notified their presence, and I slowly opened the door. They questioned me about what I called for. When I told them, they looked at me as if I were a mental patient or a drug user. I played the footage back for them, and there the thing was. At the very least, they weren't going to arrest me for making a fake emergency call, but with the trespasser gone, there wasn't much they could do. They left, and I was once again alone. This time I was very afraid. Not that I was alone, but afraid that I wasn't alone, and that thing was still out there. I wasn't taking any chances. I waited in that office and kept the door locked until the end of my shift. I left a note saying I resigned immediately, and I never went back. Every day, at least every one of mine, the sun always sets twice. I can't explain it, and I don't expect you to understand. How could I? No one does. Nor does anyone ever believe me. I've tried to explain it, but I end up either being called weird or the butt of jokes. I can't go to school, but you'll understand why later. The first time it happened was years ago. Before then, nothing seemed out of place. I was at the park with a bunch of friends just enjoying the summer. Propped up on my elbows, I gazed out across the lake languidly and listened to the distant sounds of laughter and splashing. Passive noises always lull me into an almost meditative state, and my thoughts were both everywhere and nowhere at once. The smell of burgers grilling and suntan lotion were a sweet mixture on the breeze. The sky slowly changed as fingers of sunlight curled in its leaving. Purpling clouds were crouched in the soft tangerine of the early evening. Serenity is the only word I've ever found which matches moments such as these. I watched with my friends as the sun set. As the final edge of the glowing saucer slipped below the horizon, everything glitched. A harsh, grinding sound filled the air, and my stomach rose as my head cleaved apart in wrenching pain. The world spun and I began retching hard. Nothing came out, not even bile. It's always just a dry heave. Okay, hey, get help, were snippets of what I heard my friends say before a slashing darkness, like the blip in between cutscenes in a film, happened. At that moment my stomach stopped lurching. The headache, which is the only way I can describe having both halves of your brain ripped down the center, dissipated. I cramped into a ball and clutched my towel. Sweat chilled me as the world slowly stopped spinning. I started picking back up on life around me as my breathing slowed. I smelled the burgers and suntan lotion. I heard the playing and splashing, but none of my friends were there, and the people, they weren't the ones I remembered seeing. I watched the sun set for the second time that day, fearing. As it dipped below the skyline, I felt within me for any sign that the same thing would happen. Sometimes when we think we're sick, we try to enhance those feelings in order to protect them better, or to stand on solid ground knowing that we aren't. As a parting shot, a direct beam of light hit me square in the face, then disappeared. Night began unfurling its speckled cloak, and I had to be back by 10, so I grabbed my towel and headed home. When I got there, my parents were hysterical. Gripping me by the shoulders and shaking me, my mother spat out, "Where the fuck were you?" "I'm sorry," I said with a sideways glance at the clock which read 10:20. "I must have lost track." "Of what? Of time?" my father yelled. I stared at them dumbfounded. They've never been this pissed over 20 minutes before, I thought. Stammering, I said, I'm only 20 minutes late." I looked from face to face in the ensuing silence. My mother, father, and even my sister sitting on the couch seemed frozen in time. Everything except the grandfather clock in the corner, that is, which ticked a steady beat. There are moments when you know that everyone is sharing the exact same thought, and we were all dreadfully aware of each passing second. "It's been 24 hours, my mother said, punctuating each word painfully. 24 hours echoed through my mind. My head swam at this as I started picking up on small things. 24 hours. Everyone was wearing different clothes. 24 hours. My sister's school books were different. 24 hours. She dyed her hair. I grappled with what my mother said and saw how sallow they all looked, like they'd been up all night worrying. "I'm sorry," I blurted, confused, and began sobbing. How could this be? How could I have lost that much time? This isn't possible. I babbled and bawled simultaneously, telling them what had happened. I was beset, remorseful, and utterly confused. The atmosphere changed and they tried calming me down. I can't say for sure how the rest of the night went. My memory of it is scattered. A few things, however, I can say. My father was on the phone with the police and my friend's parents, letting them know that I had returned. My mother cradled me while my sister texted. Finally, I threw myself under my blankets and slept. I dreamt wildly, vividly, and restlessly. These were untouchable dreams, the ones your conscious mind protects you from when you're awake. I slogged out of bed exhausted and floated through a day softened and undefined by a strong disbelief in reality. Through the muffle, I heard my friends whisper with others, and I felt alone and alien. After school, I went home, did my homework, and set the table just as always. My dad fired up the grill and we ate. Everything was fine until the sun set. As the final, direct sunlight hid, that awful, grinding sound reverberated through my skull. My stomach became a pretzel and I dropped to the ground, heaving again and again. My arms wrapped around me, and I heard a robotic voice ask through the static, "What's wrong?" Cutscene. Gagging, sweating, and crushed into myself, I felt a reduction, a sense of relief, my brain shrinking to normal and the warm touch of the sun leave my face. I shiver and cry out, and my family rush from the house and scoop me up in a tight embrace. Our shared confusion and terror poured from us all as we wept together. This was the beginning of our nightmare. I'll spare you details of the years that followed. Suffice it to say, I saw doctors and became institutionalized. No one could help. No one can, it seems. 6 sunsets ago, my parents realized that the scientists studying me saw me more as a guinea pig to learn from, rather than a patient to treat. So petitioned my release and I went home. I'm sitting here now with my tongue mashed, swollen, and unusable. When I got home, something changed. This is why I'm writing now. 5 sunsets ago, while lying in my bed waiting for the end of the day, the glitch hit me harder. This time, my heart pounded and I sensed danger like never before. I was forced bolt upright and I tried to catch my breath and balance at the same time. My vision split. The room pulsed electrically to the rhythm of my heart and then triplicated, separating. I saw 3 versions of it side by side and each was a different, translucent color and then nothing. I blacked out. I have no idea if time passed or how much, but I was woken in the divide by an unvoiced question. In the rushing pitch dark to my right was a neon green, yet transparent orb of energy. The question posed, "Will you join me or go back into the darkness?" was answered instantly, and I found myself both inside and outside of it. The surge of delirious power was remarkable. It moved at breakneck speeds and I was overwhelmed. From inside I spoke, but heard my voice projected outside in a deeper, throaty tone saying, "Holy shit. Holy fucking shit." Every move it made was absolute perfection. I'd never felt anything like it before. Imagery came to mind as we shifted and traveled. At times, it was like a roller coaster dipping, swerving, and ascending. At other times, I was flying downhill on a mountain bike through narrow stands of trees. All the while it was reaching out, making connections and pulling things inside. I still can't understand exactly what was happening, but I felt like rebuilding. There was an urgency to it all, some underlying fear. It needed to make every move exactly. Nothing could be out of place, and it had something to do with what was lurking in the darkness just to our left. I was aware that out in the black was another entity and we were racing it. It was never defined, and I was too caught up in the shock of feeling perfection for the first time in my life to ask, but we needed to reach a certain point before it did. I knew we would, and the closer we got, the more my ecstasy grew. "Yes, yes!" shouted. Just before we reached that spot, blackout. I woke to my mother wiping a bloody froth off my face. She told me I had reappeared in a seizure. I swallowed iron. My tongue was a smashed potato that filled my mouth. Closing my eyes, I slept until morning. Every setting sun since, I've taken that ride, and each time that perfection has become incrementally less so. Every second sunset since, I've woken up seizing. I'm terrified of every evening, every race, and what it means to lose. And every time I open my eyes again, I I'm writing this because I can no longer speak, and this evening might just be my last chance to share. Being a detective is not an easy job. Not to say that other jobs are easy, but our job carries a lot of weight with it, and by weight, I mean all the guilt, the sadness, the weeping melancholy, and the rigid stress that sometimes haunts us. We endlessly try to uncover cases. Sometimes we discover clues, and at other times we only have a dead end to greet us. I don't know when it occurred to me, but all this time, I had slowly become tired of everything. I think that I was mentally exhausted, and trust me, it is way worse than being physically worn out. Honestly, you could push through the limits of your body with a strong will, but no amount of effort would help you if your mind doesn't allow you to move. Eventually, these days jumbled by, and seeing my dilapidated condition, my wife soon recommended that I apply for a transfer to some more desolate area, or any other place that wouldn't have too many problems hounding me. I complied with her request, and since it was my own wish too, I reasoned to myself, it's not like I am running away or anything. A little rest, some me time, is all I need. That is the only thing that drove me, or at least I felt that way. I needed a little rest. We all do, you know? Sometimes when we are burnt out after trying too hard, then it's better to take a breather once in a while. I talked to the chief the next day, being the kindest that the department ever had. He listened to my whole story calmly. The chief was a stout old man nearing retirement, and his deep gray eyes always found a way to calm those who talked to him. He looked at me and gave an assuring smile. Well, son, I've always told you young people to never push yourselves too hard. He took a pause and looked straight into my eyes. After all, life is like a dream sometimes. No need to take it too seriously. His eyes moved away as he laughed. After some time of scrolling through his desktop, he decided that I could go to a nearby place called Red Creek Town. Well, that's weird. I'd never heard of it before. I thought to myself as I tried hard to recall if such a place even existed. The chief, not catching my confusion, told me I could go there under the guise of re-examining a case that had long since been closed. This way I could have a long vacation and nobody would notice. Personally, I knew that this wasn't morally or ethically correct, but I wasn't really in a state to be kind or concerned about it at all. The next day, I took out my pitch black LS6 Chevelle, and since I was feeling myself being a little more in the mood, I decided to wear a pitch black suit with a red tie. Well, that's a little pretentious of you, honey. My wife mocked me in a joking manner as she leaned across the doorway. Well, might as well dress the part of a genius detective while I'm at it. I joked with her as I gave her a quick hug and strode out with my luggage. Clad in black and in an old muscle car, I rode into the winds, blasting music all the way, feeling the cold air on my face as I drove. The symphony of the songs ran through my soul, and finally I was at peace. The road started to become more and more desolate as time passed. I drove on for a few hours as I continued along the unknown road. That's weird. It shouldn't be this long. By that time, it was already evening and the sky had turned dark. Despite this, the unusual situation didn't bother me long because soon enough I came across a signboard. Rustic and old. The letters were a little hard to read. Welcome to the Red Creek Town. I chuckled. Some kid had apparently moved the C and put a L instead with black paint. Not that I got the humor, but the prank in itself managed to tickle me a little. Driving past it, I soon reached the main area and the central road. The houses were scattered all about, with a single, conspicuous gas station beside the road. I stopped by it, planning to talk to the folk here and refilling my car. Halting myself before I could get out, I reached out to the dashboard to take my .44 Magnum revolver with me. Once again, I stopped. What are you doing? You are not on an investigation here. Admonishing myself, I got out of the car as I directly strode inside the gas station. It was, a little old-fashioned. Is anybody here? I shouted. Sounds of footsteps came from the back door as a young woman in her late 20s strode inside. She had dark hair, a not too noticeable face, and a small frame. She wore a long blue single-piece dress. Well, that's new for a storekeeper, thought to myself. She looked at me up and down, seemingly surprised at seeing a new face around here, and then, as one would expect to hear something like, "What do you need? Look around if you need something, or anything else." Instead, she directly spoke to me in a hushed tone. "Leave. You shouldn't be here." Moving directly in front of me and wildly swaying her head as if to refuse my existence in front of her. Now I was surprised, but instinctively my long years of experience kicked in as I asked her, playing along. "I was just planning to leave, actually." I stopped as I carefully put my next statement forward. "I could." I swallowed my words back into my mouth as I saw her completely becoming still, staring at me. Flicker, flicker. The lights went out. Damn. I thought to myself as everything had turned dark, only with little light trickling through the headlights of my vehicle. I couldn't see her clearly anymore. Her face was now melded in darkness. Abruptly, she started walking backwards with her head facing me. The dread was building up inside me. Any moment, I expected her to attack me. I braced myself, but she continued walking backwards slowly as she vanished into the darkness. What in the world? I exclaimed out loud, being shocked. Quickly turning around, I planned to leave. I strode out. The dim light of the town had started to change as the moonlight finally trickled to illuminate the surroundings. The road was covered in red. No, it would be more accurate to say that the houses, the walls, and the other buildings were oozing some sort of red substance. Now, despite me having more than average courage, the scene in front of me terrified me, but this wasn't a time to be scared. I needed to know what the hell was happening. Running back inside my car, I took out a file. It was the case file that I thought I would never open. The case statement was something like this. The Red Creek Lake Incident. In the early 2000s, an incident took place in this town. The water source of this town was poisoned, and consequently a lot of people died while others were severely traumatized by the same. The police department tried a survey and did a lot of searching, but no perpetrator was ever found. Signed, West Smith. I did not really know what to do next until I heard a loud voice shouting, "Help me! Somebody please!" It was the voice of a young man. A chill ran up my spine, but I wiggled out of the car, taking my gun with me, expecting it to be useful. He... Suddenly a weird feminine laughter rang out. Looking back, I saw the same woman sitting in the backseat of my car, staring at me as she giggled. Then I heard a scream. This time it was the voice of an old woman, still from the same direction. Breaking out of my stupor, I started to sprint with full force as I followed the voice through the middle of the town. As I was running towards the voice, I noticed them. People, a lot of them, cooped up in their houses staring at me from their windows. What's wrong with them? Honestly, with this situation, I would have left long ago, but those painful voices... Then I heard the scream of a girl this time. Damn it. I ran harder as I reached the forest side, and not stopping even for a moment, I weaved through the trees. Sound came behind me. No, it isn't only one sound. In fact, many sounds came behind me. As I looked over my shoulder, I almost fell over. If not for years of training, I would have definitely been drove into inaction. The townspeople, all of them standing behind me, strewn all over, staring at me as they just stood still. This motivated me to run even faster, and soon a lake came into view as I saw a young man was standing. No, not only him. A lot of people were just standing there in the lake. That lake. It reflected a weird red color in the moonlight. And the people, all of them had pitch black eyes with bloated skin akin to someone who had just drowned. With their sickly eyes looking at me, they started to scream in a painful voice as a creepy grin started to form on their faces. Together they shouted, "Help me!" My legs finally gave out as I sat beside the lake. Fear had paralyzed me. I gave out a muffled scream as I realized that all the townspeople had somehow arrived before the lake. They started to shuffle in slow steps towards me. Looking back, the people in the river were also reaching outwards to me. Surrounded by this horror, I couldn't move at all. But my body didn't want to give up. I managed to take my revolver and bang. I shot myself in the leg to get some adrenaline in the body as pain shot through my whole leg. Picking myself up, I limped. I crawled. I don't know how I moved, but I managed to reach my car. Nobody pursued me and the woman wasn't there now. My vision started to dim as I started up the car and drove away. The last thing I remember is driving near the highway of my city as I called my chief telling him that I had been shot, and my consciousness gave out. I opened up my eyes as the hospital roof greeted me. My wife, being scared and panicked, came in as she started to cry and hug me. The head came in behind, tottering as he muttered, "Now why in the world would he shoot himself?" The following days I was discharged and, well, suspended until my psychiatric evaluation was properly done. Currently I am sitting beside my wife as we watch a comedy on the television. I am having fun, even though a little scared at what happened. But my mental fog is clearing up slowly. Once in a while I dream that I am trapped in the Red Creek town, in one of the homes sitting on the bedside staring randomly in places. But these episodes have started to slow down with therapy. And, well, didn't the chief say, life is like a dream? The thunder outside my third-hour class was soothing. It was close to spring break, so we were just watching a Disney or Pixar movie. I can't remember which company made it. It was Wall-E. Nobody was paying attention, either sleeping or on their phones. Hell, even the teacher was on his phone. The rain began coming down harder. I was seated by the window, and all I was doing was watching the rain. April storms like this were common where I live, so it was nothing out of the ordinary. The bell rang to let us out of third hour and go to lunch. In my school, you can go outside during lunch period, and you don't have to eat. It can be cool when you just aren't hungry. Of course, like usual, there were some of those kids, you know the ones, that thought it would be funny to go outside and get soaked. I checked my phone while eating so I didn't notice that they hadn't come back all lunch period. I got a weather alert on my phone that we were under a tornado watch. Looking outside, it seemed about right. When the bell rang, I tossed my tray and headed to PE. The kids who had gone outside were supposed to be in that class. However, when the teacher did roll call, all three that had gone outside were absent. A couple of us were confused because we had just seen them. One kid spoke up to say that she'd seen them go outside during lunch. The teacher sighed and pressed a button to talk to the office. "Hello?" The voice rang over the speaker. "Yeah, are Ethan, Luke, and Nate inside? My students said they were here just a couple minutes ago." There was a silence over the intercom. We all stood around awkwardly, wondering when we were going to play Capture the Flag. The voice came back over the intercom again after a couple seconds. "And you said they're not with you?" "No, they're not here." We heard the intercom hang up after that. The teacher assumed that the kids were running around in the halls, and that the office staff had to try and find them. We started Capture the Flag, and it usually only takes 2 rounds of the game before the bell rings and we have to go. However, the bell didn't ring. We ended up playing a 3rd round before we realized something was wrong. Our attention snapped to the clock, which was 13 minutes after the class was supposed to end. Just as we were preparing to leave, the intercom rang out. "Attention teachers, keep your students in your class until further notice." My stomach sank. I was always a nervous kid. This made me nervous like many other things do. The teacher looked confused for a second before switching the game to Martian tag. We played for a while before getting tired. He conceded and put on a movie for us to watch. Space Jam. A couple minutes in, and we heard a blood-freezing shriek from outside the classroom. The teacher naturally got up to investigate, and all of us were staring at the door in fear, wondering what could have made that noise. A kid I didn't know too well, Kai, snuck over to the door to look out the small window. He stared for a couple of seconds before pushing the door open and leaving. I had no idea what to do, but after 3 other students did the same, I freaked out. Everyone in the room was starting to wonder what was happening, so we made our way to the door. All 14 of us left, and we peeked out the window. It was just the empty hallway. It was still raining outside, and it was getting unnaturally loud. "Well, I'm going home," a kid said before pushing us out of the way and leaving the gym. I wanted to get out of there at that point too. Slowly, everyone filled out of the gym and went off in different directions. All I had on me was my phone, but that was the only important thing I brought to school. I decided to just head straight for the exit, as did one other person, Max. He was annoying, but in a way that it makes everyone happier. It's hard to explain. We didn't talk much as we rushed for the front exit. When we did make it, the office next to it was abandoned. Nobody was in sight and the lights were off. We looked outside into the rain, and we weren't able to see anything at all. It was raining way too hard. I decided to wait until the rain slowed down before I left. However, Max did not share this same line of thought. He opened the door and walked into the rain. I checked my phone, and like you'd expect, there was no service. I put it back into my pocket because I don't have the password to my school Wi-Fi. I didn't have any idea what to do while waiting for the rain to stop, so I wandered the hall. When I got into the area that had the 6th grade classes, I saw someone dart into a room, faster than I could believe. You know how your vision clouds when you see something extremely startling? I hesitated in the hall, wondering if it was just a scared kid or what. I slowly made my way over to the door that it went into. Like many classroom doors, it had a tall and narrow window with wires in it. I peeked into the window and saw a student crouched in a corner sobbing. I slowly opened the door and he immediately looked to the door. The fear on his face is still burned into my memory. He ran over to me and hugged me. Based on his size, I'd assume he was in 6th grade. After less than a second, he let go of me, realizing what he had done. "I'm sorry, it's just that I don't know where anybody else is. There's something scary in the halls," he said through tears, sniffling every couple of seconds. I felt sorrow while looking at him. I decided that I'd make sure he gets out alive as well. "Listen to me. We're going to get out of this, all right? I'll protect you until the storm is over." He calmed down a bit and nodded. I looked around outside of the classroom, wondering what he meant by something scary. I thought maybe it was what made that horrible shriek earlier. I let him out of the classroom and I wandered the halls once again. The silence was deafening. I started to panic, wondering what happened to the rest of the students. As I rounded a corner, I saw what I'm sure the kid was referring to when he mentioned something scary. I quickly ducked back, holding my breath. The kid, who had told me his real name was Junior, was hiding behind me. I heard the footsteps of whatever it was that was in the hall. It was opening doors and looking inside. I was in the 7th grade hall at the moment. As it opened a door, I heard someone scream, then that hideous shriek that the monster made. I had ducked behind the corner too fast to have gotten a good look at it. The scream coming from the poor person in that room was quickly silenced, after which the scream was replaced with the sound of meaty crunching. The hallway I was in had a window to the outside. The rain had definitely slowed down, but I wasn't going to risk what was in the rain. I went back the other way. I forgot to mention, but at this point the power in the school was off, and the light inside was dim in well-windowed areas. If there weren't windows, then it was pitch black. I rounded another corner and found myself staring down a black hallway. Under any other circumstances, I would have avoided it. but I heard the monster a ways back and it was getting closer. I slowly made my way down the hallway. I grabbed the hand of Junior as to not lose where he was. I managed to find the unlocked door, and I made my way in to try and hide from the monster. When I entered, I felt a book slam into my head. Ow, what the hell? I couldn't see anything in the room, and when I responded, I heard someone gasp in the darkness. They profusely apologized. I had a headache from it. I reached over to the doorknob to try and find a way to lock it. Luckily, there was a small lock that prevented the doorknob from being turned. I was sure that the monster heard me yell. My suspicions were confirmed when it slammed against the door, eliciting a scream from Junior. The monster tried the doorknob, but when it didn't open, it started to get violent. It was trying to break down the door. At this point, I accepted my inevitable death. Then an idea popped into my head. Some of the classrooms have a closet that lead into another classroom. I didn't want to turn on my flashlight so that monster didn't know where we were going. I asked the kid if there was a closet in this room, to which I got no reply. There must be, I thought, because I realized that the kid was no longer in here. I stumbled around in the darkness, shaking from fear. I had to keep going, though, for Junior at the very least. I managed to find the closet and I slipped in. I made my way to the next classroom as the door from the previous one was destroyed. I heard it shatter. I realized my mistake, and I rushed over to the window in the classroom. I had no choice but to brave what was out in the rain. I tossed a book at the window, hoping to break it, but it hopelessly bounced off. I made a rash decision, and I tried my hardest to punch out the window. It cracked. I tossed another punch, pushing through the pane, and the window broke. The glass deeply lacerated my hand. I hopped out, cutting my legs. As I turned around to grab Junior, the monster broke its way into the room. Junior reached out to me, but the monster was faster. I got a good look at it as it dragged Junior away. It was a large mass of flesh, eyes, mouths, and hair. It grabbed Junior and left the room. I went numb. The screams that Junior let out as it took him haunt my dreams to this day. I tried to figure out where I was outside as the rain slowed to a drizzle. I was in the parking lot where it had to be a dozen police cars and ambulance were waiting. EMTs ran over to me when they saw me. From that point to the hospital is a blur. My parents, police, government agents. I got asked questions from everybody that knew about what happened. In the end, I got no answers. All I knew was that 112 people were missing. I never knew what came of that monster, or what happened to the people who disappeared in the rain. I left the town soon after, and I live in southern Indiana. That was 4 years ago. I recently graduated high school, and I tried to find out if the event was recorded online in some way or another. I couldn't find anything about it. No obituaries, no nothing. Anytime it rains now, I always get scared. My only hope is that whatever the monster was, didn't escape. Jenny Hanivers. That's what they were called. These stingrays that had been carved and dried looked so much more gruesome than I would have expected. They were being made for centuries, but I had never really heard of them. Apparently they were used in the 16th century to trick people into believing that demons exist, and very effectively, may I add. When I found out about them, I immediately thought that I could use one to finally beat my tick of a neighbor in the Halloween decoration competition. Year after year, I would scour the web and buy the most disturbing, fucked up things that I could find in order to give me an edge. But he had money backing him. Because of that, I would consistently get second place. This time, I thought, this time Jared will pay. A sick grin grew on my face as I dropped a couple $100 on it without hesitation. Despite the price, I had a feeling that this would finally bring the results I was looking for. I fully admit that this behavior was a little bit obsessive for what would ordinarily be such a trivial matter, and looking back, we could have saved ourselves a lot of grief by just shutting up and living with it. However, over the course of several years, My rivalry with him grew into a hatred of his lavish lifestyle. My family and I had been living across the street from this buffoon for years. We had worked our asses off to live as comfortably as we did, and to watch some trust fund baby play loud music, constantly brag about his cars, and have different women in his house every night was just disgusting to us. All of us were bitter, even my young daughter, who he had kept up at night with his loud music and fornication, which penetrated all of our soundproofing efforts. Previously, we even tried talking to the HOA about it, but you know how they are. He paid them extra so they kept turning a blind eye to his obvious infractions. Just trust me. If you were in my shoes, I have a feeling you would understand the anger we all felt. I knew that if I could win just once, I could see the shock on his face. I could see him realize that not everything in the world is just given to people, and hard workers will prevail over arrogant, lazy slobs like him. That brings us to October 1st, 2019. This was the date the box arrived, and the date that this whole mess started. After opening the box, my daughter, Olivia, was surprisingly less scared of it than my wife, Kate. Olivia was more fascinated by it than anything. The Jenny Hanover came with instructions to hang it up and some general upkeep tips. It was all pretty much what you would expect, but the last tip was apparently very important. The text, over twice as large and bolded, stated, "Do not place in water." I thought that this was to be expected. Drying was just part of the preservation process. If it were to somehow rehydrate, it would probably start to smell like shit. That would be a good $200 down the drain. Not completely sure why, but Olivia really loved this thing that she named Herbert. She would play with it like a doll and even sleep with it. Sometimes she asked to take a bath with it, but Kate and I told her that she shouldn't because it might ruin it. One day, she wanted to take Herbert to show and tell, which we allowed if she was careful with it. Apparently all the other kids in the class and the teacher ran out screaming, and she was sent home. Even though she got in trouble, I didn't mind. That day confirmed that the Jenny Hanover would bring the exact reaction we wanted out of people. We continued the month as normal, and word began to spread around about such a terrifying object. Then came October 30th, the day before the contest. We didn't want to show our full hand before the competition, so we decided not to hang it up until Halloween. That being said, we were also afraid that Olivia would accidentally break it right before, so we hid it in a closet for the day. She was upset that she couldn't play with it, but she seemed to understand. Until the day ended, she finally started asking a lot of questions about it. "Dad, what is Herbert?" "Herbert's a dried stingray, sweetie." "Where did you get him? Why are kids so scared of him?" "I bought him online. He was supposed to be a Halloween decoration. We were actually really surprised that you weren't scared of him to begin with." "Why can't I put him in water?" "He's dried and pretty old. He'll probably start to smell bad if we do that." "Why does he ask me to bring him to the tub then?" That question definitely threw me off a little. But you know kids and their imaginations, always running wild and creating friends with things like stuffed animals. I responded about as seriously as any parent would. "Maybe he'll come to life or something. I don't know." We all went to bed early that night because we knew we would be decorating the house all day on Halloween. Around midnight, I was awakened to a scream coming from the bathroom. As I rushed to the bathroom, I noticed the closet door was open and I immediately thought I knew what happened. However, when I opened the door, the last thing I expected to see was that thing trying to pull my daughter into the water with its tail, which had become more like a tentacle. "Kate, get the gun!" The thing had kept its disgusting pale color, although now it was very slimy to the touch. I could tell that this was not just a disfigured stingray anymore, but something completely different. I attempted to rip that thing's tail away from my daughter, but it was unnaturally strong. It hissed at me and tried to bite me. When Kate arrived with the gun, I immediately shot the tail to free Olivia, pushing her away from the thing. It thrashed about and let out a horrific screech as I unloaded the rest of my magazine into it. When it finally stopped moving, We took a moment to collect ourselves, and then thought of how we would get rid of it. It definitely smelled as bad as I thought it would. I decided that despite the horrible experience and the bullet holes it had, I would hang it up right away just to get it outside. If we had gone through this much with it, we might as well have gotten some use out of it. When I walked onto my porch, police officers arrived. They told me that neighbors told them to look into some gunshots that came from my house. I held up the thing, smiling, and just said, "It's okay, officers. Just a little monster in the house. You can come in if you'd like." One searched the place as the others watched me hang up the little eldritch horror beast that was my Jenny Hanover. Sir? The hell is that thing?" The officer asked with a hand on his taser. "It's called a Jenny Hanover. It's just a disfigured stingray, really." "Why the hell did you even buy that thing?" "I thought it would be a good Halloween decoration." The officer and I continued to talk while the others finished up his search. Of course, everyone was okay, if not a little bit shaken. They left without any problems, but when we tried to go back to sleep, for obvious reasons, that wasn't working out for any of us, so we all gathered at the dining room table to talk about it while having some snacks. "Hey Olivia, was that thing actually talking to you?" "It was." "What kind of things did it say?" asked Kate. "He wanted me to take a bath with him," she croaked out as she began to cry. I threw up in my mouth. After excusing myself, I went to the bathroom. There, I splashed water on my face, pinched myself, slapped myself in the face repeatedly, and forced my eyes open and closed. I did everything I could to convince myself that this wasn't happening while my wife was consoling Olivia. When I sat back down, my mind was still racing. "I'm sorry for putting you through all this," I said. "It's okay, Dad. You couldn't have known." I probably shouldn't have encouraged playing with a dead animal anyway. "Even though it was a bit weird, I can see why you did, honey. She seemed like she was having a good time. Come on, Olivia. Let's try to get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a big day," replied Kate. Only then were we able to get some sleep. The next morning, the thing was gone. I didn't really know what to think about that. But good riddance, I guess. We didn't even feel like putting up decorations that day. The following year, we sold all of the Halloween decorations we had accumulated over the years so we could afford to move to a calmer place. Here there was no Jaren. Here there was no possibility of that thing finding us. Here we could live in peace. Sometimes, though, I still think back to the incident and wonder what the fuck happened to that thing. I noticed it first on a Monday after an unusually brutal shift at work. Customers hounding me for refills, sauce on the side, extra napkins. You know how it is. That day was especially bad because I had one guy try the dollar bill trick on me. You know the one. He set out 5 ones and took away $1 every time I messed up or wasn't fast enough. I wasn't angry at him for taking any away. Only that he expected me to bend over backwards for $5 fucking. Get real. After dealing with all of that, the last thing I wanted to see on my way to the front door was a creepy old man staring at me. He had been my duplex neighbor for over 5 years. Most people wouldn't live in a duplex for so long, but we only shared one wall with each other, and he was always very timid. The only sounds I heard through that wall were his low humming to jazz tunes and the clinking of pots as he cooked. This was his daily routine after spending hours in the garden talking to his flowers. He was a little off, sure, but he was very sweet. He respected my privacy and never approached me aside from the occasional, "Hello." Things changed a lot when his grandson moved in. Of the few conversations we had, he had not once mentioned a family. That's why I thought it was strange to see a chalky, scruffy 20-something man dragging a suitcase into the unit beside me on a warm Wednesday afternoon. I didn't ask who he was, but when he saw me reclining on my patio chair, he perked up with a, "Oh, you must be my new neighbor. My name's Cameron." He told me all about how much he missed his grandfather after so many years and how he was too elderly to be living alone. Something about him seemed off. I can't describe it, but it wasn't my business, so I brushed it off. Suddenly, I was seeing more and more of Cameron, and less of my elderly neighbor. He was no longer spending time in the garden. I could no longer hear the faint jazz through the walls. Instead, I heard whirring of tools every night until 11 p.m. like a late-night remodel was happening next door. Honestly, it was so faint it never bothered me. At one point, those noises stopped too, and that's when I saw my elderly neighbor again. I stepped out of my car one day and began walking towards my front door when I caught something in the corner of my eye. The sunlight was hitting my neighbor's window at the perfect angle where I could hardly see anything but bright, flooding yellow. I squinted hard to make out the shape. All I could see was a figure standing behind the window, perfectly still. I decided not to dwell on it too much and went inside. But something about that sent a chill down my spine and lingered in my thoughts. As I lay in bed, I still couldn't forget about it. The next day I glanced over at my neighbor's window, but the curtains were drawn. Well, maybe it was my imagination, so I went off to work like usual. Once I came home, he was standing there, staring, waiting behind his large glass window. His loose, draping skin accentuated by the fact that he was completely nude. He stared at me with hazy eyes and a sick expression on his face. It made me gag. I knew he was standing there for me. I had been coming home at the same time every day for years. I remained frozen, unsure if I should head inside or get in my car and drive somewhere far away. In the end, I decided I may have been overreacting. Cameron had told me a few days prior that the old man was suffering from dementia, which worsened every day. I didn't want to do anything rash, especially since my sweet neighbor was sick. He probably wasn't standing there on purpose. I decided to let it go. But days turned into weeks and the old man was waiting by the window every day. Even when I changed shift, he was always there waiting. Sometimes he was sitting on his satin chair with a cup of tea. But certain things remained the same, such as his naked, forever drooping skin and his hazy expression. Sometimes it felt like he grinned at me as I walked by. Nights felt uncomfortably cold as his loud breathing echoed through our shared wall. It felt as if he was always watching, even when he wasn't by the window. I never saw him come out of the house. I don't know if he ever left. Only Cameron would leave occasionally to gather groceries and come home whistling tunes on his way in. I tried to avoid looking at the old man as much as possible, but I noticed how sickly he became. Once, I leered a little longer near my door to see if he would turn to watch me leave. That day he was just standing there, unmoving, his skin drooping almost to the floor. I don't know why I knocked on his door. I don't know if I was worried about him or fed up. I just knew I couldn't take much more of the staring. It was driving me crazy. It only took 2 knocks before Cameron opened the door. "Hey, Rye, what can I help you with?" He said nonchalantly. Rye. Only my friends call me Rye. Who does this guy think he is calling me by that when we've only exchanged a couple sentences to each other? That really irritated me and I became a little more aggressive. "Can I come in? I need to talk to you." I was unwilling to hide the agitation in my voice. He whistled. "Now really isn't the time. Can I invite you over for dinner later?" "No, we need to talk now." I was beginning to push my way in when I stopped. I saw something in my peripheral that made my stomach turn. I looked up at Cameron, my fearful expression crystal clear in his dilated pupils. His breathing became heavy. He looked excited. He reached out to grab me, but I was too fast. I ran into my unit and tightly locked the door. With trembling fingers, I dialed 911. Thump, thump, thump. Cameron was hitting hard against our shared wall. "Come back. Let's have dinner." His muffled voice somehow carried into my living room. I tried to keep my composure so I could describe to the 911 operator exactly what I saw at my neighbor's house. Once they confirmed me police would arrive in 15 minutes, I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and huddled into a corner of my living room. Cameron was still pounding against the wall, repeating the same 5 words. After about 10 minutes, he stopped. Silence. Then I heard the creaking of the neighbor's back door. It's funny how many small sounds you can make out when your senses are in survival mode. I sat praying that he wouldn't try to come into my home. It was dark now and the silence had filled with the chirping of crickets. My prayers were answered when I saw glaring red and blue lights approaching our driveway. Loud knocking nearly made me jump out of my skin. I slowly approached the window and let out a sigh of relief when I saw the cop standing there. I cautiously opened the door. "Ma'am, you called about some suspicious activity next door?" "My neighbor's skin," I whispered. The fear had managed to take my voice away to where I could barely speak. "What?" The policemen looked at each other in confusion. I pointed at the window attached to my neighbor's unit. Unlike other nights, the curtains were wide open and the silhouette of the old man's draping body stood behind the window. The police scurried over to the neighbor's unit and disappeared behind the door. I watched from the other side of the window as one of the policemen turned my elderly neighbor around. From my view, I could see all the stitching on his back. A poorly sewn-on zipper adorned the center, so that his skin could be worn like a sick, repulsive costume. I couldn't take it anymore. I let out all the vomit I had been holding back up to this point. The police didn't seem too pleased with their discovery either. Cameron, if that even was his real name, was never caught. I described him to the police, but his face was the type that didn't stand out at all. If I were to try to pick him out of a crowd, I'm not confident I could. He wasn't my neighbor's grandson, obviously. Sadly, my neighbor didn't have a family, but he seemed happy by himself up until, you know. I had seen the old man a few times after Cameron moved in, but he was acting strange. I wish I had paid attention back then. I don't blame myself, but I do feel regret for the way things turned out. One thing's for sure, though. I'm never living so close to a neighbor again. I have withheld a secret so terrible that it cannot possibly be confined in any other living being on this earth. A secret that has gnawed at me for the past 7 months, that continues to suck the life out of me with the passing of each day. And now it has consumed my soul entirely. Dreams of that cursed place have certainly played a part, and I find that not even sleep can serve as an escape from the horror that makes its presence known in the back of my mind. I've learned that some secrets don't stay buried, and they will wait with endless, deadly patience until they get what they desire. I write this in a state of hopelessness and defeat, but also with acceptance of my fate and whatever fate has in store for me beyond that. I cannot avoid these forces that refuse to rest forever. I brought this upon myself. I must accept responsibility for my horrifying actions. I write this because I simply cannot let this secret eat me from the inside out any longer, and I realize that it is time to open the cursed gates of my soul and let whatever dark poison that dwells within spill out onto this page. Ink has never been so black. I might as well quit dancing around the details and finally shed light on what truly exists among the crooked trees of Blackthorn Woods. This nameless evil does not stem from ancient tales of evil entities passed down through the eons. Neither is it facts twisted into unbelievable fiction like these certain tales. What now dwells within the cursed woods is all too real, and is a direct product of my unforgivable actions. I suppose I should begin by addressing the innocent person who incited the chain of horrors that eventually led to the demise of both of us in the long run. If Jonathan Gedney had never stepped foot into Blackthorn, then I could guarantee his longevity, but I cannot guarantee my own either way. Jonathan Gedney was a college student studying journalism from Gridlock University, and had wished to do an article on the history of Blackthorn. Since I am the chief of the pitiful police force of this town, he assumed I would be the best choice to draw information from. The ghost stories that are woven throughout the town's past aren't exactly unknown by the surrounding towns. but attempts have been made to hush them up enough to where clear details are often hazy, and sometimes vacant altogether. These hidden pieces of information are what fuels the curiosity of people like Jonathan Gedney, and therefore, they are what brought him to my front doorstep. When he first introduced himself to me, he made clear that he wanted as much information as possible. His goal must have been to write a piece that would contain secrets that no other inquiring outsider had ever been able to attain. I didn't have the heart to tell him that no method of prying would achieve anything better than the fools before him. Hollow dreams of fame and recognition is what he sought ultimately, but no ordinary man could crack open the tomb of secrets that have been carefully preserved by the town itself for centuries. These stories began in the late 1600s, when the fear of witches were rampant, and where many women were executed without mercy. Salem suffered a very similar ordeal, but Blackthorn didn't ever make it into the history books, due to how the isolated nature of the town made it difficult for information to escape. One particular witch stood out among the others, killing more men and children than any other of her kind and evading capture 8 times. When she was finally bound and shackled and brought to the gallows in front of the leering townspeople, she screamed a torrent of curses upon the town that were supposedly heard in the next town over. This period was certainly the darkest stain in Blackthorn's history, and many people refused to acknowledge it altogether. However, there was an odd event that occurred centuries later in the early 1800s that stirred up whispers about certain dark forces that appeared to have the town gripped in their claws. Mayor John Lackley had just been voted into office, defeating his opponent, James Fry. Lackley was a man who indulged in fashion, and his choice of clothing often served as a strategy to direct attention towards himself. He could often be seen wearing a blue suit that accomplished this without difficulty. Lackley's boasts about his achievements were often unchecked. So, when he went missing soon after the election, many people suspected that he was murdered. James Fry took office soon afterwards, but many people noticed his increased anxiety and paranoia. His mental state only got worse from there, and supposedly he had complained to a few colleagues about strange recurring nightmares that wouldn't release their hold on him. A week later, he was last seen walking quickly towards the woods, and it was queer to the townspeople that he never once stopped to acknowledge anyone who sent a greeting in his direction. He was never seen again. These old tales could have piqued Gedney's interest, yet there was a specific story he specifically asked for. At the mention of it, I immediately became overwhelmed with raw fear, twisted with panic to form a shapeless mass of emotion that pulsed within my heart. He asked with such innocence, not knowing the full weight of his words on my fragile shoulders. "Tell me the story everyone wants to know," he said. "Tell me about the children of Blackthorn Woods." Somehow I kept my composure, and I was quite proud that I was able to answer him without a trace of a nervous quiver in my voice. I politely refused, attributing my unhelpfulness to a lack of knowledge in the subject, even though I knew the story better than anyone in the town. He persisted, and even went so far as to request my presence at a guide for a trip into those haunted woods itself. He explained his intentions as wanting to be able to experience the atmosphere, so he could better describe it in his piece. At first, I declined a bit more forcefully. The thought of those woods alone gave me chills to the bone. But to step foot in them was a new level of horror altogether. I swore 7 months ago that I would never grace those evil woods with my presence ever again. However, Jonathan Gedney was not easily dissuaded. He pleaded with me, almost, saying that it would not take long, that he would be in and out before I knew it. I think he sensed my fear of that dreaded place, even if he didn't fully understand where the fear stemmed from. I am not proud to say that I complied sooner than what I would have wanted. Already, I was viewing Jonathan Gedney as a personal curse, sent from the maniacal gods of fate that were laughing hysterically at my expense. I tried to convince myself that maybe this arrogant youth was right, and maybe nothing bad would come from this trip into the woods. Witnesses later said that they saw us approaching the woods at 6:30, the sun casting its blood-red glow over the silent town as it began its slow descent. As we walked towards the looming tree line of blackthorn woods that waited silently for us, I began to fill Jonathan in on the series of horrors that shook the town to its core 7 months ago. I began by explaining that the woods served as for the majority of the children who grew up in the quiet town of Blackthorn. The children would attend their classes at the small secondary school during the day, anxiously waiting until dismissal. Then, the rest of the evening was spent in the woods, where most of the children would congregate and play games together in the dying light of the sun until the street lamps flickered on, effectively calling them home. Parents trusted them, and trusted that they would be safe. They had no reason to think otherwise. What exactly happened, nobody truly knows. Afterwards, most people assumed it was an accident, that it was a rabies-crazed animal, because no other evidence could be found except for a blood-soaked tatter of clothing. As for the children themselves, the only eyewitness to the horror that occurred within the woods, no information could be pried from their lips. This is what drove my own curiosity to new depths, and it is what made me question the true cause of what happened. If it was merely an accident, why were the children so damned silent? What was preventing them from spilling the details of a killing they had nothing to do with? I had no proof of any other explanation, but I could not let this case close completely. I was driven by a need for justice for the victim, and I would do anything to attain it. For the victim was my very own son. His body was never found, contributing to the theory of a wild animal attack. I had suspected that one of those evil children had killed him, and one certain child came to mind. Vincent Bradford, an ever-present shadow upon all the other children's lives, ruled the schoolyard out of fear. He was a bully, simply put, and the full extent of the darkness within his soul was unknown. He was unpredictable, and some of his teachers had expressed concerns about his mental health. I believe that he could be capable of murder, even if it wasn't intentional. A sharp stake in the ground, a shovel, and a twisted root sticking out of the ground could be enough for a recipe of disaster. But as I have stated before, I had no proof, and therefore my theories fell upon deaf ears, and I was forced into silence. The parents of the children were soon reassured by a sweeping of the woods for wild animals, which revealed that whatever fanged monstrosity had dared to approach the children on that horrible day had vanished, and the children were hesitantly allowed to return to the woods once again. A second tragedy struck the town immediately after, which proved my earlier theories invalid. Despite the search for any traces of wild animals within Blackthorn Woods, a second child had disappeared the same way as the first. This child was Vincent Bradley, and upon learning the name of the victim, I was forced to disregard the possibility of him being behind the murder of my son. This time, the children were less restrained when it came to the details of the event, as if something that had previously compelled them to withhold information had lifted its hold on them, and therefore loosening their tongues. Although this was a good sign, their statements soon proved to be just as useful as when they had refused to say anything at all. The most common shred of information that we could derive from their absurd descriptions was that they had all witnessed a tall man and a boy with black eyes take Vincent in some violent manner that was too terrible for them to put into words. Afterwards, the children would sit in silence with wide eyes, refusing to say another word. It was clear that whatever they had truly seen, it had scared them on a level deep enough for their experience to be traumatic. But the horrors had not yet relinquished their hold on the town, and the horrible climax transpired in silence. The children returned to the woods once more, but that would forever be known as a fatal mistake, for all the children vanished without a trace this time, leaving the town reeling. This time there was a doubt that a wild animal was responsible. The possibility of the children getting lost was also deemed unrealistic by the town, as the chances of the entire group getting lost at once was near impossible, which raised the burning question that has never left the minds of all the grieving parents since that day. Who or what could be responsible? By the time I had finished telling Gedney about the horrors intertwined with Blackthorn's past, we had entered the haunted woods themselves, which seemed to be at the heart of every tale this town had to offer. The woods were a chilling place for anyone, I realized, as I watched Gedney's uneasiness increase by the minute. The woods were a scene from a nightmare. The ground was littered with broken and weathered toys from the lost children, the only witnesses to the terrible events that occurred in those woods. The picture was one of quiet abandonment, dirt-smudged teddy bears with their eyes or limbs missing, cracked wooden soldiers lying forgotten on the cursed battlefield among the overgrown weeds, and old toy cars that had no one left to push them along the cursed soil. Gedney was oddly silent throughout the retelling of the stories, and he captured photographs with a manner of urgency, as if, now that he was finally in the woods, he wanted to be out as soon as possible. I, too, was nervous, but for reasons that he couldn't have known. Bringing up the topic of those children had also brought back all the fear that had been overwhelming my mind ever since it had happened. I had been trying to force the thought of those children out of my head for a long while. Now that I was facing it head-on again, I became aware of the nervous tremors that were making themselves known along my spine. Gedney eventually broke the silence by asking a few questions, which was expected, considering he was here to write an article about the town in the first place. He inquired about if there were any new leads, to which I answered in the negative. I was visibly tense at this point, and my level of nervousness was only climbing higher, which contributed to the horrifying scene that unfolded next. I came to a point where it was hard for me to recall the events that followed, not because they have slipped from my memory, but because they have been deliberately bricked up in the vaults of my mind to prevent me from going mad. Even now, I wonder if what I saw was a delusion, triggered by the extreme act that I committed. I certainly hope so. But as I now review the horrible sight that I beheld, I can't help but to realize how the pieces fit together in a way to suggest horrors beyond comprehension. If what I saw and assume from it is true, the Blackthorn Woods must be an entity of evil in itself, and should be avoided at all costs. In my defense, my mental state was not at its best, due to the chilling atmosphere of that cursed place. My paranoia was at a dangerous level, and it was ultimately caused the death of an innocent man within Blackthorn Woods. Jonathan Gedney had been asking me a series of questions that made sense for the article he was aspiring to write, and his last inquiry was one of innocence as well. He simply wondered out loud if the children could have possibly been murdered. What we both didn't expect was my response. My paranoia, anxiety, and fear all swelled to a point that proved to be too much for my sanity. The next few moments were a blur, yet I remember every detail that followed. I remember his eyes staring into mine, his expression of shock mirroring my own. His hands clawed feebly at his throat, and then I realized that he was trying to pry my hands away without success. I was strangling him, horrified that I was doing so, yet I couldn't stop. He knew somehow. He knew. And I couldn't let him escape those woods. He would tell. I knew he would, because he knew. I killed those children 7 months ago. Their blood is on my hands, and no matter how many times I wash them, it never fades. I killed them, but I never meant to. All I wanted was to identify whoever committed those cursed acts of murder within those shadowed woods. I knew it was no animal that took my son away from me. Anger overwhelmed me that day when I silently ventured into the woods and confronted those children all at once. Anger is what killed those children, not I. Anger at their silence, at their secretiveness. They knew what happened and they refused to tell me. How is any man expected to withhold his agony of being unable to find his son's killer? Have mercy. Mercy cannot be given to those who do not give answers to a grieving father. Mercy will not be given to a man who might know a murderer's secrets. I am not certain how long I stood over Gedney's limp body in the silent woods, my sanity struggling to knit itself back together. Twilight had settled over the town, and my eyes struggled to see my surroundings clearly. Perhaps it was an illusion that occurred next, for my state of mind was not at its best. But even if it was so, it doesn't explain the persistent dreams that haunt my mind in the dead of night. The first hint that I was not alone any longer came in the form of rustling in the undergrowth to my left. It started rather violently, so deep into my twisting thoughts and emotions that I had quite forgotten where I was. The rustling slowly became more prominent, and I soon realized that it was also coming from the opposite direction as well. Before long, it seemed as if the entire area was alive with movement in the undergrowth. I waited anxiously with bated breath to glimpse whatever was emerging, oddly curious rather than afraid. It appeared suddenly, sniffling and grunting as it blindly groped its way out of the undergrowth. Its movements were slow and jerky, like it wasn't quite familiar with its own form. My first perception of it was an animal of sorts, judging from the way it walked on all fours. Its pale skin was stretched tight over its bones, and as my eyes viewed its face, I had the queer sensation that I was dreaming all of a sudden. My impression that it was somehow blind was evidently correct, for two black sockets stared at me where the eyes should have been. When my horrified gaze shifted to the lower half of its face, however, my sanity fully departed once again, and the rest of the events are hard for me to determine whether they were real or not. I have mentioned already that I believe that this episode could have been a delusion, and those who read this after I have disappeared will most likely determine that it was nothing more. This is understandable because to try and accept that these events were real is to accept the onslaught of madness itself. I often think that I am mad, and if I am, I shall also state that madness is bliss compared to facing the horrors that dwell within Blackthorn Woods. The mouth, if one could call that appendage such a thing, was a protruding mass of flesh and gums with yellow teeth bursting chaotically from the opening. The opening of the jaws were positioned vertically, possessing a hauntingly similarity to a grotesque version of an insect's mandibles. They opened and shut with a wet-sounding snap, strings of drool dangling from the opening. But the most terrifying aspect of the creature was the way it somehow appeared human. I must slow down now and choose my words carefully. The most human-like quality about them that brought on upon a fresh wave of horror was the fact that the creature was wearing clothing, an incredibly non-animalistic attribute. But what sent my mind spiraling into confusion and panic was the clothing itself. It was wearing ripped, dirt-stained children's apparel, like something that a young student might wear. The thing crawled slowly across the soil, sniffing curiously at Jonathan Gedney's body, but a moment of confusion swept over me as I noticed that the undergrowth around me was still rustling. And then the true horror came, and I was unable to contain the scream of fear that burst unforeseen from my lips. The woods were alive around me with movement, and soon I was able to see why. Where the first thing had emerged from the undergrowth, more were now following suit. They scurried like overgrown rats, a writhing mass of pale bodies dressed in children's clothing. The wet snaps and clicks of their jaws I shall never forget, and it is that sound in my endless nightmares that causes me to awaken in a maelstrom of terror in the dead of night. I stood among them, paralyzed with fear, unable to fully comprehend what I was seeing. None of them fully took notice of me, for which I am grateful. Instead, they seemed to be focused on curiously exploring the body of Jonathan Gedney, which I had forgotten was there in light of the other events which had taken place. One thing that sparked my curiosity was that one of the creatures was in the same in appearance, yet it was considerably larger, and it wore a faded blue outfit that might have once been called a suit. Shock coursed through my veins as, all of a sudden, they began to feed. Their mandibles clamped tightly on Gedney's arms and legs, tearing strips of flesh from his body with horrifying voraciousness. But the true shock came a moment later when a long groan split the air, and I watched as Jonathan Gedney's eyes flashed open to behold a nightmare. I realized then with yet another wave of unspeakable horror that my attempts of strangling him must have only succeeded in sinking him into unconsciousness. I think Gedney would have screamed then, if it had not been for the large portion of his throat being torn out by one of those hellish demons at that moment. This time I watched as his life drained from his body in a torrent of red. He reached out for me in those last few moments with a tense hand, his tendons strained against the taut skin. His eyes pleaded with me, his attacker, to save him. He wanted me to save him. How could I save him when I couldn't even do the same for my soul? Oddly, the humanoid creatures didn't seem to have the slightest interest in me at the moment. They were entirely focused on their prey, and even when they sometimes turned to stare at me with their hollow sockets that were cast in shadow, their gaze seemed cast with curiosity, rather than hostility. Nonetheless, I felt a creeping chill along my spine whenever they looked at me, which came with the overwhelming urge to flee. Yet I could not move. I was frozen, watching the horror unfold before my disbelieving eyes. One of the children stood up suddenly, and it was horrifying to see the creature behave so human-like. It stared at me with the same interest as the others, but its gaze lingered much longer. Its mandibles clicked, as if it was attempting to speak. The guttural sound that came forth from that hideous appendage broke the spell that had been rooting me in place, and I scrambled out of those forbidden woods in a blind panic. I don't remember much after that, but I think I made it back to my home safely because the next morning I awoke in my bed, as the entire episode had been nothing but a terrible dream. But I soon recalled the syllables uttered by that childlike being in the woods the night before, and I abruptly sank into a fit of delirium that did not release its hold on my exhausted mind for several hours. I swear upon Jonathan Gedney's body that the word I heard produced from those hideous mandibles of that childlike monstrosity was Daddy. That night will forever be ingrained in my memory, and the conclusions that I drew from the things I witnessed still threaten to overwhelm me in madness. I cannot explain what Blackthorn Woods is, or how those creatures came to be, but I can guess at what dwells within. I must only hint at what I believe the terrible truth is. For your sake, you must know the truth, so that no other soul becomes lost to those cursed woods. Burn them, if you must, but never go within to face the horrors that reside there. The Blackthorn Woods, a parasite that has buried its roots deep within blackthorn soil, feeds on those who are far too gone. It hunts the souls who have destroyed themselves with guilt, and it feeds on whoever else meets an untimely end within the woods. It is always waiting, like a spider in its web, for a soul to wander along unsuspectedly and fall into the tangle of horrors that soon prove inescapable by mortal means. There is a space, one might call it a net of sorts, between life and the afterlife, and this space is called Blackthorn Woods. Weak souls are taken advantage of and trapped forever in a state of constant restlessness and hunger for vengeance. I have now become entwined with the black magic of that cursed place at the edge of town, and I accept the fact that I will sacrifice my soul to the inevitable fate of Blackthorn Woods. I now wonder if those woods grow stronger with each feeding, because ever since I left Jonathan Gedney to the mercy of those creatures, my recurring nightmares have grown unbearable. I see those children that I murdered all those months ago, and sometimes their faces blur between their mortal features and the twisted black-eyed mask that Blackthorn Woods has given them. My son stands with them, and I have even glimpsed Gedney among their numbers, and the blue man lingers in the background, his hollow sockets leaving no excuse for the centuries he has witnessed come to pass. The Gridlock police are questioning me. They wonder where their missing college student has gone. They do not suspect me yet, but they will eventually. I know it. I have no happy endings, no matter what path I take. They wait, What is any mortal man to do in my place, under such compelling forces that continue to render humanity defenseless to its curse? I go to them today. I cannot take another night of the dreams. I am on the wrong side of this curse, as James Fry was all those centuries ago. I have confessed, and still the dreams do not relent, which must mean that my fate is unavoidable. I must go today, and when I do, I shall face those cursed children that hunger for my soul. My son shall be there, and I believe that Jonathan Gedney now waits for me as well. Who knows where a killer's soul goes, but there is no time to speculate. I can hear them now, calling my name in a dreadful whisper, calling me to their final domain. The moment has come, and as I write my final words upon this page, I realize that I was never to go further than this. My fate was predetermined. There is no other explanation. I have always belonged there. I belong to the children of Blackthorn Woods. How hard could it be? It's just simple guard duty. I never thought in my wildest dreams that this is how it would end. No one is answering my calls on the radio, and I'm out of options. I always imagined myself going out in a blaze of glory, maybe sacrificing myself to save a small child or something. If you told me I'd be facing my death cowering inside an old elevator, well, I wouldn't have taken this job in the first place. How could I have known? Were there signs pointing to this being a life-threatening task? How was I supposed to know what exactly I'd been dealing with here? Or the true intentions of my new employer? I can hear it. It's pacing back and forth, and it occasionally slams its massive hand against the steel doors. Luckily for me, they're staying shut. It's been difficult to find work lately, even with my amount of experience. This is why, when I found the ad while scrolling through Indeed, I immediately jumped on it, looking for an overnight security guard for an abandoned office building. No experience necessary, cash paid nightly. All you have to do is patrol an abandoned office building, maybe deal with some kids trying to break in for a private party or the occasional bum looking for a place to crash. Sounds great, right? I thought the same thing. Now I'm sitting in the corner of this elevator, starving, dying of thirst, terrified, writing this note and praying for a miracle. I would give anything to rewind to just a few hours ago. The man I met with seemed nice enough. He said his name was James. We met at the front entrance of the building. He handed me the keys and my pay for the night. Alright, man. All we need you to do for us is patrol all the floors. Check the main entrances every hour to ensure they're still locked, and radio me if there's any sign of trouble. James said in a calm and laid-back tone. Not a problem, sir. Is there anything specific I should be looking out for? I responded. Nothing specific, no. We had a break-in a few months ago. Just some kids, nothing major. We're moving our offices across town and just want to make sure the building is secure during the moving process. James spoke with a certain nonchalant attitude, as if he had this conversation millions of times before. Little did I know. He very well may have. I set off to begin my rounds. The building is nothing special. It has 10 floors, all connected with an old elevator. My task was simple enough. I went floor by floor, checking all the rooms to make sure no one was hiding behind the plastic-covered furniture. It seemed like such a nice older building. I wondered why they were moving. Before I knew it, the clock struck midnight, and I decided to sit down for a coffee break. James called me over the radio to ask for a status update. Everything is good over here, sir. No sign of activity at all. I replied quickly so I could get back to my coffee. Glad to hear it. Now you're certain the main doors are locked tight? James asked. Yes, sir. I checked them about a half an hour ago. I replied. That's great. Would you mind checking them for me again, just to be safe? The main doors must be locked for the rest of the night. He asked with what I now realize was a slightly concerned tone. No problem, sir. I'll check them right now. I replied as I hustled to the front doors. The doors are locked up tight, sir. I spoke with a sense of pride. I wanted to make sure I was doing a good job. Great. Thanks, man. Enjoy the rest of your coffee. He responded, following a sound of slight static. I went back to my makeshift break area when it hit me. How did he know I was drinking a coffee? I began to feel a sense of being watched. Maybe they had cameras installed and he was checking in to see if I was doing my job. Boy, was I ever wrong. With a sense of panic, I chugged the rest of my coffee and jumped in the elevator to start my rounds again. All the while wondering why at exactly midnight he was so concerned about the doors being locked. I stepped off the elevator on the top floor when I heard it. A sound unlike anything I ever heard in my life. It was like something out of my worst nightmare. The kind of cry a demon might make. It sent chills down my spine and I froze. Against my better judgment, I searched the whole floor but found nothing. What the hell did I just hear and where did it come from? I entered the elevator and paused for a moment before pressing the button to the next floor. As the doors were shutting, I heard it again. That horrible, demon-like cry. 1 second after the doors shut tight, there was an ungodly, loud bang that shook the whole elevator as it descended. I fell over with the impact and braced for myself. I thought for certain the elevator cable was about to snap. Once it reached the next floor, I jumped out of the door, looking back expecting the elevator to plummet, but it never did. What just happened? I took the radio in my hand. Excuse me, sir? Are you there? There was no answer. James, are you there? Something very strange just happened. Still no answer. I'll continue my rounds, but I think the elevator may need servicing. I thought that the noises I heard were all in my head, and that the elevator was malfunctioning. If only I could go back. I'll tell myself to head to the front door right then and there. Not that it really would have made a difference at that point. They were locked up tight after all. I went through the next floor with no issues. I thought it was all in my head. I wish it was all in my head. I reluctantly entered the elevator to continue to the next floor. This would be my last moment of peace. I started patrolling the floor, all while still feeling as if I was being watched. I tried to radio James again with no luck. I turned down the last hallway while looking at my phone trying to get a signal. When I looked up, I was met with the glare of the horrifying beast that now stood before me. It let out a horrifying demon-like cry, the one I had heard before, and I was frozen in fear. It slowly started walking towards me. It walked like an oversized gorilla, with massive hands, a long body, black greasy hair, and long sharp teeth that were covered in blood. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, even in my darkest nightmares. It was about 10 feet away from me when I finally regained my composure and ran. I ran faster than I ever had before. It charged and went through the wall behind where I was frozen. I pressed the call button as the beast regained its composure and charged again. The doors opened. I threw myself in, and they closed at the last possible second. The beast banged its massive hands against the doors as the elevator descended. I immediately pressed the emergency stop. I was certain that thing would be waiting for me on the next floor. I tried my radio again. James, are you there? James, this is an emergency. Something is in here with me. I need help. I yelled in a panic. I was met with nothing but silence. I stood terrified for about an hour before I decided I needed to try and get out. I had no way of defending myself. My only hope was getting to the front door. I had to try. I pushed the button as the elevator slowly descended. I felt a slam against the door every other floor until the bottom. The beast was following me, and I'm not sure how. The doors opened, and I saw the exit. I just needed to reach in. I just need to unlock the door, and I can run. I can escape this ungodly creature. I can do this. I ran over to the door as I heard the beast let out a cry. I turned my head to see it preparing to charge. How the hell did it get down here? There's no other way down except for the elevator. The beast charged as I fidgeted with my keys. It was coming. I need to hurry. I found the key. As I unlocked the doors, I made a horrifying discovery. They were padlocked on the outside. I stood for only a second, horrified, dumbfounded, and betrayed. What is going on? Why is the door locked from the outside too? What the hell is going on? I leaped out of the way of the beast as it smashed into the doors. I thought for sure it would break through them, but it made little more than a dent. I ran back and jumped in the elevator as I heard the sound of static from the radio. The door shut as the beast glared at me, letting out an even louder cry. I grabbed my radio. James, for the love of God, please answer me. What the hell is going on? I received no reply. Now here I am, sitting in this elevator. I have no idea how long it's been. Every attempt I make to leave, I'm greeted by the glare of the beast. It's waiting, stalking, and preparing. I think it knows I'm eventually going to give up. I think it's aware I know my fate is sealed. I just don't think I want to accept it, but why prolong the inevitable? I think I'm ready to... Wait, my radio just went off. Hello? Is anyone there? Please, I need help. I need help now. The voice on the other end is distinctively James. I'm surprised to see you've lasted this long. Most people don't last more than a few hours, he said with a joking tone. James, what the hell is going on here? Why is there a padlock on the only exit? Why haven't you responded to me, and what the fuck is that thing? I yelled as I fell to the floor. You should be grateful. He spat in a condescending tone. Before, your life had no real meaning. You had no future, constantly going from job to job. Now, you're responsible for saving countless lives. A sacrifice such as yours is to be commended with the highest honor. You're a hero. He spoke with such vindication. You tricked me, and have left me for dead. There is no honor in this, James. I responded in protest. Come now, you simply must understand. Until we can learn to control the beast, we must give up the lives of a few, to save the lives of the many. The beast only tries to escape when it is hungry. We must keep it fed, he replied. James, you're saying this has happened to people other than myself? I gasped. Of course. The beast has been in our care for many years. Hundreds of people have given their lives to the cause. There is no alternative until we can control the beast. This is the only way. Do what is right. Forgo your selfishness and your fears. Give your life to the beast so that others may continue living. Become a hero. Give your blood for the world. I'll be watching and we'll be with you until the end. Goodbye, hero, and thank you for your sacrifice. The line goes dead as James finishes his speech. I guess that answers that. I have no way of escaping. I have no way out. I guess I'll die of starvation soon enough. Or maybe I go out in my blaze of glory. I willingly sacrifice myself to keep the beast satiated, so it does not escape and wreak havoc on the world. I don't have to make it easy for it. I'll make it chase me and fight. I'm not going to die cowering in an elevator. I'm going to die with dignity. I'm putting this note in the emergency phone panel. I hope someday it will be found. The world must know what goes on here. Something must be done. I'll leave you with this. Always use caution if something seems too good to be true. There's a chance there may be something sinister lying in wait for you. I'm opening the doors now. How hard could it be? It's just my life, in the place of many. fuck. Sorry for the expletives, but I'm writing this off the cuff with my mind racing 1,000,000 miles an hour like the last 60 seconds of a timed essay. I don't know when my time's gonna run out, so I just need to tell you guys everything right away. But then again, even if they find out, I told myself that I wouldn't care anymore as long as I get this out there. And yet I'm still looking over my shoulder constantly, and for what? Just goes to show how much they've taken over me and my mind and everything. Everything. Okay. I didn't mean for this to be so suspenseful. So before I go off on another tangent you won't understand yet, let me start from the beginning. It was about 2 weeks ago. Can't remember which day exactly, but that's not important. So on that day during nighttime I was leaving Sobeys in a real hurry. What happened was that while I was buying groceries, I got an alert about servers going down. I work as a DevOps engineer for a software as a service company, and I was on call that week. So I needed to haul ass and get home. I don't have a car, so I just had to walk to the bus stop and hope the ride wasn't slow as fuck like usual. And I was so focused that I almost ran into some random guy in the parking lot. In hindsight, it wasn't my fault, but in the moment I was pissed this guy got in my way, and I was ready to at least give him the stink eye as we turned to face each other. Guy. Oh, sorry. Hey, you need a ride? He straight up asked me that right after taking a glance at the bags in my hand. And of course I was confused since that wasn't something you'd expect from some random stranger, much less one you nearly collided with. After a while I realized I was probably some Uber or Lyft driver waiting around to offer people rides, so I asked him if that was the case. Guy. Nah, man, no ride sharing. It's on the house. I just want to help you out. Yes, that sounded shady as hell. And even now I'm still not sure what it was that kept me from just turning around and hightailing it out of there. Maybe it was because I could still feel my phone vibrating. Probably with more degraded server health notifications. So, shadiness be damned. If this guy could get me back to my PC before my ass got fired... I wish I could say that's all it was. That I was rushing and had no other choice. But I think it had just as much to do with how he looked and spoke. I hate to admit it because I like to think I'm not a gullible person, but I don't know. Something about his looks, his dad beard, boringly plain glasses, golf shirt, and the really casual, unassuming way he spoke reminded me of my old soccer coach who always used to drive me and my friends home. Not in a scarily accurate, this guy's an impersonator way, but he just gave off a similar vibe. It's kind of weird to say, but he looked and sounded like someone who just belonged in my life. If that makes sense. So yeah, that's it. That's all it took to get me into the back seat of this stranger's car. I was still a bit on edge, of course, especially when the first thing he did after he started driving was ask for my name. And I know. It would have been so easy to just tell him a fake name, but there was something about him, or maybe the situation we were in, that made me feel like doing that would be wrong. Maybe it was that blind trust that got me into the car to begin with, but I think it was also just a feeling of futility. It's hard to put in words, but hiding my name just felt pointless. I mean, this dude already had me in his car, and everything he was doing so far was to help me, and like, did I really need to pass up the first opportunity I've had in ages to socialize with someone in person during this fucking lockdown? I know it's only been less than a year, but I felt like I'd been lonely for way longer than that. And at some point with the guy was waiting for me to respond. My suspicion turned into thanks. Thanks that he was helping me and wanted to talk to me personally without me having to do anything. I think I even teared up a little. So, eventually, yes, I told him my name. And I can't even begin to tell you how much I fucking hate myself for doing that. But I had no way to know at the time that it was the wrong thing to do. Heck, even during the rest of the ride I didn't. We were shooting the shit the whole time through, talking about how this stupid virus turned both our lives upside down. Looking back on it now, he didn't tell me a whole lot about himself. Just that he used to work 9 to 5 at an office and now he had to do that at home. The more I think on it now, the more vanilla his response sounds. What he said applies to like 99% of all office workers. I should have asked him how that was like, if being home with noisy kids affected his work, and maybe I even thought about doing that while I was in the car with him. But I don't know how he doesn't. But he took the topic like a steering wheel and drove it toward me, missing my friends and family. And well, what can I say? I couldn't help spilling the beans like I was on a psychiatrist's couch. Trust me, I wouldn't normally say a word about this super personal stuff to anyone, but, well, I guess my reasoning was that he was basically a taxi driver. Someone who offers you a service and that's it. Someone you're almost never going to cross paths with again. So as horrible as it is now in hindsight, I barely hesitated to tell him about how lonely I was. Being a new grad who flew to the city for a job just in time for lockdown to hit. It felt so relieving to just tell him about how I was forcing myself to be strong, to prove to my parents that I could live on my own, to keep my friends from worrying about me, even though this driver kept just nodding along while kinda slumped back in his chair. But it's not like he was ignoring me, because he'd cut in every once in a while and ask a really meaningful question. It felt like he'd been in this situation with lots of passengers before, which was reassuring to me at the time, but absolutely terrifying to me now. Eventually, though, soon after I finished telling my sad tale, we pulled up to the intersection I'd told him, the one a few blocks from my apartment, even though it felt like I'd been blabbering on for hours in that car. The whole trip took less than 10 minutes, which was a far cry from the 20 or 30 minutes it would have taken me on the bus. And as the frequent vibrations in my pocket kept telling me, every minute counted hugely. So I think that's it. That feeling of relief and having saved my ass that led me to do an even stupider thing before leaving the car. Give the guy my phone number. I know. Like Jesus H. Christ, I wish I could go back in the past and beat myself up for dooming me so obviously like that. But like I keep saying, it was all about the moment, and in that moment the guy's proposal sounded really good. If I ever needed to go out somewhere, text him and he'll drive me there and back if he's not busy. And that's exactly what he did for the next week and a half or so. Usually it'd just be going to Sobeys for more groceries or getting me to appointments like with my dentist. And every single time, we'd have a short chat like the one we had the first time. It all started to feel natural and I started not to hesitate at all before spitting words in the car. Like I was on a road trip with old friends. And I didn't think anything of it until the day we drove out of town to get me a haircut. Yeah, a haircut. Don't you love how innocent it sounds? Started off that way too. With the two of us enjoying a longer than usual chat because of the long trip. It was the middle of the day on a Sunday, and it was smooth sailing all the way up to sitting in the barber's chair. I guess I was a little tense because I didn't know the barber at all. I just went with the closest one I could find open on Google Maps, and she seemed to have a bit of a language barrier. So to keep it simple, I just asked for a trim and then sat back and let my mind worry about work and student loans and a billion other things like I usually did on the barber's chair. So I spaced out like that for who knows how long, but eventually I came back to my senses when I caught an eyeful of something in the mirror. I know I asked for a trim and to keep it short so that I wouldn't have to cut it again, but I swear she was shaving the sides way too short. It didn't look bad, so I didn't complain, but after that I was on alert. I didn't know why at the time, but I felt even more uneasy looking at my hair. And then that turned into full-on freak out the moment she combed my long, ridiculous bangs up and started applying gel to hold it all in place. She wasn't doing a trim. She was completely transforming my hair into a full-on Elvis-style pompadour. Me. Excuse me, this isn't what I asked for. Barber. But it is what you want, yes? Okay, what she said there made me really freak out. Some context. For a couple years now, I've been thinking about getting a pompadour ever since I tried on one of those joke wigs at a party, and thought it looked surprisingly nice. I just couldn't bring myself to do it because it'd give off a totally different feel from the boring, unassuming mop of hair I have right now. So yeah, the barber was right that I actually wanted it, and was just too chicken to try. But I never told anyone any of that. Not my friends, not my family, and sure as hell not the barber when she asked a few minutes ago. And how the hell did she even know me? I wish I'd said that to her. I wish I'd said anything, but I was so shaken up that all I could do was let her finish the cut, which she went right back to doing without even waiting for my answer. I hate that afterwards when she was done, I liked the result enough to just thank her and pay and walk away like nothing bad had happened. She waved and gave a sweet sounding goodbye, and it didn't seem creepy or insincere or anything, but it still made my skin crawl as I stepped outside. When I got back in the car, driver guy reacted exactly the way you'd expect him to. Wow, that's pretty bold, but it's a good fit. Looking cool, man. Thanks. Thought about telling him how the barber knew who I was and what hairstyle I subconsciously wanted, and how fucking freaky that was. But then an idea hit me. What if it was him? At that point in time, he was the one who knew me best, and with how well-traveled he seemed to be, it wouldn't be crazy to assume that he and the barber knew each other, right? Me. Hey, you wouldn't happen to know one of the barbers here, would you? Driver. No, I'm the same as you. Never been here before. Me. But then how? Driver. How what? Something wrong? I never wanted to facepalm harder than when I blurted that out. I was going to just give him a non-answer, but he turned in his seat and looked me right in the eye. I wasn't sure you could call it a dominating look because he still looked as outwardly kind as he usually did, but it did make me stop what I was going to do. Driver. Hey man, if there's something wrong, you can tell me. Wouldn't want to drop you off knowing you feel like shit. I really shouldn't have said anything. I mean, looking back on it now, opening up to him about it was basically like putting out a welcome mat for a vampire. I was inviting this guy way too deep into my personal space, but I was still too dumb at the time, too pathetically reliant. So as we started driving back to town, I spilled everything about the barber and her impossible knowledge. Driver. Yeah, that's pretty strange. If this escalates and you feel like you're being watched, you should definitely call the cops. But for now, it's just one person in a place you'll probably never visit again, so don't worry. You can relax. Me. Is it just one person, though? Driver. Huh? What do you mean? Again, I said something out loud that I shouldn't, but I might have done it on purpose just out of frustration. The way he acted so nonchalant about the whole thing was starting to piss me off. So I stopped holding back on my theory. Me. Tell me. Did I say anything to you about what haircut I wanted? And have you been talking about me with other people? Driver. Did you tell me? That's hard to say. We talk about so many things in here that I can't really say for sure. Do you remember anything like that? I wanted to say yes so bad, but instead I ended up cursing because he was right. I really hadn't paid much to the stuff we talked about in the car, so when I tried to remember if I'd mentioned hairstyles even briefly, all I got was a vague memory soup of talking and talking while looking at the same car interior over and over. I mean, what really mattered was getting to the place I wanted to go, so why would I care too much about what happened in what was basically a taxi ride? Driver. And, well, I'll be honest. I do talk about you with my friends and family. You and I see each other a couple times a week, so naturally they get curious that there's some new person in my life. So I tell them about you the same way I describe any of my other friends. But that's all really. In text that makes him sound fishy as fuck, but again, there's just something about the way he said it that made it sound completely reasonable. Of course, we were basically friends at this point, so why wouldn't he feel comfortable giving people a quick blurb about me? I hate that it still kind of makes sense when I write it out. Me. But did you tell them anything about my hairstyle preferences? Driver. Well, like I said before, it's hard to tell. But even if that did happen, nothing bad came out of it, right? If she didn't know, you wouldn't have a killer haircut right now. So it was better for her to know, don't you think? Even though he wasn't facing me, I could see his eyes relax reassuringly in the rearview mirror. He was basically painting his words as being a look on the bright side sort of response. Like a friend telling you there's tons of other fish in the sea after you get dumped. I wish I could say I called him out on this bullshit, but the face I saw and the voice I heard were so genuine and convincing that I just mumbled out, "Yeah, I guess you're right," or some other equally limp agreement. Driver. And these days, a person's info is a lot like a balloon. Once you let go of it, anyone anywhere can catch it. But it's just a balloon, so nothing to cry over unless you're a kid who loves balloons. Get what I'm saying? He said all that just as nicely as the rest, even laughing a little at the "unless you're a kid" joke. But his eyes. It was brief, and maybe he didn't expect me to be looking in the rearview mirror, but as he was saying that last question, his eyes went wider than I had ever seen them before, and his eyebrows creased down onto them, and he was looking right at me. It goes without saying how terrifying it was to be stuck in a car, on an empty country road with the sun glaring down with the only other person, the driver, staring daggers at you. But it was so quick and unexpected that I just went with my knee-jerk survival reflex and hastily agreed with what he said. Then things went rapidly back to normal after that as we started talking the rest of the way like we usually did. I went with it mostly to calm myself down, to tell myself that what I saw was just a random facial tic, and that agreeing with what he said couldn't have been the same as showing a predator a sign of weakness. But he did take it as a sign of weakness because, after I got home, it wasn't long before they started showing up. Obviously, I had no way of knowing that at the time, other than this horrible feeling in my gut that things were about to get worse somehow. But it didn't take long. And by that I mean, literally the next morning, it was garbage day. So I woke up earlier than usual to grab all my junk. I'll admit, I'm a really messy person when I live alone, so I usually end up filling 2 whole garbage bags with all the crap I have lying around. I'm too lazy and want to do 2 trips. So I just carry 1 in each hand and kind of stumble my way outside to the back lot where the dumpster is. The reason I do this early is so I don't bump into anyone else on the way. So you can imagine how shook I was when, the moment I stepped outside, someone immediately shouted my name. Not just anyone, but a voice I had literally never heard before. It came from around the corner of the building, so I looked there just as a woman stepped out and started walking toward me. You can probably guess, but I was sure to hell that we had never, ever met before. So of course, I was incredibly creeped out by how she was wearing this huge smile that seemed to want to say otherwise. Her face mask was transparent for whatever reason. I tried to walk on and just ignore her, but she went up in front and blocked me, still smiling the whole time. Woman. Hey, let me help you with that. Me. Sorry, have we met before? Woman. I'm just here to help you. I don't think I ever felt the same mixture of confusion, frustration, and skin-crawling uneasiness with anyone the same way I did with her. I think it was the smile. Even now, I can't remember how she looked because that forced but not forced smile was so distracting. But eventually something clicked in my brain. She was probably someone who lived on one of the lower floors and saw me struggling with the 2 garbage bags on the way outside. So I figured, hey, why not try to be a friendly neighbor and calm down a bit? Me. Which floor are you from? Woman. Huh? Oh no, I don't live here. Well, I can't even remember what I said in response, but it was probably unintelligible anyway, as my brain folded in on itself from what she just said. Woman. I just came by to help you take out your trash. Here, let me show you. She yanked one of the bags out of my hand and made a beeline for the dumpster. I just stood there with my mouth hanging open because, well, can you really blame me? How did she know me? How did she know where I lived? How did she know the exact time I usually take out trash? And who the fuck even was she? I had no choice but to walk up to where she was standing in front of the dumpster, wiping her hands after having thrown in the bag she took. But before I could say anything, she yanked the other bag out of my hand, tossed it in, then turned to look at me with, you guessed it, that incredibly cursed smile. Woman. See? Pretty helpful, right? Me. Why? I barely started talking before she walked up closer to me. It wasn't super close to the point of being uncomfortable, but it was enough to make her smile look like it filled my entire view, and I don't know. Even in broad daylight out in public, I got the shiver of a feeling that I could die then and there. Woman, see you next week. Then she walked right past me and started making for the other side of the building, which is probably where she had her car parked. It took me a while to come down from the high of freak out, but I eventually screamed out, "Wait," which made her start sprinting away. I wanted to run after her, so I could at least see her car and have some chance of identifying who the fuck she was. But all of a sudden my phone started vibrating like crazy. Work alarm. Daily stand-up was about to start. So I gave up trying to catch her and rushed back inside instead. Reading my phone had already distracted me long enough for her to get away. I think I heard a car's engine rev up and quickly fade off into the distance. And at the time I figured it wasn't worth risking my job over. What would I even tell my team if they asked why I was late? This woman came out of nowhere and knew exactly when I was going to take out my trash, even though we never met before, just so she could help me? Saying that to myself made the creepiness of what just happened really dawn on me, making me even more anxious as I slipped back into my apartment and tried, and failed to, focus on the next 8 hours. I ended up breaking one of our deployment pipelines. Twice. I fixed it both times and everything worked out in the end, but it wasted enough time for everybody that I was sure they were silently watching and judging me through their screens. So the moment it hit 5, I shut everything down and decided to go for a walk for once. Maybe what happened earlier was all just a daydream. Maybe I was just losing it. I just had to wake myself up, take my mind off things, and focus on reality. And then I'd stop feeling like I was stuck and had to do something but had no power to do it. Like I was being suffocated. But I didn't even make it to the lobby's front door. Some guy in a dress shirt and tie, again, someone I have never fucking met before in my life, came through the door before I could get to it. Called out, "Tom," my name, in a friendly way as he walked toward me, as if he and I planned on meeting at this exact time. The moment I saw he was wearing the same sort of transparent face mask as the woman earlier, I froze in fear. Man. Can't wrap your head around VPC configuration, eh? Well, you're looking at the perfect tutor for getting you up to speed. No fucking way. Not my work, too. Not the specific thing that always gave me trouble. I wanted to scream into this guy's stupid smiling face, but the receptionist was there along with some people coming and going through the doors. So after another near panic attack, I figured the best way out was to just shut this case before things got any worse. Me. Sorry, I think you're mistaking me for someone else. Man. Come on, this isn't time for jokes. I know it's you. What's the point of hiding from someone who wants to help you? The last part hit a nerve because it reminded me of what that woman said earlier. I'm just here to help. And sure enough, when I looked at his face, all I could see was a huge smile. One that was way too genuine if that were even possible. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore. Me. Come with me. I led him over to a smaller hallway off to the side where it didn't seem like anyone was passing through. Me. Look. I don't care what it is you're trying to help me with, but can you please just stop? Man. Stop what? Offering free help and guidance? That's... me. No, I mean, stop fucking spying on me. Man, what do you mean? I'm not spying on you at all. Me. Bullshit. Then how do you know something as personal as my job weakness is? And how do you even know me and where I live? I glared at him with a sigh of confidence. There was no way for him to weasel his way out of those questions. Or so I thought, because he just laughed. Somehow, he did it without changing the shape of his mouth. Did that mean he was silently laughing to himself the whole time? And the same with the woman earlier. Both in the moment and while writing this. Felt my skin crawl. Man, It's openly available information for anyone looking to help out. That's all I'm doing. I just want to help you succeed in your career, Tom. I was about to mouth off on him. The fuck you mean openly available? But before I could, he went up beside me and put his arm around my shoulder as if we were old buddies. Man, life is scary, especially at work, and especially your first full-time position. So I know that deep down, beneath your anger and confidence, you're feeling lost. You won't admit it, but you need help from someone like me. That's why I came here for you. So what do you say? This should have been where I shoved him away and told the receptionist he was a shady character that needed to be kicked off the premises, but... Dear God, do I hate to admit this. What he said actually made me drop my guard. I was getting the same feeling of relief and acceptance as I did when Driver Guy offered his help to me all those nights ago. And, come to think of it, the whole time he never did anything bad. He was literally just a friendly valet. So if this mentor guy was saying the same sort of thing and offering the same sort of help, why wouldn't I accept? But something was wrong. Terribly, horribly wrong. Something he said. You won't admit it, but you need help from someone like me. I couldn't tell why at the time, but it gave me a serious case of that suffocating feeling from earlier. Maybe it was paranoia, but it was less about the feeling of being watched and more about feeling like something was being taken away from me. Something that I would never get back. Something that I pictured him devouring whole between the huge, always shining teeth of the smile that was now right next to me. That did it. I shoved him away, ran to my apartment even as he shouted my name over and over and slammed down the lock on my front door. I slumped back against the door after that, hoping that the receptionist saw us and kicked that freak out of the building. When I looked down, I saw my phone on the floor. Must have fallen out of my pocket in all the mayhem. Looking at it, all I could think about was the person I'd called and texted the most over the past week. The driver. It had to be him. I was sure of it. Who else had gotten to know me recently and could leak out my personal info? So I picked up my phone and dialed his number, ready to suss him out for taking advantage of me like this. But he didn't pick up. I must have dialed a dozen times and got nothing. It's possible he was busy, but the timing of everything, plus my mounting suspicion, made me seriously doubt that. So I wrote an angry text and said, but the moment I hit send, I had this horrible anxiety suddenly grip my chest like an icy hand. I fucked up. I seriously fucked up. Now he knows I know. So what is he going to do to me now? I tried to figure out a worst case scenario, but then it hit me that there was no way for me to know. I had no way of knowing exactly how much he knew about me. If he was the one who leaked something that private to the mentor guy, who knew how far the rabbit hole went? And I had no way of proving any of this either. I probably sound like a crazy person trying to oust a well-meaning person with no proof. Eventually, I felt the hardness of the door at my back, and convinced myself that I would be safe as long as I stayed in here and kept it locked. It worked. Until it didn't. I can't remember what exactly I was thinking, but I remember scrambling through my entire apartment, opening and unpacking everything while fearing that I'd find a camera or something worse. Even while checking my work laptop and PC for spyware, I was in a frenzy, mind racing, finding it hard to breathe as the suffocating feeling started to feel real. Kept at that for God knows how long until I just suddenly blacked out, probably from exhaustion and panic. Must have been a deep sleep because when I woke up, I was so groggy and couldn't remember what led me to wipe out on the floor. What woke me was my phone vibrating on my stomach. It had some notifications from Discord which made me laugh because it was probably my friends sending dumb memes like always. It wasn't. They were DMs. All from a user I didn't know. User. Hey, I heard you were feeling down about your parents refusing to talk to you after moving out. So I thought I'd tell you what to do to improve your situation. Then they went on in a much longer post to give some detailed life advice. To be honest, it all sounded really good, but that couldn't distract me from the two enormous elephants in the room. How could they have known something I was sure I'd never said out loud to anyone? And how in the ever-loving fuck did they know my Discord handle? It all came back to me then and there. Everything that happened yesterday. Maybe it was because this person was just pixels on a screen instead of a terrifying in-person smile, but instead of feeling scared, I was pissed beyond belief. Me. Why the fuck are you doing this? Who gives you the right to know something that personal? That's an invasion of privacy if you didn't know. User. Sorry if I came off too strong here. I'm just trying to help you out with problems that you're too afraid to tell anyone. It's natural to keep it all to yourself, but that's not healthy, right? You're strong, Tom, but you don't always know the best way to reach out to people. That's why I'm here to help you. Again, I felt like I had hit the same brick wall as when the mentor guy had said something similar. I stared at the text for a long time, but eventually, out of nowhere, my fingers moved on their own. Me. Why do you get to decide that? That was it. After sending and reading that over, everything finally made sense. The unease at all these people, even though they were helping me, and the suffocating feeling that went with it. Now I knew what was causing all that. They were choosing what parts of me to share, and they were keeping me from deciding that for myself. I didn't want people to know that I was struggling at work, or that my parents had practically disowned me. But what did that matter if some other people decided to put everything out there outside of my control? Throughout this text conversation, I had been standing straight up, but now I sunk to my knees feeling completely powerless. It was like I was losing the grip on myself that kept me together, because they had seized all the parts of me instead. My phone buzzed with the user's response, but I didn't even read as I desperately sent back, "Stop. I never asked for this. Just fucking stop." User. I'm sorry to say this, but the info didn't just come from nowhere. So you must have had some involvement. I wanted to throw my phone at the wall because I knew exactly what they meant. But was it really my fault that I decided to tell that fucking driver about myself? Was it my fault for trusting someone who really did make my life easier? And did I really tell him enough to figure out everything? Thought back to his balloon analogy and hated how it sounded like something true and inevitable in my mind. My phone buzzed again, but I never got to read what came next, because at that moment, I heard a metallic rattling coming from my front door. The rattling of a key. I think I momentarily whited out in sheer terror. I can't even remember what my reaction was. All I know is that the next thing I saw was my open door and someone standing there with a key in hand. That's when I screamed. Man, please calm down. Sorry for startling you. It took me a while, but I realized that the man in front of me wasn't the driver, which probably would have given me a heart attack. Instead, it was an older man wearing a sweater vest and glasses, and although he had one of those transparent face masks too, I could see that he was giving a concerned frown, rather than a smile like I'd been expecting. That last part was probably why I just stood there and let him continue talking. Man, let me introduce myself. Here. He handed me a business card which stated that this guy was, of all things, a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist. You've been suffering mental issues for quite some time, and let me tell you, they're not something anyone can deal with on their own. So I'm here to offer my assistance. By being around you, I can help you with your mental states at any time, and monitor how you're progressing. What he actually said was probably longer. I'm paraphrasing because in the moment I was freaking out the more he explained. Mental issues? Since when? When I asked him, I immediately regretted it. He knew everything. Everything. He knew how I'd spent most of my nights after work, even before quarantine, just laying in bed, barely moving and waiting hours for my brain to turn off. That the reason I stopped hanging out with friends after uni was because I was so anxious and tired and detached around them, that I regularly contemplated giving up on school, and now work, just to make everything in my life stop moving, make it all stop pulling me apart in every direction. It was all super detailed and on the mark, as if we'd already been having therapy sessions for months now, which, looking back on it, made this even more nonsensical because I've shown that side of myself and shared those feelings with absolutely zero people. But it was like he read my mind because before I could come to that conclusion, he started talking again. Psychiatrist. By knowing this about you, I can help you rehabilitate and eventually overcome these issues. You don't have to carry them all on your own anymore. We'll work them out together. I sound like a broken record, but he had a point. With this professional psychiatrist already knowing the details of my problems, he'd be able to help me out way more than what I could have done for myself. It was very relieving, actually. It made me realize that all this time, I wanted someone to know about me and the shit I was going through, without me having to make the time and vulnerability to put myself out there. This guy already knew, and he didn't judge me for it, and he wanted to help me with it. When I looked back at his concerned face and grasped his business card in my hand, I felt like I had found the way out I'd been searching for God knows how long. Again, his timing was perfect, because right as I finished that thought, he handed me a sign-up form. I reached out and took it, and I think I teared up while doing that because I was just so overwhelmed. He made the kind of warm, polite eye contact you'd expect from a therapist and then smiled at me. He smiled, and that's when I saw it. The front door, it was wide open because he unlocked it. Because my lock, my permission didn't matter anymore. Because he gets to decide. Because they get to decide how unguarded, how easy to open my front door is. Not me. I have no say. No control. And at that moment, I did lose control of my body as I shut the door and then socked the guy in the face so hard that he immediately crumpled to the floor. He didn't say anything. He couldn't say anything because I didn't give him any time to spout more bullshit. Between me pummeling his head non-stop and me finally saying things I should have said way, way earlier. I don't give a flying fuck what you want to do with all that shit you found out about me. I get to decide when to share it, who to share it with, if I should even share it at all. Me. Get it? I get to decide. Me. Only me. Did your friend hear that too? In hindsight, it was kind of ridiculous of me to think that there was a transceiver or camera transmitting back to the driver. But I was still convinced he was watching over me somehow, so I just kept punching harder to make my point. I don't know how long that went on for, but eventually two things got my attention. The psychiatrist's lack of movement and the gross, oily feeling of blood covering my hands. When I finally looked down at his head properly, I nearly puked my guts out. And then I think I whited out for a bit. I just killed a man in cold blood inside my own home, and my brain was crashing from trying to process that. When I could feel myself breathing again, still hunched over this psychiatrist's now dead body, I felt a weird kind of inner bliss. It wasn't pretty, but I finally won myself some peace and quiet from at least one of the people who were taking me away from myself. But that's the thing. That was just one guy. Who's to say there weren't more? I looked over my shoulder at the front door and scrambled to lock it, but I couldn't even feel relief from that, because looking down at the proof of my crime reminded me about the key. Was it really just that one key? What if there were more helpers arriving and ready to unlock my door right now? I looked at that sole entrance into my apartment and felt dread knotting my stomach. The front door, any shut door, was useless. They knew. They already knew. I didn't know how, but that driver and his twisted network definitely knew that I'd murdered one of their own. I dropped to my knees and started shivering all over, feeling like I was already being watched and punished with no way out. But that's it. That's what they wanted me to feel. If I let myself think I don't have control anymore, control over what people can and can't know about me, then they win. These fuckers that drove me to literal bloody murder would have the last laugh. And I'm not gonna let them. I already did that by writing this whole thing up and describing all of their techniques. All of their ways of preying on people like me to change the way they think so that stuff like this sounds acceptable. In the end, I didn't cave. I broke free, but it cost me losing enough sanity to beat a person to death. That, and knowing that I'll be behind bars while the people who got me to this point will get away and repeat this on who knows how many other people. But at least I'll get this information out there and warn hopefully a few other would-be victims. I'm running out of time. I actually don't know when the cops will arrive, but somehow, some way, those other helpers will do something and I'll be fucked. So to make sure I get this all posted before I lose internet access, probably forever, let me just end it with the simple, obvious thing I should have already known from the beginning. Don't let them in. Don't give your privacy away. Sharing is up to you, not them. Don't give it to them. Don't. I'm glad I taught my dog to speak. And yes, you heard that right. But it's not what you think. My dog Trace uses buttons to talk. When you press a button, a sound cue plays and different buttons make different words. I got the idea after seeing videos of another dog, and even cat owners being able to pull it off with simple words like outside or food. My dog is somewhat fluent, and she sometimes strikes up a very short conversation with me. It's been around a month when she used her first button, and she's drastically improved since then. Obviously, I can't restrain her to a 10-word vocabulary, so I've added more buttons and taught her the meaning of them. My story starts sometime during yesterday. I was sitting on the couch watching Netflix. My dog sat beside me, and she goes to the kitchen where the buttons are. Outside, play. I stand up with a sigh, walk to the back door, and get the moldy ball off the counter next to the window and play fetch. After a half hour of throwing the ball around, she eventually goes back inside and I follow along too. Close the back door and get back to binge watching. I make myself some coffee, give my dog a mountain's worth of affection, and just have a good time chilling at home. Dog goes to sleep after a while in her own room. All good. When she frantically runs downstairs, almost barking herself to death and pressing buttons like mad. Help outside. Outside. Look. I'm obviously shaken by this and ask with the buttons, "What's wrong, Outside. Look. Help." I'm confused by this, so I go and look out of every window. Nothing. Trace is still pressing the goddamn buttons and barking. At this point I'm fed up, but I know for sure something's wrong. Because it's a dog, and you never ignore a dog. So I walk around the entire house doing a full 360 degrees. Nothing. Nada. So I tell her with the buttons, no outside. Trace finally settles down and goes up to her bed, albeit reluctantly, and curls up. When I hear a bark again, but this one wasn't from inside. It's in the garden. I stand up and run to the back door, confused, and it's my dog. It's everything Trace is, but not. That's not my dog, but it is. But how? She's asleep upstairs. So who is that? Trace looks at me unblinkingly through the glass. She presses the inside button on the steps. Again and again. Should I let her in? I better check if it's actually my dog. So I run upstairs into my bedroom and lo and behold, Trace is soundly sleeping in her bed. I rush back down and the mystery dog is gone. I look behind me to find it again with that same glare, just standing there expectantly. How did it get inside? The dog span around before going to the couch as if nothing had happened. I press the buttons on the mat. Stay. Couch. As I rush back upstairs to grab my real dog and lock the bedroom door. When I hear scratching noises on it, my dog and the other one start barking. On the other side of the door, the barking stops for a while when I hear the buttons go off. Inside. And I hear buttons that I've never recorded. Come here. Love me. Let in. As of right now, I'm still in my bedroom with the door locked. Dog seems to have disappeared, but I don't know for sure. I have a phone charger, and my dog. That's about it. Let me start off by saying that this story was based about 8 years ago, and to this day no one believes me, but it lives in the back of my mind. To understand this story, I have to explain the layout of this house. It was a small house with 3 bedrooms and a massive den, which we believed used to be the garage. All of the bedrooms and bathrooms were placed on the left side of the house, while everything else was on the right. To get to the bedrooms you had to go through a door and a long but thin hallway. My room was the smallest of the 3, but it faced the backyard, so it stayed dark up until 8 in the morning. Don't get me wrong, it was great not having to worry about the sun in my face, but the backyard was terrifying at night. It was massive, easily the size of a football field, and was almost completely surrounded by tall oak trees. The only light in the backyard was this singular street lamp, which was clearly outdated. My mom thought that since my room didn't get much sun, we could just put up a more decorative curtain. And by decorative, I mean it was just some see-through tulle curtains that were always pinned up, and a bunch of tiny ribbons with gems glued to them dangling from the curtain rod. It was extremely girly, and at the time I thought it was adorable. The window itself was huge, and just outside it was the air conditioner for the whole house. Now, I think for safety reasons they had positioned a fence around it where you could still access my window from outside. You could even see a small path that led up to my window where people clearly walked it a lot. That in itself should have tipped off my parents that something was wrong, but I digress. Another thing you should know about my window is that it was missing a screen on one side of it, the side where the path was. I never really was too afraid of the window, because there were stray cats that lived in the woods around the house. I would put food outside for them, and they eventually would end up bringing their babies to me. We could never keep them, however. My mother was allergic. Eventually, they figured out which room was mine, and would visit me at night. It was great, but I think I let myself get too comfortable with this routine. Since I was still a child, I was still very much afraid of the dark, meaning I had a lamp on for most of the night. Until I was so ready to pass out, I wasn't afraid anymore. But when you have the lamp on, you can't really see much outside. I got less afraid of the dark when there was a cat outside my window. I would often turn my lamp off so I could see them better when they came over. I don't know how I could tell that there was a cat outside, but I could just tell. One night, I had been up late watching YouTube on my laptop. I think something had happened that scared me, and I just couldn't fall asleep that night. So I guess I was already paranoid that night. It was about 3 in the morning when I could feel something outside my window. Thinking it was a kitty, I quickly shut my laptop and reached out to turn off my lamp. What I saw turned my skin to ice. It was a humanoid creature, no taller than an average teenage boy. It was pale to the point where it was practically white. It was wearing a white hoodie and had its hands stuffed in the pockets. It had long black hair that covered its face, but even though you couldn't see its face, you could tell that it didn't really have one to cover. Its face was missing. I was absolutely frozen in fear. My eyes were locked onto this creature. I could tell it knew I was watching it back, but it just stood there, not moving an inch, not even breathing. I must have been staring at this thing for 10 minutes, not moving an inch. After another 5 minutes of horrible silence, something in my brain finally spoke up and told me to run for it. I tried to look towards my door without letting the creature know I was ready to run, but something in my head screamed louder to run. I realized that the moment I tried to escape, that thing is going to try to get into my room. Something I failed to mention earlier was that my window was always unlocked. My parents would often lose their keys and would need to crawl through a window to get in. That window was mine. I bolted from my door, throwing my laptop to the ground in the process. The quickest thing I could think of was to wake up my brother. I remember just banging on his door. I was banging so hard my hands hurt. When my brother opened the door, I just remember sobbing. I ran past him and hid behind his bed and just cried. I was so terrified I couldn't even properly explain what happened. Somehow, Through my tears, I had explained to my brother what I had just seen. My brother grabbed one of his metal baseball bats and turned to go back into my room. I didn't want to be left alone at this point, so I followed him. When I turned the corner, I could see that the thing was gone. It was just gone. My brother did a full check in my room, and there was nothing. No sign of what I saw anywhere. At this point, my brother was beginning to brush it off as a nightmare and told me to go back to sleep. I know what I saw. I know it was real. I wasn't asleep. My brother left me in the room staring at my window, and I can just remember questioning, how long has that thing been watching me? Let's just say I didn't sleep in my own room that night, and I refused to keep my window open from that day forward. I stopped turning off my lamp at night as well. I figured that it was best if I couldn't see it. I've always loved the outdoors. If it happens outside, I've tried it at least once in my life. Hiking has always been my favorite though. I'm a pretty seasoned hiker. Never really been one to stick to the beaten path. When I moved, I was excited to find a place right next to the river and a strip of sprawling woods that ran through the city I lived in. It was new terrain, and I couldn't wait to explore it. I quickly discovered that the paths that ran through the woods were the only way through in some places. If you stayed too far from the path, there were places where the woods were so dense you couldn't even crawl your way through. Not that that stopped me. Especially when I decided adding geocaching to the mix was a great way to mix things up. Geocaching is simple enough. Basically, it's a real-world treasure hunt. People hide caches and then post their coordinates online, and then other people go looking for them. Simple enough and super fun. Most caches have some cheap toy type things in them. The rule is take something, leave something. My signature thing to leave is laptop stickers and the signature Samantha Supertramp in the logbook. I haven't found every cache out there. I'm not sure that's even possible, but some of the caches right off the main path I stop at regularly to check the treasures and drop new stickers if someone has taken the one I left on my last visit. I like the idea that my stickers make someone excited. I've been doing it every weekend for a few months now. But if I hadn't known what I was doing, I never would have revisited the same caches over and over again. A couple weeks ago, I ran out of stickers and chose some other small treasure items I had instead for my weekly adventure. This was my first concerning geocaching trip. The main trails through the parks are usually well worn, and I've always run into a few people when I find myself on the actual trails. However, the space in between the trails is wild, overgrown, and difficult to navigate. This is my favorite place to look for caches. Usually when I take these adventures, I stop at ones I know on my way into the woods, and search for new ones on my way back. This fateful trip was no different. Even without my stickers, I hit a few of my favorite regular caches. However, I found something interesting in my last on-trail cache. It was the only new item in the cache since I had visited last weekend, and the only thing missing was my sticker from last time. The object in question? It was a necklace, but it looked exactly like one I had lost years ago. Confused and a little excited, I went ahead and swapped the necklace with one of my trinkets from home. I was excited about my little coincidence, and excited to have a duplicate of something I had lost. I didn't really think anything of it as I curiously checked the logbook for the name of the person who had added the necklace, and was surprised to find someone else using the Supertramp name in the cache log. My first thought was excitement. There was someone else geocaching who might be a fan of the same book as I was. I went ahead and scribbled down Samantha Supertramp, and the date on the line below, Alex Supertramp, and re-hid the cache in its hiding place. The rest of that trip was without incident, and I found some really cool new, difficult caches on my adventure. When I went out the next week, Alex hadn't been all but forgotten. After my last adventure, I had added one of my new favorite off-trail caches that I found last time to my list of caches to check back in on. When I reached it, I discovered that my trinket from last time was the only missing item, and the item that had replaced it this time was another necklace. Once again like one I had lost years ago. I pulled out the log, and sure enough, dated the same day as my last trip was Alex Supertramp. An involuntary chill ran down my spine as I stared at the name. I turned the necklace over in my hands a few times, staring at it intently. It really did look exactly like the one I had lost when I was in college. Feeling a little rattled, I stuck the necklace in my pocket and left a trinket rather than a sticker before setting out to find new caches for the day. This carried on for 3 more of my visits. Each time one of the caches I would regularly check had one new item replacing whatever I had brought. Each time it was a piece of jewelry that looked disturbingly like something I had lost. Each time, Alexander Supertramp would be scribbled in the logbook, always with the same date as my last visit. Now, you might be thinking some other geocaching enthusiast had discovered my stickers and decided to try to collect them, but their replacement items were weird. And it wasn't just because the pieces looked like ones I had owned before. These weren't cheap pieces of jewelry. In fact, one of the similar pieces looked exactly like a white gold and diamond necklace I had gotten a couple years ago for Christmas. I was so heartbroken when I lost that piece out of my gym locker. I know you're probably thinking coincidence right now. Maybe someone with very similar jewelry tastes just decided that this would be a fun way to destash one of their collections, and it was just coincidence that we always went geocaching on the same day. Or at least, that was what I told myself. After last week, I'm not sure I can keep telling myself that though. Last week, I didn't find any new jewelry from Alex in my usual caches. However, as I was discovering new caches from my list, I discovered something that sent chills down my spine. There it was. Alex Supertramp, dated the same day as my last visit. I stared at the name in disbelief before dumping the contents of the cache onto the ground. There it was, sparkling in the dirt among the usual geocache fare of small toys, keychains, and pens. A pink star opal necklace. This was a piece of my jewelry and I knew it. I had worn it last weekend when I came out. I felt panic rise in my chest. I had taken it off when I got home before I got a shower. I had been looking for it in my apartment all week after losing it, but here it was. I examined the piece more closely, looked at all the small imperfections I knew were a part of this homemade piece of jewelry, and they were all there. A small bit of blue fuzz that always manages to get itself trapped in the chain whenever I wore my blue sweater. The stone was ever so slightly off its base, and one of the prongs was ever so slightly crooked. I clenched the necklace tightly in my hands and I quickly threw everything else back in the cache and returned it to its hiding place. I didn't even bother to sign the logbook. I was on edge my whole trip back, checking over my shoulder every couple of minutes and jumping any time the trees rustled. Alex was out here somewhere, and for all I know, they were following me. Back home, I tore my apartment apart looking for the necklace I had found out in that cache, but it was still missing. I felt violated, and I didn't even know what to do about it. What would the police care? It's not like I had actual proof that this was my necklace, or that it had somehow been stolen out of my apartment. Since my last discovery, I haven't been out to geocache or even hike. I paid the extra fees to hook up the alarm system in my apartment. So far, I haven't noticed anything new turning up missing, but I'm waiting for the day Alex Supertramp just shows up on my doorstep. I was a senior in high school looking for an apartment. My parents didn't kick me out or anything, I just felt it was time to take on my own life and start living as an adult. I was browsing the internet for any affordable options. My budget was short, so I couldn't be too picky, but I also didn't want to live in a crack den, so my dad helped search. About a week had passed and we didn't really find anything worthwhile. There were notable options, but they were usually too expensive, too small for living conditions, or in a trashy part of town. My dad said he'd ask around his job to see if anyone had any plausible offers. I told him it sounded like a great idea, though I didn't really think it would lead to anything considering our luck so far. Much to my surprise, he showed up with some good news. Apparently a buddy of his had initially been looking for a place as well. He actually did find a decent apartment on the edge of town, $675 a month including utilities. I thought it was a steal. However, I was skeptical. The whole thing felt too good to be true. My dad offered to bring me by there the next day to check it out. He asked his friends for the address, and the following day, we headed out to inspect the place. The location was, as explained, at the edge of town just off the highway. The building was 2 stories tall with 4 connecting apartments. Just from the outward appearance alone, the place looked promising. We had already contacted the owner for permission to take a look inside. The owner had given us the location of the keys which, in a cliche sense, were underneath the doormat. We proceeded inside, and I was immediately hit with that comforting new house smell. There was 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. Like I said, it was a steal. Of course, the entire place was empty aside from a few utilities. We both let out a sigh of accomplishment before heading. I'm not going to bore you with the details of the following week. Basically, I signed some papers, moved my stuff into the apartment, and got situated. My first night living on my own was a liberating experience. It was a Saturday, and I was off of work, so I decided to just play some games on my PlayStation. After a few hours of playing and watching YouTube, I decided it was getting late and got ready to head for bed. Walking down the hall towards the bathroom, I noticed something in the window of my kitchen leading outside. There were 2 bright red dots off in the distance down the long highway which was surrounded by glassy panes. After looking at them for a few seconds, they eventually dimmed out and disappeared. I didn't really think much of it, and barely even acknowledged it. I still don't know what drew me to them at that moment. The next day I left for work all the way until 9 p.m., which is when my shift ends. Upon arriving back home, I noticed my front door was slightly ajar. Fearing that I had been robbed, I rushed inside only to find that nothing had been touched or tampered with. Seriously, not one thing was out of place, and I knew I had shut and locked the door before I left. I wasn't about to make some rookie mistake my first time leaving my apartment for work. I eventually chalked up to my landlord coming in to inspect the place or something. At the time, I didn't really know if that was a normal thing for landlords to do. I also wasn't about to bother him this late at night. Since nothing had been touched, I didn't really worry about it and went on about my night. Just a quick note, your landlord should never have any reason to come into your apartment without letting you know via phone first. And they definitely wouldn't be making any mistakes like leaving the door open when they leave. Too bad my young mind just wasn't smart enough to understand this. While making something to eat in my kitchen, I noticed the same 2 bright red lights in the distance through my window. Only something was different about them. They seemed brighter or bigger, closer. This time I acknowledged them, noting the distinction from this night from the last. Once again, I didn't really think much of this occurrence. After taking a shower, I headed to bed. The next day, after returning from work, I noticed that my front door was once again ajar. I knew that I locked the door this time and that there was no way the landlord would forget to lock it before he left. That is, unless he was never in there. I decided to call my landlord and get to the bottom of whatever was happening. When he answered, I told him about what happened and how the same thing happened today. He told me to head inside and check to see if there had been any damage. When I got inside, I couldn't believe what I saw. All of my stuff had been tampered with. My bedroom door was wide open and my TV had been smashed. I instantly redialed my landlord and told him about the damage. After calling him, I dialed 911 to have an officer come and investigate. That afternoon, a detective had come to investigate and ask me a few questions. I told him everything I knew, and he said that they would check the security cameras, but said that he might not find anything due to the fact that, coincidentally, there were no cameras pointing towards my apartment. I feel it's important to mention that the rest of the apartments were vacant and still undergoing development, so there were no witnesses. I called for a day off the next day so I could stay at home and clean up. That night I stayed up cleaning the mess that had been made. There was honestly a lot of things I still hadn't mentioned, like laundry all on the floor, trash everywhere, etc., etc. As I was headed to the kitchen to grab me something to eat, I noticed something from the hallway. A small red hue was peering into the hallway from the kitchen. As I rounded the corner, I saw something in the window. In the window there was some sort of black humanoid figure standing at the window. The red hue was coming from its red eyes. Its eyes looked just like human eyes, but they had a soft red glow to them. I rubbed my eyes to make sure what I was seeing was true. When I looked back up, however, nothing was there. It was just the same two bright red lights off in the distance. It took me a second to actually register that there was nothing there. Eventually I snapped out of it and resumed cooking my dinner. As I sat in my living room scrolling through my phone and eating food, I heard something coming from the kitchen. It sounded like my front door being opened. Without a second thought, I grabbed my bat from the corner of the room and rushed into the kitchen. When I got back to the kitchen, I didn't see anything, only the front door standing ajar. I opened it and didn't find anything outside either. When I got back inside, I was confused. I didn't know what could have opened the door. I made sure to lock it, and this time I propped a chair against it. Something was strange, though. The bright red lights that were always shining through my window were gone. Not knowing what else to do, I decided that I would contact the police once more the next day and stay at my parents' house for the time being. I then took a shower and headed to sleep, making sure to keep my back close to my bed. I suddenly woke up from my sleep in the middle of the night. I don't know what did, but I sat up and grabbed my bat and turned on my phone's flashlight. Frantically looking around my room, I didn't see anything. I groaned, set my bat back down, and laid back down in the bed. I was about to close my eyes again when I heard something. The noise of my closet door behind opening caused me to turn around and reach for my bat. However, as I was doing so, I saw what had opened the closet. And there I saw the silhouette of a black humanoid figure. And staring back at me, I saw two red human eyes. Recently, my mother let my brothers and I in on an old family story from her side. She says the story has been passed down from a couple of generations, and that no one yet has been able to contest its accuracy. She told us the story with some reluctance, especially around my two younger brothers who are 14 and 16. I will call them Owen and Howie, respectively, for this story. She knew that the story was haunting enough to keep even a 14-year-old from sleeping. I'm 18 and female, and it had my skin crawling. She told us this story during our recent camping trip. We had reserved a small spot in a secluded campground near a lake for spring break. On our second night there, we sat around the campfire, and when we ran out of conversation topics, Owen suggested we tell scary stories. After a couple of sarcastic, joking stories, my mom piped up. Did I ever tell you guys the family scary story? My dad immediately gave her a meaningful look and shook his head at her. Of course, this aroused our curiosity. What? What is it? Howie asked. My dad shook his head even more adamantly. Don't tell him, Carol. It's not worth it. It's not that bad, right? My mom contested. What? Is it real or something? I don't understand. I said, furrowing my brows at the two of them. My mom sighed. We don't know if it's real, but it very well could be. It's a story that my grandma passed down to my mother, then to my brother and I. It's kind of gruesome. You guys have been too young to hear it yet, my dad added. I think they're old enough now, my mom said. My dad hesitated, then consented, so my mother began the story, telling it just the way it was told to her. As you know, my grandma was nicknamed Big Mama, since we called my mother Mama. Because of that, my great-grandmother, Big Mama's mother, was called Other Mama. I barely knew her, only as a little kid. Apparently Other Mama had 3 children, but her youngest daughter was always her favorite. Her name was Delia. She had a special connection to Delia. So when Delia contracted pneumonia and her health quickly deteriorated, Other Mama got really worried. Back in those days, people died of pneumonia much more often because there weren't as many good medicines and doctors. So Delia continued to get sicker and sicker until one day, she died. Other Mama was heartbroken. Delia was buried on the property, near the house where Other Mama and the rest of the family lived. Other Mama wanted to keep Delia close. Eventually, after not too long, Other Mama and the family had to move away to a new house in a new part of the country. Other Mama insisted on taking Delia's coffin with them and reburying it on the new property because she just couldn't bear to leave the burying place of her favorite daughter behind while they took off for a different state. So Delia's coffin was dug back up again to be moved to the new house. When the coffin had been dug up, Other Mama's curiosity overtook her. She wanted to see her baby girl one more time. She needed to see her. So she had them open up the casket again. Inside was Delia, but Delia's mouth was wide open. Her eyes were bulging open, and her hands were up in her hair pulling at it. She was frozen, dead like that. Horror and disgust had silenced my brothers and I for a moment. Why did she look like that? Howie asked, trying to act unbothered. My mother shrugged. Well, you know, back when they didn't have the machines that they have these days to detect brain waves and brain activity after they think someone has died, so... I realized what she was trying to say. What had happened to Delia. So you're saying they thought she was dead and buried her, but she was still alive. My mom paused, shifting uncomfortably. Apparently she was most likely in a small coma when they pronounced her dead, so she woke up later, underground. No one slept that night. The horror I felt from that story was different from the horror I felt watching a scary movie or reading a ghost story online. There was no reason here for me to believe it wasn't true. And this even happened in my own family. I felt the reality of it in my own veins. That night, I dreamt that I was in a coffin, 6 feet underground, struggling to breathe and raising my hands into my hair in desperate panic. Picture this. You're walking home one evening. You're alone and the streets are empty. You walk a path you have walked 1,000 times. Suddenly you spot a road you've never seen before. Maybe there's suddenly a cozy bridge crossing a large river that usually forces you to take a detour. Maybe there's a meandering path crossing a flowery meadow where there should be a construction site. Maybe you find that a tranquil alley has replaced the busy motorway in front of your home. The road looks completely different each time, but some things are always the same about it. It is short, it is peaceful, and it will grant you your deepest desire. Imagine that. Imagine that taking it will give you whatever you want most in life. Start on one end and reach the other. That's all you have to do. But there's a catch. Of course there's a catch. There's always a catch with these sort of things, isn't there? I live in a small town surrounded by steep mountainous hills. A little road behind my house leads up a steep incline, circling one of these hills until finally ending in front of an old vineyard. The place gets busy in autumn when harvest season rolls around, but right now you'll at most encounter the occasional hiker along the route. I've started hiking up there myself. part of my New Year's resolution. I need to slim down a little after a year spent sitting around in quarantine, eating comfort food. So now I hike up the mountain 3 times each week, a bit higher each time. It was on one of these trips that I encountered the vagrant. I had sat down on a large rock in the shade of a lone pine tree and was about to bite into the sandwich I had taken along as provisions. Suddenly a disheveled figure stumbled into view. He was thin, his dusty clothes too wide for his scrawny body. A thick beard covered his face and dirty strands of hair hung down from his skull in a wild, tangled chaos. He took a few steps, dragging his feet over the asphalt. Then he noticed me. He approached, his hungry gaze fixated on the food, then looked away, feigning disinterest, and dropped down to the ground where he pretended to massage his ankles. I instinctively scooped away from this figure, protectively clutching my food closer towards my chest. He watched me from the corner of his eyes. What was this guy doing here? There was nothing up this dead-end road. There were no cars, no people. There was nothing up here. Did he just get lost? I was about to scoop away even further when I noticed his shoes. It was hard to even call these things shoes considering the state they were in. The soles were worn down to the point they had basically ceased existing. His bare feet were clearly visible through the large gaps, coated in dirt, swollen, calloused. Something had recently torn into the skin beneath his big toe. Clotted blood spread all around the fresh injury. I instantly felt regret at how I had reacted to the stranger a moment ago. All that suspicion and distrust. I cleared my throat. Hey, you want a bite to eat? I leaned slightly towards him and held out the piece of bread. His head snapped up as if he had just waited for this cue. Oh, yeah, he said with a raspy voice. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. He rose back up and took a few more steps towards me, limping slightly whenever his injured foot touched the ground. As soon as he was close enough, he reached out, hesitated for a second, then snatched the sandwich from my fingers, and with a sudden motion, as if afraid I might withdraw the offer at any second, his body dropped down into the dirt again. Thank you, he managed to say with his bulging cheeks as he hungrily took the first few bites. The bread vanished in record time. He wolfed down the food, clearly not bothering to chew half of the time, and I looked away to give him a bit of privacy. Have you ever heard of this road that'll make your deepest wish come true? He suddenly said. He was still chewing, but he had slowed down enough to become a bit more intelligible. No, I answered with some hesitation. Picture this. You're walking home one evening. You're alone and the streets are empty. You walk a path you have walked 1,000 times. Suddenly you spot a road you've never seen before. He paused to take another bite. I leaned closer, still slightly confused by the direction our conversation was taking. Was he just sharing some sort of hobo legend to repay me for the food? Maybe there's suddenly a cozy bridge crossing the large river that usually forces you to take a detour. He continued. Maybe there's a meandering path crossing a flowery meadow where there should be a construction site. Or maybe... He suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, his eyes unfocused. Maybe you find that a tranquil alley has replaced the busy motorway in front of your home. He shook his head and pulled himself out of whatever vision had suddenly haunted him. The road looks completely different each time, but some things are always the same about it. It is short, it is peaceful, and it will grant you your deepest desire. He looked down at the last few bites that remained of the sandwich. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that taking it will give you whatever you want most in life. His fingers tensed against the bread and a few crumbs of the crust fell to the ground. Start on one end and reach the other. That's all you have to do. He raised the last bite to his lips. But there's a catch. Of course there's a catch. There's always a catch with these sort of things, isn't there? His mouth opened and the sandwich disappeared. For a bit he just sat there, silently chewing while I nervously tapped my fingers against my knees, waiting for him to continue. What's the catch? My voice finally broke the silence. I had gotten more involved in his narration than I could have anticipated. He looked at me, then down at his now empty palms, as if waiting for more food to magically appear there. "The catch?" he mumbled. "The catch, right. The catch is that you have to walk the road with your eyes closed. No blinking or peeking no matter what. Doesn't sound so bad, right? It's such a short and straightforward route. How hard could it be to do this blind?" His voice broke and he closed his eyes, rubbing the bridge of his nose. It seems so easy until you reach the middle of the road and the sounds come. A startling scream as if some terrifying beast has appeared in front of you. Beautiful angelic music beckoning you to look at its creator. The voice of a loved one who just passed away. No matter what you hear, keep your eyes closed. Or else what? Or else, well, it is said that. He stared down at the ground while one of his hands rubbed his injured foot. The wound had opened up again and fresh blood was seeping over his soul. According to the legend, you'll be trapped on this road forever. Oh, sure, you'll reach the end, but then you take a turn and you take another, and suddenly you notice that you have stepped onto the road again. It looks different again, but you can tell somehow. So you turn around and try to retrace your steps, but the path you just came from seems to have suddenly changed, and stumble across it confused, and then you look down and you notice that you are on the road again. His breathing grew louder and more rapid. His hands wildly motioned in the air in front of him. So then you start running and running, faster and faster until your legs hurt, and still you keep running. The landscape flies by, rapidly changing, but no matter how much it changes, there is one thing that always stays the same. You are on the road again and again and again. And you sink down exhausted, and when you wake up, you are back. And you walk for days and months and years, hungry and cold and tired, until you finally decide to end it all. So you do, and you feel yourself fade away, and you think you have finally escaped, and then your eyes close, and your breathing stops, and you grow cold, and then your eyes fly open, and you're back on the road. His voice had become more and more intense the longer he had spoken. He was shaking. His eyes were staring into the distance again. I noticed that I had grown equally tense. I rubbed my upper arm in an attempt to fight off the shivering feeling that had crept beneath my skin. Then I forced out a polite little chuckle. "Well, that's quite a story," I said. "Just one little hole. How could we ever find out what happens to those who open their eyes? If the story is true, they're trapped on the road forever, right? They'll hardly be able to tell anyone what happened, right?" Rationalizing the story in this way helped me to get a grip of myself. He had told it quite convincingly, but in the end, it was just some silly little legend. He nodded, then turned his legs towards his body. "Yeah, you're right. I guess you're right." His head dipped forward and squeezed itself against his knees. "It was a car horn, you know." "What?" I said, unable to really grasp this sudden non sequitur. "No demonic voices or angelic messages or siren songs. Just a damn car horn. And I was sure I had made it to the other end, and that I had accidentally stumbled into the road, so I just... He fell silent. I stared at him, my mouth opening and closing as I struggled to find the appropriate answer to this strange outburst. Before I found the right words, he suddenly pulled his upper body away from his knees, shook his head and let out a laugh. Sorry about that. I'm just tired. It's getting late." He stretched his legs and began standing up. "Well," he said, trying to get a sense of levity back into his voice, "what would you wish for if you ever stumbled on the road?" "I don't know. Money? Eternal youth? I guess I'm not really creative when it comes to this stuff." I gave him a smile. "What about you? What's your deepest desire?" He stared at the horizon, which was slowly turning orange from the setting sun. "Getting home," he said with a gravelly voice. Then he took a deep breath and began to walk away. I sat there, the weight of those last few words pulling me down. When he had vanished behind the last corner, I came to a sudden decision, jumped up, and began jogging after him. It felt wrong to just send him away like that. I was sure I still had a pair of sturdy shoes at home. Shoes I never wore anyway. Might be the right size for him. Better than his current pair in any case. We'd pass my house anyway on the way down. I rounded the corner and stopped dead in my tracks. There should have been only one way to go. One single serpentine road taking a sharp turn to the right, clinging to the mountainside. Now, however, there was a second road branching off. It led straight forward through a calm patch of forest where there should have been nothing but empty air. I stepped closer. The vagrant story was still fresh in my mind. Picture this. Walking home one evening. A fresh smear of blood vaguely shaped like a footprint was visible on the gravel of this new road. Clearly this had been the way the stranger had taken. I stared ahead, now standing right at the start of the road. It seemed completely harmless. I could see the end just a few hundred steps in front of me. My deepest desire. And all it would take was to walk this short distance. I closed my eyes and raised my left foot. The world seemed to freeze. I was still standing there, ready to take a step forward. Just one little step and then I'd just have to keep walking for a minute or so with my eyes closed. How hard could it be? And still my foot refused to move. Refused to take this first step. The picture of that bloody footprint kept coming back to my mind. Being trapped on that road. Walking and walking. Through freezing nights and burning days. Through hunger and thirst. Always walking. Until the legs go out and you crumble to the asphalt and you die. Only to wake up from death and start walking again. My deepest desire just 60 seconds away. I couldn't do it. I opened my eyes. The road was gone. My foot was raised over the abyss. The world had changed back to how it should be. I was standing right at the edge of a cliff. My foot raised into empty air. Just one step and I'd end up as a shattered heap of bones down there. A sudden gust of wind shoved against my back as if urging me to take this step. A few stones crumbled beneath my weight, separated from the edge, and fall. I flung my arms around in panic, searching for something to hold on to. My foothold slipped, my knee buckled. I fell backward. My elbows painfully slammed against the ground. With panicked motions, I began crawling away from the edge, staring at the cliffside, at the place that, for a short minute, had been a road. And then it reappeared. Literally in the blink of an eye. 1 second it was gone and my eyelids fluttered shut, and when I opened them again, there it was along with the surrounding forest, as if it had never been gone. I managed to scramble back to my feet. My heartbeat refused to calm down. I kept standing there, staring at the road while the sun slowly vanished behind the horizon. My deepest desire. Just a quick little walk. Bloody footprint on the gravel. Finally, I ripped myself away, turned and began walking down the usual path. The path that I had walked thousands of times before. My deepest desire didn't come true that night, but I did get home. When I was a child, me and my brother Jason would stay at my grandparents' house out in the country. It was a one-story farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by hundreds of acres of farmland, in every direction, as well as a big yard for us to play in. In front of the yard was the only stretch of road around for miles. The house became like a second home to us, with us even having our own room with a GameCube in it. We were our grandparents' only grandchildren, and because of that, they most definitely spoiled us. That old farmhouse became a sanctuary to me during elementary school, and even through middle school. It was a retreat away from all the stresses in the world, and we would just run around and play. As we got older, we went less and less. The drive got to be a bit much on my parents, and life seemingly had other plans. College came swiftly, and within the first year, me and my friend Tyler decided to get our own place together in an old shitty apartment building right off the campus of our university. It was without question a shithole, but for the price, we didn't mind. One night, I picked up my friend Josh and brought him over to work on assignments and watch old shitty movies. After checking the time and seeing it was around 2:30 a.m., we decided that it would be best if he just stayed at my place for the night. Besides, we had been drinking anyway, and didn't want him walking home even if only a little intoxicated. My roommate was out of town and he could sleep on the couch in the front room where he had been watching movies. I grabbed him some pillows and blankets and tossed them to him, and I sat in the recliner next to him. We began talking about horror movies, and that led us to telling the other about scary experiences we had throughout our lifetimes. While talking of things that go bump in the night, I had a memory surface that I had not remembered until just then. Did I ever take you to my grandparents' farmhouse for any reason? No, Josh said. I only ever met your grandparents at your graduation party. Well, when I was young, me and my brother stayed with my grandparents often, thanks to our parents' work schedule. When we were toddlers, we had our crib set up in the dining room, and they faced the door to the patio in front of the house. In front of the patio was the yard, and then the road the house sat on. I remember one night I saw a shadow on the other side of the door's window. Cars driving by would illuminate it, and it was an old, raggedy woman in what I guess was a nightgown just staring at us. After telling him this, he said that it was creepy, and was probably just a bad dream. We moved on without a second thought, and talked for a while longer before calling it a night. The following day, I went home to have dinner with my family. When I got there, only my mom was home as Dad was at work, and Jason simply hadn't arrived yet. "What have you been up to?" she asked. "Work and school is pretty much it. Josh stayed over last night, and we talked about horror stories for a while." "Oh, what kind of stories?" I told her about the story with the woman and how it was just a bad dream. While I was telling her this, her expression went from pleasant to serious. Once I finished, she asked what the woman looked like. The closest I can describe her is the person on the cover of the first Iron Maiden album. However, more feminine and not decaying. I told her I had a picture I can show her, and she got up to meet me halfway across the living room. I pulled up the album picture and showed her, and she sat back down solemnly. "Mom, are you okay? You look like you saw a ghost," I said, half joking. "I might have," she replied with an anxious laugh. So when I grew up there, the dining room was my old room, and it had a red see-through chandelier light that hung down. One night when I was probably 3 or 4, I woke up to use the bathroom, and I remember feeling scared. I looked up at the light for some reason, and I saw that face looking at me. She was wearing pilgrim clothes or something. I ducked my head under the covers and must have fallen asleep at some point. I always thought it was a dream, but now, I don't know," she said with a laugh. "Jesus," I said. "That's weird. Was there some ancient burial ground the house was built on or something?" I said jokingly. "No, but the whole town was rumored to have demon worshippers in the 80s. Mom would never let me out after dark. I remember being upset as a teenager, but people ended up getting hurt from it, I guess. I was just a defiant kid." After that, we left it at that for the rest of the night. Dad and Jason came home, and we enjoyed dinner together. While everyone sat at the table picking away at the feast my mother had made and talking about everything new in life that had happened in the last few weeks, I found myself somewhere else. The town my mother had grown up in was only a 45-minute drive. How had I never heard of cults in the area? How had she seen something so similar to what I had? When I returned home that night to the dank apartment me and Tyler, my roommate, had called home for the last couple years, my mind was still fixated on a patio door miles away from me. Nothing was making sense to me. I should say, here and now. I don't believe in ghosts. I'm a fairly rational person, but my mind was wondering. The cults my mom had mentioned were around in the 1980s. However, the woman we had both supposedly seen was wearing old-timey clothes. For me, it was some form of nightgown, and for my mom, it was some kind of pilgrim's clothing. I should have asked her more. I sat down at the computer and searched the town she had grew up in, and cults related to it. I found very old articles until I found something interesting. My university had detailed documents on first-hand accounts over the cults. Thankfully, since I'm a student there, I was able to open them. For hours I read accounts of cattle acting weird, or doors opening, or people being stalked by creepy groups of people, and even a spot where the group supposedly sacrificed people. However, there was no proof of this. One document, though, stood out above all the others. Well written in the mid-90s, March 18th, 1996 to be exact. It didn't deal with the cult in the area. A girl named Susie wrote in a brief sentence, "I remember when I was young, no older than 5, waking up to a silhouette standing with stringy, messy hair. It was so dark I couldn't see its face. I was petrified." I really don't know what to think of all this. I think I'm a fairly rational person, and I understand that more than likely it's just a coincidence. But 3 people having the same occurrence in the same town is oddly terrifying. Whether it was just nightmares or not, it seems to have terrified a few of us to remember it in great detail years later. It's because of that why I'm posting it on here. I'm really not sure where else on the internet it could go, but I knew it was interesting enough to at least intrigue a few other people. I figured that this page would be better than anywhere else and that you all can make your assumptions. I live alone in a small, one-bedroom apartment in a small, single-story building. It's only a few miles away from the fast food restaurant where I work. I get to ride my bicycle to and from work, which saves me a ton on gas. The apartment itself is perfect for me. The rent is low and I don't need things to be fancy. The landlord loves me because I handle my own repairs, or just deal with it and don't complain, which must be refreshing for him considering how often stuff doesn't quite work right. A perfect example of this is the heat. For whatever reason, it gives out at least once a week. Rather than make a fuss and complain about that every week, I've learned to adapt. The heater itself is inside of a small cabinet in the hallway appropriately located next to the fuse box. If I get home, and it's usually chilly inside, I just have to flip the fuse back to on, play with the buttons a bit, relight the pilot lights, and I'm back in business. This happens so often that I've started just keeping one of those long, flexible barbecue lighters right inside of the little cabinet. So, anyway, last week I got the Rona. Being about 50 years too young to be in any danger, all I experienced was a few days of mild fatigue and a loss of smell and taste. The fatigue made the long shifts and bike rides pretty exhausting, but the health benefits of not being able to taste probably more than made up for that. It's amazing how many more vegetables you eat when everything tastes like the same nothing. Why should I snag a chicken nugget or a frozen cookie when it tastes no different than a handful of lettuce? On Thursday, I worked a long shift. Between the bike ride in, the 12 hours on my feet, and then the bike ride home, I was absolutely pooped and very sore. You could have probably confused me for a Frankenstein the way I was walking when I got to my door. Within a few seconds of walking in the door, I had this notable sense of mild dread. My stomach felt like I was sitting in my room waiting for my mom to get home to slap me silly for getting suspended from school. I had nothing to be nervous about, but I sure was. I chalked the anxious tummy up to my exhaustion and made a beeline to the shower. I needed to wash off the quarter-inch of grease that coated my entire body, sure, but what I really wanted was that soothing hot water to help with my aching muscles. I turned on the water and waited for it to get hot, and waited and waited. The water stayed ice cold and I sighed as I checked the bathroom closet to see that the water heater's pilot light had gone out. Great. There's no way I was going to be staying awake long enough to wait for 20 gallons to get up to a bearable temperature. Hey, at least all of the grease would make my bed sheets feel as smooth as satin for the night. It was about that time that the internal heat from the bike ride had worn off, and I realized that the apartment itself was a bit nippy as well. I sighed once again and made my way to the hallway cabinet. Sure enough, the heater was off and the flame was out. The fuse in the nearby box hadn't been tripped and the heater's display lit up when I pushed the buttons. So at least half of my job was done, but the lighter was missing. I checked the floor in case it had fallen. I checked the nearby closet in case it had rolled or something. I checked the bathroom in case I had forgotten and used it for a candle. Nothing. I went to the kitchen junk drawer to grab a spare. Nothing. I went to the back window ledge to grab the medicinal one. Nothing. I did notice that I had left the window open though, which certainly didn't help with the cold. I closed it. Throughout this entire back and forth journey through the apartment, I must have patted my pant pockets 1,000 times expecting one to be in there, but no such luck. Finally, I decided that if the world was going to hide all of my lighters from me, that I'd go and make my own. Channeling my inner household hacker, I withdrew a long spaghetti noodle from the box and went over to the stove to light it. The frickin' knob had fallen off and I couldn't find it anywhere. Not cool. I dropped the noodle to the floor and huffed and puffed my way to the bedroom. This was all going to be tomorrow me's problem. By this point, my legs and back were as stiff as a board. My stomach was really churning, and I just wanted to sleep. It's not like it was freezing outside. I just use an extra comforter on the bed and I'll be fine. It was a little difficult to fall asleep between the nervousness and the body discomfort, but at least I was warm, snug, and slimy. I was a toasty little slug. That night, I had the craziest, most vivid, and strangely unsettling dream of my life. It started with me lying on my back and looking up at the evening sky. My whole body burned like I was one big paper cut slathered in sanitizer. Even though I knew that this had to be a dream, I had absolutely no control over myself. It was like I was watching a cutscene in a first-person shooter video game. I stood up from the grass to see the front of my apartment. I approached the door and tried to open it, but it was locked. I walked to the back of the building, opened the window, and crawled inside. Again, all on autopilot. Once inside, I walked up to the hallway cabinet, opened it up, and grabbed a lighter. I went to the kitchen junk drawer and grabbed the 3 or 4 lighters in there. I twisted the knob off of the stove, too. It was like I was retracing my steps from after I got home, but actually finding what I was looking for instead of not finding it. Every movement hurt. Every time I touched something, it stung. As I walked by the bathroom door, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and froze. Not by choice, because again, I was just an observer in this freaky dream. But I would have frozen by choice if I had control over myself. The person looking at me from the mirror was only barely me. It had my frame, and it was wearing the tattered remains of my work shirt, but it was missing certain defining characteristics that really make me, me. Things like skin and hair. It looked like some lonely chef had made a companion, and the only 2 ingredients handy were meatloaf and hash browns. It looked like a scarecrow made of inside-out ravioli rolled around in some Rice Krispies. Whoever the main character of this dream was, stared at itself for a while, reaching up and touching its face like it was just as surprised and grossed out as I was. The eyes looked sad. It turned and looked back towards the open window in the bedroom, and then I couldn't breathe and I started to panic and I woke up and rolled over and threw up everywhere. I was back in my room under my 2 blankets. Sort of, I think. I was very disoriented. I was soaking wet from sweat and vomit. The room was spinning. I tried to get up, but I was too weak and I collapsed on the ground next to the bed, tangled in the bedding. I threw up again. I could barely think from the heaving, both dry and wet, with effort far greater than should have been necessary. I crawled out of the bedroom, into the hallway, and through the living room. I left behind me a snail trail of the previous day's lunch and half-digested lettuce, smeared by the twisted sheets that followed behind me. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew that I had to get out. I felt like I was breathing through a damp sock. The air was cold, but it was heavy and stifling. The front door handle was a million miles into the air, but I still managed to reach it and pull open the door. The frosty morning air hit me like a baseball bat, and I was gone. I woke up 2 days later in a hospital bed. My neighbor had found me when she left for work that morning. I guess something about a naked man wrapped in bed sheets and soaked in throw-up lying unconscious half outside of a front door caught her attention. It was either that or the overpowering smell of gas coming from the apartment. That's right. My inability to smell had nearly gotten me killed. Apparently a temporary gas outage in the area combined with the heater going out had lined up just right so that the automatic shutoff hadn't been tripped like it normally is. All in all, if it had to happen, it couldn't have happened more fortuitously. If that back window hadn't been open for most of the day, I wouldn't have lasted as long as I did. If I had been sleeping on my side, I wouldn't have been woken up from choking on my vomit and I'd have died in my sleep. If I hadn't lost every single gosh darn lighter in the house along with the stove knob, oh boy, me and everyone else would have been blown sky high. I did eventually find all those lighters and the knob, by the way. They were all in a pile outside on the grass behind the back window. I had a wonderful childhood. For a good portion of it, I lived with my brother and father in the Adirondack region of New York. It was a beautiful area. Since we lived in a very rural part of town, we had no neighbors. Instead, we had dense forests. Every Saturday afternoon, we would take a hike through said forests. I felt as if I were in a place like the 100-Acre Wood or the Wildwood. My favorite time of the year was autumn. The leaves changed color and the air began to crisp. It's a beautiful time of year, even more so where I lived. This season meant a lot of things to me. It meant back to school. Like most kids, me and my brother were pissed off about summer ending. However, we were delighted to see our classmates and teachers would be. It also meant pumpkin pie. My dad would often buy a pumpkin pie from the nearest bakery. Even to this day, I swear that particular bakery made the best pie ever. Autumn also meant something very important to me. Halloween. Me and my brother always looked forward to Halloween. Our father would take us to a pop-up store to buy our costumes. I would always get one of the ready-made costumes, while my brother would end up making his own. The particular store we went to always had a life-size skeleton butler standing by the entrance. Funny how we used to be so afraid of it, considering how goofy it looks in hindsight. Of course, the actual day of Halloween was a lot of fun. First, we'd watch a scary movie before trick-or-treating. The only reason my father let us do this first was because he didn't want us to stay up later than we probably would have anyway. The movie itself was never too scary. It was usually Pooh's Grand Adventure or The Wizard of Oz. Like I mentioned earlier, we didn't have any neighbors, so our father would drive us to the main part of town, which had more houses. We trick-or-treated until the sun was starting to disappear below the horizon. By the time we got back home, it would be pretty dark. As we pulled into the driveway, our father would play a little game with us. It was called the running game. What we had to do was run from the car to our bedroom as quick as possible. It was a simple thing, but we loved it. We often raced each other. It was fun running at full speed in our costumes. One of us would usually slip as soon as we entered the house and knock something over. Our father didn't care. It was Halloween. In our room, me and my brother would stay up as late as possible eating our candy and telling spooky stories. It was fun eating candy in bed. We didn't even need to brush our teeth. There was something about Halloween candy that was so delicious. We even heard our father crying downstairs because he didn't get any. When I was 13, we moved down to New York City. It was a big culture shock for us. We had to get used to many neighbors, loud noises, and smaller spaces. It was also difficult to have to get used to an entirely new school district with new teachers and students. Fortunately, I made new friends quickly. I now live in an apartment on Long Island. My brother still lives in the city. He ended up liking it better than rural life. Our father also still lives there too. Yesterday, we decided to give him a visit. We had a grand time reminiscing about old times. That is, until I brought up the running game. Father gave me a weird look. You know, the game we played on Halloween? The one where we ran inside as fast as we could. Remember? I asked him. He immediately began to break down. We comforted him until he felt well enough to talk. He explained that there never really was a game. There was a reason he wanted us to run. He'd always see something in our rearview mirror. Every year it would come back. He didn't want it to, but it would. Concerned for our safety, he'd make sure we made it to the safety of our bedroom, disguising it as a game. My brother asked our father what exactly it was. He began to break down again as he said, "Something horrible." I passed him a tissue. I know it was Halloween, but it wasn't a person in a costume. I know it was a monster. Me and my brother didn't know what to think of this. We never saw Father in this state before. He continued. I felt like crying just looking at it. It was that awful. In fact, I did cry after you two went to bed. Sorry. I was that afraid of it finding a way inside. I hoped it would never come back again, but it did. Every fucking Halloween it did. My father then took a minute to calm down. Why didn't you tell us this earlier? I asked. Why? I didn't want to scare you guys. If you'd even believe me. I only let you guys trick or treat so you wouldn't think anything was unusual. I at least just didn't want you two to see it. That thing's the reason we moved to the city. I wanted to get away. My father took another minute to calm down again. Look how it has affected me, an adult. How would it have affected you two as children if you knew? My father refused to discuss this any further. I wonder what he saw exactly. If it's still out there. It's been 12 years since that day. 6 since I last stayed sober for more than 2 days straight. My entire existence has been based around forgetting the events of that day to the point I couldn't decide if the events were real anymore. But today I saw her parents. I know it was real. All of it. Fuck me. I wish I could lie to you, like I've been lying to myself for all these years. I wish I could say that demons and ghosts and heaven and hell were all concepts made up by man to control the gullible. I wish I could say that there was no paranormal and there was a scientific explanation to everything. That death is the end for us. That it was the eater of all worlds. But that day I saw beyond the veil. But all this is just bullshit. I think the real reason I am writing this is because I miss her. I miss the girl I had a hand in killing. The courts have just let me free. They wouldn't let me join her. And as fate would have it, I wouldn't be allowed to die as well. I think looking back it all makes sense. The rope breaking the first time. My roommate walking in before I bled out the second. I know now it has to be this way. This is my purgatory and I know now the only way to cross the river Styx. Before I join her, on her birthday I want to share my story. The events of that day to whoever has read this far. When I was 8 years old, me and my girlfriend, Sophie, used to hang out all the time. At the time when my entire social group was just guys, she was a breath of fresh air. We were neighbors and were born just 2 days apart. Being 2 days older than me, she took on the role of the elderly sister. We basically spent our entire childhood together, inseparable at school and at home. We were best friends for life, but then Sophie told me she was moving away. At the time I didn't even know what it meant, just that we would grow apart. And it sucked. On her last day at our school, before the summer break, she announces to the whole class that we were going to play the Bloody Mary game. I for one didn't even know what it was, but Sophie was a horror movie fanatic. She pulled me closer and whispered into my ear, "After the break ends and you come to school, if anyone asks about me, just tell them Bloody Mary took her." I agreed. I thought that was the whole prank. When I went to her house to hang out for the last time, most of the family stuff was gone. Her dad was away at work and our moms were talking with each other in our apartment. She comes out of the bathroom, goes into her room, brings out a printed page and hands it to me. In it were rules of the Bloody Mary game. The rules were: 1. Turn off all the lights in the bathroom. 2. Lock the door. 3. Light 1 candle. 4. Spin around 3 times while saying Bloody Mary each time. At the end of the page it was written, "She will appear behind you." I was spooked. I think she saw that. Sophie started laughing. She said something along the lines of, "Oh, come on. You know this is just one of those pranks people play on their friends." I wish it was. To prove that it was fake, Sophie ushered me into the bathroom, turned off the lights, and lit the candle. I obliged to her wish and closed my eyes while spinning and saying Bloody Mary. I would open my eyes when she would say, "See, she isn't there, just like I told you." On the third turn I waited for what felt like an eternity to hear her say, "She isn't there, open your eyes." But she didn't. She grabbed my hand. She was shivering and I had to open my eyes. In that moment, what I saw, I don't think any therapy or any amount of time can make that scar fade away. In the mirror she was, or rather, whatever it was, its forehead covered by a red veil, face hollower than physics should allow, eyes sunken and bloodshot, a mouth twisted open wide, teeth jagged, smile demonic. She quietly whispers, "Who asks for me?" I had pissed my pants. That voice wasn't something a human could ever have. Sinister, deep, and malicious. I realized that she wasn't standing behind us in just the mirror. She was actually behind us as well. I saw the figure lean over me, with her long, rotting fingers. She bends over me and asks me if it was the girl who wanted to summon her. I will never forgive myself for what I did after that. I said, it was her. She wanted to prove the game was fake and dragged me into it. Just then I thought the smile couldn't get wider. It did. All these years later, I know what that look Sophie gave me then meant. It was a look of being betrayed. Her best friend doing it to her. In a split second, the figure pushed Sophie towards the mirror while simultaneously it reached out from the mirror, grabbing her into it. Sophie was gone. I screamed and screamed until my throat gave out. My mom came rushing in. I couldn't explain to her what I saw. I couldn't look at Sophie's parents in the eyes and tell them what happened. They wouldn't understand anyways. Countless hours of therapy and police investigation later, the general consensus was that it was a kidnapping, and in order to deal with the trauma, my brain had compartmentalized the events of that day into the supernatural. I wish Sophie was kidnapped. That would have been so much better for her than the hell she went to. When I went to school after the summer break, all I could respond to my classmates' inquiry about Sophie was, Bloody Mary took her. Mount St. Helens. The name is usually associated with a massive explosion that claimed the lives of more than 50 people and caused $1 billion in property damage. Now I think it should be known for something else. I was hiking the mountain with some friends of mine, Tom and Josh. Those two had been my best friends ever since elementary school. Tom was getting married in a week and insisted we get out camping. We were gonna hike up the side of the mountain and make camp for a few days. First night was great. We made camp, sat around a fire, drank, and told stories just like old times. Josh was the first one to turn in, leaving me and Tom alone with the fire and booze. We chatted a bit more before he stood to head to bed. He asked if I was going to turn in, but I shook my head and told him I'd wait to make sure the fire went out. He ducked into his tent. As I sat there alone with my thoughts, then I noticed something. There was a pair of glowing red spots shining at me from the trees. I shook my head and rubbed my eyes. When I looked back up, they were gone. Had I imagined them? Maybe I'd had too much to drink, or maybe it was just an owl. Those spots were pretty high up, but they looked pretty big to belong to an owl. I sighed and kicked dirt over the embers of the fire and went into my tent. I crawled into my sleeping bag and started to doze off. Just before I did, though, I thought I heard something, like something rubbing against the tent. But by then it was too late and I drifted into a dreamless sleep. I woke to the smell of coffee and roasting sausages. I stepped out of the tent and saw Josh, always the early bird, was making a breakfast of coffee and sausage. I sat with him and enjoyed the crisp morning air and took in the scenery. I talked with Josh for a while before Tom woke up and joined us. We all sat together for a bit before we started packing our gear to go on a hike. While I did, I noticed something weird. There seemed to be weird prints around the camp and tent. I wasn't really sure what they were. Then again, I wasn't an animal expert. But the weirdest part was that I didn't see any tracks leading to or from camp. They just circled the camp for a while before ending up abruptly near my tent. Maybe I had climbed a tree. It was possible, but there weren't many trees near the campsite. Before I had much more time to dwell on this, Tom called for me to join him and Josh. I shook my head to clear the thoughts and joined them. It was amazing. The forest had recovered beautifully from the disaster just 40 years prior. We took pictures and talked and laughed. It was perfect, until we came upon a body in a tree. Josh was the first to notice it. He was in the middle of making some joke about an athlete when he stopped and paled. I turned to see what froze him and felt the blood drain from my face. Suspended in the tree, 15 or 20 feet up, was a deer. Its body had been badly mangled. Its head held onto its body by a few strands of flesh. Its rear limbs were missing, and its stomach was ripped open with most of its entrails missing. Its body was stuffed in the crevice between two branches. Tom threw up at the sight, and none of us said anything. I think Josh broke the silence. He wanted to know what could have done something like that. I shook my head and told him that it could have been a cougar. I had heard that some big cats carried their kills up in trees. That didn't put him at ease. Tom explained that he had spoken to a park ranger before they came up here, and they had said there weren't any large predators spotted near here. But even if it was a cougar, there wasn't much of a chance it'd bother us at camp. Plus he showed us a hunting rifle he had brought just in case. I suppose that was enough for Josh since he calmed a bit at that, and we resumed walking. Though this time we were silent. I didn't entirely think it was a cougar though. That body was pretty torn up and there were no claw marks on the trunk of the tree. But I didn't voice those concerns. By the time we made it back to camp, it had started getting dark, but the mood had lightened considerably. We were back to joking and laughing, the dead deer all but gone from our minds. But we fell silent once we saw the state of our camp. It had been totally ransacked. Our tents were ripped to shreds and our supplies were strewn all over the place. The coolers containing our food had been ripped open or totally crushed. I even saw that one looked like it had been flung 20 or 30 feet away. At first I didn't see the beer cooler, until I looked up and saw it sitting between two branches 20 feet off the ground. Tom and Josh immediately began searching the remains of the camp for anything we could salvage. Both convinced that whatever had killed the deer had found our camp and ransacked it, and I agreed. While they searched for anything to salvage, I searched around for tracks. There were plenty large, clawed footprints around the camp that I had a hard time identifying, but the part that confused me was that, once again, none of the tracks were leading in or out of camp. I turned to point it out to the others, but I felt my voice die in my throat as my eyes fell on something in the trees. A massive shape with red eyes glaring at me. It stood in the darkness of the tree branches, at least 20 feet off the ground. I could just barely make out the shape of it. I could see a large, powerful body with muscular arms ending in claws that glinted in the rising moonlight. I saw a snout, almost like a wolf or bat, that was filled with sharp, yellowed teeth. I was about to yell out for one of the others when massive bat-like wings unfurled from behind the creature and launched it into the air and out of view with a single powerful flap. I quickly turned to the others, desperate to confirm if they saw what I saw, but was quickly silenced when Josh made a sound of triumph and held up the keys to the car. He explained that we could likely make a trip to a nearby ranger station and tell them what happened, then sort things out after that. He began making his way to the edge of camp, but only made it halfway when a massive dark shape dropped from the sky right on him and vanished upwards just as quickly, taking Josh with it. He didn't even have time to scream. Tom immediately began to panic, shouting, "What was that? What the hell was that?" While I searched the dark sky for any sign of Josh or whatever took him. There was no sign of either of them. Tom was still freaking out when I grabbed him by the shoulders and told him we had to get to the truck and try to get help. He still seemed to be in shock, but numbly nodded and grabbed his rifle before we both made a mad dash through the woods. We ran as fast as we could, terrified we'd feel claws digging into our backs or shoulders with every step. However, I guess luck was on our side since we made it to the cars without anything happening. In fact, we were both running so fast we ended up nearly slamming into the car door. I immediately started yanking on the handle, desperately trying to open the door, when Tom's hand suddenly grabbed my shoulder. I turned to face him and saw he was pale and there were tears in his eyes. I nearly came to tears myself when he reminded me that Josh had the keys. I don't know how long we stood there. An air of utter despair washing over both of us, before it was all shattered with a crash from behind me. I quickly turned to see Josh's mutilated body laying on the roof of the car. His eyes and most of his face had been clawed off. I opened my mouth to scream when suddenly I was nearly deafened by the sound of a gunshot from behind. When I turned around, I saw Tom aiming his gun at the sky, wildly firing at a dark shape above. If any of his shots made contact, that thing didn't show it. While he shot, I began desperately searching through Josh's pockets for the keys. I finally felt my fingers make contact with cold metal and pulled them out with a triumphant yell. I turned to tell Tom I had found the keys, but just as I did, I heard a sound that froze my blood. The click of an empty gun. Tom turned to me, a look of fear and despair in his eyes before he was tackled to the ground by that thing. I felt its wing hit me and I was knocked to the ground. The sound of Tom screaming and flesh tearing filled my ears as I saw the creature ripping into him. Instinct took over and I rolled under the truck. I closed my eyes and covered my ears, but the sound of Tom's screams still pierced into my mind. It felt like hours before they stopped, but it was likely only moments. When silence finally fell, I slowly opened one eye, terrified that the monster would be inches from my face. Instead, I saw the remains of Tom. His head was laying a few feet from his body with its empty, dead eyes staring at me. I strained my ears and eyes to catch any sign that that thing was still there, but I didn't see or hear anything. Part of me wanted to desperately climb out and try to get in the truck before it got me, but fear gripped my body and stopped me from moving. What if it was on the roof, or hovering just above the truck, waiting for me? I spent the entire night under that truck. Anytime I mustered the courage to try and crawl out, I thought I heard the beats of massive wings or something shifting on the roof of the car. Even when the sun came up, I was too afraid. The only thing that finally encouraged me to crawl out was the screech of tires. I looked up to see a park ranger vehicle near the truck. I quickly crawled out from under and staggered towards the ranger. What happened next was a blur. I remember desperately trying to explain what happened while the ranger looked at the bodies of my friends with a look of horror. I remember waiting at the station and trying to convince them that a massive, flying monster killed my friends. They didn't believe me. Of course, they also didn't believe I had killed my friends. According to them, no human could have done that to them. The attack was attributed to a bear that was seen in the area a few days later. Funerals were held for Tom and Josh. Most people were sympathetic and said they were happy I managed to make it out alive. Tom's fiancée didn't say a word to me. The look she gave me was enough. I attended therapy afterwards at the request of my family, and they said I was suffering from survivor's guilt, and that I made up the monster I saw out of terror. They're half right. I shouldn't have survived that night, but I didn't make up that monster. I know I didn't. I'm writing this in my car on the side of the road back on the mountain. My gun is in the seat next to me. I'm going back to the campsite, and this time, I'm not returning without that thing. No matter what. This incident was the most terrifying experience of my life. This happened in the fall of 1982 in Baxter State Park, Maine. I lived in Manchester, New Hampshire at the time, and desperately wanted to get one last camping trip in before the weather changed and the region would become buried in snow and tourists from out of state for the skiing season. It was early November, and it was still warm during the day and nice and chilly at night, perfect for sitting around the fire and relaxing. I loved the outdoors. I still do. But the events of that night in Maine would leave a mark on me for the rest of my life. My wife worked all weekend at the hospital downtown, and both kids were at Grandma and Grandpa's for the weekend. I called in sick to work, loaded up my Bronco, strapped the canoe on the roof, and hit the interstate. I was on the water late in the afternoon. I loved this area because of how remote it was. I was a few miles from my launch site, where the truck was parked, when I spotted a perfect place to camp. I paddled toward the shore. This is a great spot, thought to myself. I set up my little tent, built a fire, and unfolded my pack chair to relax. The day turned into night, and I crashed out in the tent. The following day I woke to the sounds of birds chirping. It was a little cooler, but still great weather. I took my camera out into the forest to take some pictures. I did some fishing and just enjoyed the peaceful stillness of this remote wilderness. The day was uneventful, and soon after dinner, I lay in my tent with my flashlight reading. I must have dozed off because I awoke startled by something moving outside my tent. I lay still, but instinct told me there was something outside. I could hear the carefully placed steps of something. There are moose and black bear up here. Moose can be very dangerous if you walk upon them by surprise. The bears generally smell you before you see them and keep away. I lay still and listened. Whatever it was had stopped at the entrance flap of the tent. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could make out a faint, shadowy shape. I was wide awake now and on full alert. Whatever it was, I could hear it sniffing around and the panting of breath. I slowly began to unzip the tent when it ran off. I unzipped the flap of my tent and looked out just in time to see the branches swaying and hear the sound of something moving through the brush and into the deep woods. The sound of its footfalls told me one important thing. It was on two legs. That couldn't be right. I hadn't seen any other people since entering the park, and leaving my truck at the trailhead. The tourist season for leaf peepers had passed, and even so, someone could only reach this location by the waterway. I suppose someone could be out here. Someone I hadn't seen or heard until they came sniffing and snorting around my campsite in the middle of the night. I guess it was possible. As the sun rose, I ate my breakfast but remained on guard. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I felt a presence in the forest. Someone or something just out of sight. I kept a .45 revolver when I camped out here in the North Woods. I wasn't concerned about the wildlife so much as the weirdos you might run across. The meth heads. The backcountry types. In my experience, the scariest thing you can come across when you're alone in the deep woods is another human. I couldn't be sure if someone were out here, but the paranoia had begun to take hold. It was dark now and I was inside my tent. I kept the revolver close and my boots on. I was done playing games. I sure didn't plan on shooting anyone, but I was damn sure to show them I was no easy target. I sat up quickly. I must have fallen asleep again because I was startled awake by movement all around the tent. The shadows everywhere, on all sides, in all directions. I could hear sniffing and snorting, low grunting and raspy breathing. What the hell is happening? I thought in a panic. It didn't sound like people, but the height of the shadows cast against the flaps of the tent in the moonlight revealed prominent, upright figures. There must have been 5 or maybe 6 on all sides. Fear gripped me as the realization came over me. I was surrounded. The low growling started. It was on answer back on the other side and all around me. Low, deliberate growling. Were these coyotes? Were the massive shadows just the light playing tricks on me? The growling increased in pitch and intensified. and I knew an attack was imminent. I pulled my revolver and fired straight up in the air. The next moments were a complete blur. I charged through the tent with just the clothes on my back, my .45 and the truck keys in my pocket. I bolted straight for the canoe and muscled it into the water. I jumped in and began paddling. I never looked back until I got far enough from the shore. I should have never looked back. They were standing completely still on the riverbank, their bodies crouched down with heads low, eyes reflecting in the moonlight. They looked like giant coyotes or maybe even wolves. 6 in total. I was transfixed by what I was seeing. I had never seen a coyote this large, this massive. As I sat in the safety of my little canoe studying these creatures, they did something I will never forget. They began to stand up on their hind legs. Each one would slowly raise to 2 legs. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. They all stood like men. These things. These creatures that had almost ambushed me as their prey. I turned and furiously paddled as the howling rang out behind me. August 4th, 2016. What a strange thing to admit. I guess there could be worse problems, like peeing the bed or wet dreams. But still, it's not something I am proud of. It started when I was a kid. I like to think it's a pretty common occurrence among children. 1 second you're enjoying your dream, the next, bonk. Suddenly your head hurts, you're crying, and you have no idea why. About 20 seconds later, Mom is in the room wondering what happened. Then before you know it, you're back in your bed fast asleep. Then eventually you grow out of it, just like you grow out of other embarrassing accidents that happen when you're young. Except when you don't grow out of it, because inevitably, I didn't. Now here I am, a 22-year-old college grad who still falls out of the bed at night. I wouldn't consider myself a wild dreamer. Nothing out of the ordinary. Sometimes I'm not even dreaming. I just feel that same bonk I have always felt growing up. I don't cry anymore, could you imagine? Instead, I just get up, make my way back to my bed, and wonder when I will finally outgrow this. Although secretly, I know I likely never will. Maybe it's stress. Nobody warned me my first year out of college would be this rough. Juggling a breakup and a difficult job search has been taking a mental toll on me. Plus, living with my parents hasn't been easy. The only reason I am even writing this down is because I plan on telling my psychologist when I see him tomorrow. I like to get my thoughts on paper, especially when they're this fresh. He's a good guy. I don't know why I haven't told him sooner. I guess I never really saw it as that big of a deal. My head still hurts from my tumble last night. I think it's time I finally tell someone my secret. August 5th, 2016. I told him, and he reacted basically like I thought he would. Just a little smirk, but not in a mocking way. He told me to establish my bedtime routine and stay off my phone an hour before bed. He mentioned something else I found interesting. He said something like, make your room an oasis. Make your bed every day. Make going to sleep at night something you always look forward to. Fair enough. So, that begins tonight. No more scrolling past 10 p.m. or so. If anything, it'll be better for my mental health. I'll even clean my room. Why the hell not? It'll make my dad happy for once. Pick up your pants and close your goddamn closet. His voice still rings in my head. From yelling at me to study for the SAT to yelling at me for having an untidy closet. Nothing is ever good enough. Maybe that'll change once I clean my room. Maybe I will get through the night without falling out of my bed. August 6th, 2016. Bonk. Well, so much for that. It was worth a shot at least. If anything, I did feel slightly less stressed out not scrolling through social media, and it felt pretty good cleaning my room. Dad walked in and said, well, look who's finally taking care of his room. I don't know why, but that single comment made me want to stop. But I didn't. I was committed, and yet I still rolled right out of my bed. It's okay though, I really had to pee. When I get back, I notice something strange. My closet. Is it open? I guess I forgot to close it. It's just... well, that's the one thing my dad is such a pain in the ass about. So you'd think I would take care of it. So what was it doing open? Did I open it in my sleep? Is that even possible? You know, I think I'm just going to head back to bed. My head hurts. August 10th, 2016. Bonk. Again? Alright, this is a little strange. When I first started writing these entries, I would fall out, I don't know, once every other month. But now it's been a few days. Can't believe this shit is getting worse. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm still lying on the hardwood floor of my room. I don't even want to get up. Maybe I will just spend the night here. That way there's nowhere else to fall. Yeah, maybe not. The floor creaks as I get up. The house must be ancient. There is a creak with each step I take back to my bed. Creak, creak, creak. I make it to my bed and rest my head on the pillow. It was still in pain from when I fell a few nights back, but now it's even worse. Just as I feel myself starting to doze off, I hear it. Creak. I burst awake and stare around my room. Nothing. At least the closet door stayed closed this time. For a second, I was starting to get nervous. I don't really believe in ghosts or anything like that, but it's still creepy. Maybe if the house wasn't so old. Hell, maybe I even dreamt it. I'm still super tired, and yet, right as I start to fall asleep, creak. I pick my head up again. Still nothing. Right as I begin to lower my head to my pillow, something catches my eye. Closet. Is it... I fall back asleep. August 13th, 2016. No bonk this time. I made it through the night, so that should be a good thing, right? Except I'm in pain. My head is still throbbing from the past few times I fell out of my bed. Why? I have no idea. But it sucks, I can tell you that much. I told my psychologist about the strange occurrences I had been experiencing. He laughed it off and said something along the lines of, "So this is what happens when you finally stop using your phone at night." Typical boomer thing to say, but he's not even wrong. I'm not the kind of person who overreacts. I feel like I've made that relatively clear this far, and yet something doesn't seem right. It's almost as if one thing in night is ever so slightly out of place. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm about as absent-minded as it gets, so it could be all in my head. Maybe I am misplacing things. It's just... with what has happened the past few nights, it seems like at this point, it's not a coincidence. Maybe I just need to lay off the horror movies. To be safe, I cleaned and organized my room. As a matter of fact, I've been doing that every night. It's almost like the more I clean things up, the more things in my room just don't seem right. I mean, even my dad is starting to get concerned. Just now, as I'm cleaning all my shit yet again, he said, "You know, Trevor, you don't need to clean every night." How ironic. Never in a million years would I expect to hear those words from my dad. But after all, these have been strange days. August 14th, 2016. Bonk. Ouch. This time the blanket came off with me. It's still on my face when I suddenly hear it. Crash. I struggle for a second, then manage to pull the covers over my head. All of my little figurines and books on my dresser are now on the floor. Some are broken. How? I frantically look around. I open my closet, and yes, I look under my bed. There's nothing. Nobody. I am alone in my room. But that's impossible. I would be lying if I said I wasn't terrified. I just pull my covers over my head and try to fall back asleep. That's when I hear footsteps outside my room. I'm about to reach full-on panic mode when I suddenly hear my mom's voice. "Trevor, are you alright?" "Yeah," I call out. "Some things fell, but that's it." No response from my mother. I look up at my door and I see the handle start to turn, then stop. "Mom?" No answer. So I do it. I get out of bed and make my way over to my door. I take a deep breath, put my hand on the door handle, turn and open. There is nobody there. So I do something I haven't done in maybe 10 years. I quickly make my way over to my parents' room, knock, and open. They're beyond passed out. My mother, she's as asleep as it gets. There's a cool breeze that brushes my neck, almost as though someone is ever so slightly laughing. I quickly turn around and there is nothing there. Again, I'm alone. So, petrified as can be, I head back to bed. August 21st, 2016. It's been a few days since my last fall, but I can feel myself changing. I'm anxious all the time. My hands are shaking as I write this. I feel like I'm hearing things. I am reliving those nights I fell. I can feel that cool air on my neck. I can hear my mother's voice on the other side of my door. Or whoever it was. Worst of all, I haven't been able to speak to my psychologist in several days, as he's away on vacation. Maybe that's what I need. I haven't bothered telling my folks about any of this. I don't think they would understand. They probably wouldn't even believe me. Mom, I think our house is haunted. I'm laughing even thinking that. Perhaps a better assessment would be, Mom, I think I am losing my fucking mind. Two things could be true at once. If one thing has stayed consistent, it's my neuroticism with cleaning. It is as if things can never be clean enough. I will dust, then dust again. Sweep, then sweep again. But most importantly, I organize and close my closet door. All I need is a good night's sleep, and in the morning I'll feel better. August 22nd, 2016. Bonk. Something is different this time. Somehow I ended up at the foot of my bed. How is that even possible? I couldn't have rolled off. It must have been. No, stop. Nobody pulled me off. There's nobody in the room with me. There's nobody in the room with me. There's nobody. Thump. My eyes dart to my closet, which is where the noise came from. I'm too scared to take a closer look, but I force myself to do so. As I approach my closet, I can see it's trashed. I didn't do this. Someone else did. As I take a step closer, I feel something touch my back. Before I can turn and look, it pushes me into the closet and closes the door. Help! I scream. I try to open the door, but my efforts are in vain. I keep fighting with the door to no avail. At this point, yes, I am crying. I just want to be left alone. I stop fussing with the door and listen to see if I can hear anything. Creak, 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 thump. My heart jumps with the most recent bang. My hands are shaking. I push the door open and see my empty room. I take a deep breath. Who's there? Like whatever this thing is would even answer. You know what? Fuck it. I run downstairs and jump on the living room sofa. Close my eyes and before I know it, it's morning. August 24th, 2016. I convince myself it's time to tell my parents. They didn't laugh, shockingly. But I can tell they don't believe me. My mom tells me I am just stressed and sleep deprived. My dad says it's all in my head, and the more I worry about falling out of the bed at night, the more I likely will. Since when is he some kind of psychologist? As nighttime draws closer, I decide it's best to sleep on the sofa in the living room for a few nights. At least the floor is carpeted there. So if I do fall, it won't hurt as much. And maybe, whatever has been bothering me, is it in my head? Will leave me alone. So that's what I do. I clean the area around the living room sofa. I bring my pillow and blanket down and lie down right as my dad walks in. What are you doing? I think I need a change of scenery or something like that. Maybe it will help me sleep better. I just don't want to be in my room right now. You're being ridiculous. Go back upstairs. I look at the sofa, which already has my pillow and blanket on it. Maybe he's right. Maybe. No. I abruptly tell him. This is just for tonight. Please. My dad sighs and heads back upstairs. I lay my head on the pillow and shut my eyes. Hours later, I wake up naturally for a change. Once again, I need to use the bathroom. I take a deep breath and make my way upstairs. Leave the bathroom door open while I pee. As I hit flush and wash my hands, I can hear something coming from downstairs. Creak, creak, creak. Footsteps. But it's carpeted down there. I walk back downstairs to the living room to find my blanket and pillow are on the floor, not where I left them. As I bend down to pick them up, I hear the sound again. This time, the noises are closer together and louder. Creak, 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 click. I abruptly turn around to see my kitchen light on. Suddenly there are more footsteps. Creak, 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 crash. My mind enters fight or flight mode, and with all my strength I enter the kitchen to find it completely empty. Who are you? Where are you? What do you want? More footsteps come down the stairs as I hear my mother's voice again. Trevor, what's wrong? What's going on? Oh no. Shut up, leave me alone. A figure enters the kitchen and I am relieved to see it's my mother. I take a few deep breaths and look around the kitchen. It's a wreck. Plates broken on the floor, chairs have been pushed over, and cutlery is everywhere. Trevor, what happened? I freeze. Mom, is the only thing I can manage to say. That's the last thing I remember. August 28th, 2016. They're saying it was a severe anxiety attack, but it wasn't. They're saying I'm a threat to my parents. I'm not. They think I'm suicidal. It's not that. They think keeping me in a hospital for a few days will be a magic cure. It won't. Something is after me and nothing will change my mind and make me think otherwise. Why would hiding me away here make a difference? Here's a severely anxious and delusional person. Let's shove them in a hospital. What could go wrong? I refuse to sleep. I don't even close my eyes anymore because that's when it comes out. That's when it finds me. Been evaluated a few times. From what I hear, I will be going home soon. Home is the last place I want to be. I can feel it getting closer with every night, and one day soon it will come for me. August 30th, 2016. Sitting in the car on the way home makes me nauseous. As we arrive, I get out of the car and immediately vomit. My parents look concerned. I've given up hope at this point. I watch the hours on the clock. 7 p.m. turns to 8, 8 turns to 9, 9 turns to 10. Before I know it, my parents are asleep. I take a look at myself in the mirror. What a mess. There's still vomit on my shirt. My eyes are dark and bloodshot. My hands are shaking. Still, I go through my routine. There is nothing in my closet, nothing under my bed, and nobody in the room with me. I repeat this a few times, even though I don't believe it. Maybe if I keep saying it, I will eventually believe myself. There is nobody in the room with me. There's nobody in the room with me. There is nobody. My closet creaks open. I slam it shut and go to bed. August 31st, 2016. Have you ever experienced a lucid dream? What a strange phenomenon. I am aware I am dreaming, therefore can control anything. I can fly, become invisible, anything I want. So what do I choose to do during this lucid dream? Sleep in peace. Yet suddenly I can see a bird's eye view of a man in a bed, snug under covers. He is tossing and turning, sweating bullets, yelling out in his sleep. Demonic hands suddenly appear and shove him out of his bed. Bonk. Wait, that person I was watching, was it me? Then I was pushed. I try to get out from under my sheets, but something is holding me down. I scream for my parents like a 7-year-old child. Mom, Dad. Nothing. I can see a silhouette of the same demonic hand over my sheets. I struggle to get out of its grasp, but I am stuck. Suddenly the silhouette disappears and I escape from my sheets. I untangle myself and stand up. The sleep deprivation has gotten to me. I'm seeing double. Creak, creak, creak. I turn around. As I look back, I can feel the same burst of cool air on my neck. Creak, creak, creak. Suddenly the noise stops. There is a sudden sharp pain in my shoulders as something grasps me with full might and throws me into the closet. The door slams shut. I frantically bang on it. Help me. I bang as loud as I can and struggle with the door. Finally it opens and I am face to face with it. It found me. March 1st, 2019. Scott was cleaning out his son's closet for the first time since he tragically passed away from unexpected heart failure when he found a journal covered in a layer of dust. Journey to Conquering a Good Night's Sleep at Radden. The first entry was dated August 4th from a few years earlier. Every now and then I fall out of bed at night. It began. Entranced, Scott read through every entry, fighting back tears. He had discussed his son's issues with his wife before, but now it was evident they should have sought help sooner. He thought about showing his wife, but decided it was best to leave it be. She was struggling enough. He puts the journal back where he found it and closes his closet door, just the way he always likes it. As he walks away, the closet door creaks open again. Scott turns around, but inevitably decides to ignore it. As he gets ready for bed, he can't shake some of the deceptions his son had used in his journal. Dark figures, demonic hands. What was really going on in his son's head? His wife joins him in bed and they turn off the light. Every day, things get a little better. That night, Scott woke up on the floor, having fallen out of his bed for the first time since he was a child. The Lockley Tavern started as any other tavern, just a place for people to drink and share stories. However, the Lockley morphed into something else over time. Long gone were the light-hearted stories of damsels in distress and stopping a would-be robber. Now the stories told here are much darker. The tavern has become a place for damsels who stayed in distress at the hands of things and the people who found themselves at the hands of the robbers or other such monsters. I can't give you a specific address to find Lockley's as the location changes. You see, you don't find us, we find you. The tavern will make itself known to those in need of a drink and get their story into the open. I go by Locke, and I'm the bartender / owner of this joint. I fix stiff drinks and listen to people's stories. Through my own experiences and what I've heard, I've learned a few things about what goes bump in the night, and I've decided to share the knowledge. Names of the patrons are not known and thus will not be shared. Continue to read at your own risk. Knowing what's out there may make you more susceptible. I'll begin with the least disarming story told to me this far. This is an introduction to my world. If this is too much for you, I suggest not reading anymore. It was a typical night. I didn't know where I was, and I can't remember the last time I did. When my patrons come in, I don't ask about whereabouts, names, or any identifying information. I hardly talk at all. I was wiping down the countertop and ensuring cleanliness, as most customers can't relax enough to tell their story if they're focusing on grime. A young man came in looking slightly confused. as they usually do. He cautiously approached the bar and asked where he was. "Why, old friend, you're at Lockley's Tavern. What can I pour for you?" I greeted the man as I have greeted many before him. The man looked almost more confused but mumbled out that he would have a Jack and Coke. I nodded and smiled at him. "Your usual, eh? How have you been?" I try to make the patrons feel welcome and at ease. Sometimes in their state, it's easier to do so if they believe we have met before. He smiles a small, sad smile, glances at the name tag on my chest and responds, "Well, Locke, not too good. But I doubt you'd believe me." I set his drink in front of him and say, "Try me." His story began during the day. He woke up feeling as though he were being watched. A solid hour before his alarm usually went off. Looking around the room, he couldn't find anything, but the feeling persisted. So he chose to start his day early, having a wash-up first thing off, putting when you feel like something is taking a gander at your goods. Quickly getting dressed, he popped into the kitchen to grab a quick bite. Though when he first rounded the corner into the room, he could have sworn he thought he saw something standing next to the fridge for a split second before he could actually focus on it. Blaming the vision on his sleep-addled brain, he quickly made coffee and his breakfast, though he mentioned that he tried to not turn his back to the area where he saw the thing. He was already so on edge from the walk to the bus stop that when he got on the bus, he looked at everyone as if they were the ones staring. His day went on like this. Every so often, he would see a creature out the corner of his eye and constantly felt eyes on him. He told me that while he was freaked out and had anxiety all day because of this, things didn't take a turn for the worst until he got off at his bus stop after work. The sun was already down and multiple streetlights leading home hadn't been working for a while. As soon as the bus pulled away from the curb, he felt he was in serious trouble. His fight or flight response kicked in, and he knew he needed to get out of there, but didn't know in what direction he should go. He looked around frantically for a clue, and that's when he spotted it. The creature was humanoid and covered in eyes from head to toe. All the eyes moved in different directions from each other. He called it just a plain old monster, but that's vague, and as someone who's seen it, we call it the Watcher. It feeds off your fear for however long it chooses, and then it kills you and adds your eyes to its collection. He told me that he immediately pivoted and ran in the opposite direction after he saw it, not looking back. He ran until he found a crowded place, which just so happened to be a club. In a small, ashamed voice, he informed me that his hope was to lure the monster in there, where it would hopefully choose a new victim. His plan seemed to have worked, as he no longer had the constant feeling of being watched. Even still, he dared not go home. Instead, he just walked around all night, hoping to never feel those eyes on him again. When finally up to the task of returning home, he did so but no longer felt at ease there. A few restless nights go by, and then while reading the newspaper, he sees that the body of a woman who had gone missing a few nights before at a club had been found. She had been torn apart and her eyes were missing. He said it was all his fault for luring the monster into the club to hook a new victim, and that he hadn't been able to rest since. He had drunk 3 Jack and Cokes by the time he finished his story, and I gave him my condolences and assurances that he reacted in the only way he knew how to save his own life. This reassured him somehow, and he stated that he would like to go home. "You're free to leave any time, old friend. Be more mindful of your surroundings. If you see the Watcher again, watch it first." I always try to give my patrons a bit of advice before they leave. Who knows if they remember it by the following day. After the man left, I wrote up a new sign and drew a crude picture of the Watcher and added it to my wall of bounties. You see, not only is my tavern for the lost and damaged, but it's also for the people who hunt the monsters. It's rare, but it happens. Every now and then, a survivor stumbles into my path, and they dispatch their would-be killer. At this, I offer them a new life and ask them to help stop the evil that exists out there. This is the Lockley Tavern, where our doors are always open and drinks constantly flowing for those in need of an ear to bend. And remember, my friends, if you ever feel like you are being watched, you probably are. Find the source before it finds you. This must be a joke. The same sentence keeps repeating in my head over and over again as I stare at the box. And it's only content, or a misunderstanding. I reach out to grab the item. It nearly falls apart in my hand. I can just feel it. I turn it around, open it, browse through it, hoping that it might have some hidden secret inside. Something that will change everything. Doesn't. It's just a simple black notebook. I sigh as I toss it aside and bury my face in my palms. So here's the thing. My uncle, who absolutely adored me, or so I thought, had just passed away. And the only thing he left for me is this useless book. Okay, that might sound harsh, but you must understand. He was filthy rich. I took care of him during his last months. I spent more time with him than his own goddamn son. Seriously, he kept making jokes about me being his son. I thought we had a bond. I'm in deep shit. He knew that. I sigh and reread the note that came along with the package. It made me so excited the first time I saw it. Dear John, to you I leave my greatest value belonging. Don't show it to anyone and use it wisely. I know it'll be great in the hands with you. Love, Uncle David. What does that even mean? I expected a key to his mansion, or to his car at least. I idly grabbed the book again, simply because I have nothing better to do at that point, and this time, I open it with the intention to actually read it. Maybe it's a diary with hot tips on what to invest in, if I'm lucky. The first page already has me raising a brow. Instructions. 1 month equals 10,000 of your chosen currency. You may not offer more than what you have. You may only offer what you own yourself. Blood seals the contract. All debts will be collected. The blood part definitely gives me the chills. It makes no sense. I dismiss it and turn to the next page. At first sight, it looks like some kind of invoice, written with red ink because I completely refuse to even think about it being anything else. Was this my uncle's checkbook? Maybe he did write me a check after all. But no, as I keep reading, I discover a pattern. It's always the same equation. X times 10,000, some other calculations, and then a little uncanny sentence at the bottom of each page. I offer X months for this. I begin having an eerie feeling. An idea. It's so ridiculous I instantly try to whoosh it away, but I can't help thinking about it. Deals with different powerful and probably evil creatures come to my mind. And the thought, it must be the devil's checkbook, which makes me laugh out loud. That's how you got your money, you sly bastard. I keep laughing because obviously this is a joke. Taking the initial joke of leaving me with nothing even further. Instead of nothing, he just makes fun of me one last time. I suddenly get angry and fight the urge to throw the book away, but instead, for some mysterious reason, I grab a pen aggressively and flip to an empty page. If this is such a valuable item, then it must work, huh? I write, I offer 2 months for $20,000 and shut it close. I don't even consider the part with the blood. I put the book down on the coffee table and go to sleep. Now you can imagine my surprise when I wake up, open the book and find some new text under the one I wrote the previous day. Contract invalid. Blood is required. It drops from my hands and bumps into the table before hitting the floor with a flop. I freeze at the spot and can't think straight for a moment. My first, mostly logical thought is that someone entered my flat overnight and decided to screw with me in a weird, twisted way. But that really wouldn't make much sense. Besides, my door is still locked and the possibility of someone entering through the window is extremely low. given that I live on the 8th floor. So apparently I have to consider the other possibility, the absolutely ridiculous possibility of some magical book ending up in my possession. I lean down for it and lift it up, pinched between my thumb and index finger like it's on fire. I sit down on the sofa and for a while, I just stare at it, considering my options. If it's real, I could use it. I have to be careful though. But a couple months can't hurt. I don't even need a lot of money. Well, I certainly don't aspire to be like my uncle, whose early passing I'm starting to understand. Offered too much, Uncle David. I snort with a frown and start thinking about the blood aspect of this whole thing. I wonder how much blood I need to write a whole sentence. Never thought I'll have to think about that, huh? I finally decided to just make a small cut on my finger, and use that for this task. It's sloppily done at best, faint, and altogether I definitely use more regular ink than my self-made one, but I manage, and I hope that it will be enough. Apparently it is. The day after, I stare at my bank account balance dumbfounded for a good few minutes before I can really process what I'm seeing. I can clearly remember how I nearly hit zero just a few days ago. And now? Now I have $20,000 more. I hastily check out the info on the transaction, hoping I might see something that would explain everything, but it's only some generic payout from my bank, with a generic and made-up explanation. Well, I'm happy that at least they, whoever they are, made this seem legal. I still have concerns. These disappear rather quickly, though, as the realization sets. It works. It really works. I quickly order myself the best meal I've had for a good while, and write up a resignation letter, which I instantly send to my asshole boss. Like hell I will ever work again. Not when I have a magic book that will do it for me. I spend the whole day in bliss, with a silly smile plastered over my face, and I already start making plans on future holidays, buying a house, a car, and literally anything I want. I vaguely register the fact that the exchange currency is my lifetime, but I wave it off. What difference does a few months, a few years make? Those would be spent in a care home anyways, forgetting where I put my glasses and slurping soup all day. This way I can actually live it. I spend a few days like that, just chilling at home, eating takeaways, and watching Netflix. I didn't have much time to relax lately, so I want to make up for all the lost time. One of these days I run out of chips halfway through my movie marathon, and decide to go down to the grocery store. I'm pretty sure I could find some place that would happily deliver it to me, but I'm actually starting to miss the outside world. So I think a little walk will do me good. I hastily put some clothes on and step out of my flat right into the elevator. I press the ground floor button and wait. I'm looking at nothing in particular, staring at my feet and idly waiting to arrive. I've done this countless times before, but now, as minutes pass and the lift is steadily descending down, I start to get just slightly uneasy. I look at the panel and it's counting down, but it feels like it's been doing it for minutes or even hours. I get a bit dizzy, and need to lean against the wall to catch my breath. That's when I look up and notice that I'm not alone. I'm not particularly observant, but I'm almost 100% sure there was nobody in the cabin when I entered. It looks like an average man. A bit taller, maybe. Wearing a hooded robe that hides most of his face, which is, yes, uncanny, but I've seen weirder stuff. Of course, he still freaks me out and I involuntarily back up a step. It's not his looks that creep me out. It's more like an invisible aura that surrounds him. And the lift is still moving. John, is it? My blood freezes and my breath hitches as I slowly and hesitantly turn around. I don't have time to wonder how he knows my name. His voice literally makes my bones ache. He's looking at me. At least that's what I assume from his posture, because I still can't see his eyes. He raises his arm, then pulls his sleeve back. My heartbeat speeds up. The hand is coal black and bony, ending in sharp claws, and there are several watches strapped around the arm. He hums a tone as he traces along the dials, then stops at one of them and taps on it a few times. Rule number 2. You may not offer more than what you have. And then I can finally take a glance at his features as his mini eyes light up in red, and I know that the sight will be forever burned into my mind. Wherever I go, whether I'm alive or dead, and we always collect our debts. There's a rocking chair in the corner of my room. I take it out every night, but it returns every morning. It was my great-grandma's, then my grandma's, then my aunt, then my cousin, then my sister, and now mine. The tale of how it came into the family is an old one, told by my grandmother, until her death. The story goes as follows. My great-grandmother was walking down a path on a sunny afternoon. She came across 2 women dressed in white, and she stopped to watch them. They were carving out something from a tree. They paused and turned to my great-grandmother and asked her, "What is one item you'd like to have in your house?" My grandmother was taken aback by the question, but she nonetheless replied that she wanted a rocking chair. The 2 women dressed in white didn't reply to that, so my great-grandmother continued on her way. About a week or so later, the 2 women in white showed up to her house with a rocking chair. They told her 5 things before she took it. 1. The rocking chair must always belong to her, or a direct female descendant of her. 2. You must not fall asleep with the rocking chair in your room. Always move it to a different room. It might be in your room when you wake up. Just move it back out before you go to bed. 3. Don't allow anyone but current and past owners of the rocking chair to sit in it. 4. If you fall asleep with the rocking chair in your room, you need to surround it with a circle of salt. Pour a small amount of blessed water around it and leave until you go to bed. When you should move it out, pray that you manage to complete salt circle properly, or there is no saving you. 5. Once a year, a woman named Eliza will come to your door and ask you for a favor. You must say yes, no matter what she asks of you. If you say no, it'll make her angry. You won't like her when she's angry. Eliza may also request to stay with you. If she does, make sure the rocking chair is in her room. The women left after that. My grandmother told us this story every few months as children. Now, the honor is passed on to my aunt. The chair is mine now. I move it out every night without fail. I don't want to risk anything happening to me. I've only met Eliza 3 times. She was dressed in the latest fashion every time, but she spoke like a character from a Charles Dickens novel. Once, on a cold night, where she bought me the chair, she told me the first 4 rules and left. The second time I met Eliza, she was warmer towards me. She asked me to bring her a dead cat, which I must have killed myself. It pained me to end the cat, yeah, but it was better than facing Eliza's wrath. She was only a small woman, looking like she was maybe in her early 20s, but she felt older than that. She had green eyes that looked old and weathered, as if she'd seen many things and taken them in stride. The third time was more recent. She asked to stay with me for a while. She had many strange requests this time, such as bringing her apples that had been soaked in wine, and the blood of 7 ravens. I complied. I remembered to put the rocking chair in her room each night. She stayed for 4 days. In the night, I'd hear children singing, but I pretended I couldn't hear it. I made sure to act sad when she left, but inside I was relieved. I've only broken the 3rd rule once, when a friend of mine sat down in it. She screamed as if she'd been burnt, and stood back up. About a month later, she committed suicide. I don't know if sitting in the chair and her death were related, but I've always had a feeling they were. As for the next person, to keep the chair when I can no longer, I believe it'll be my niece. She is one of the people who it could be passed on to, and I believe that she will be able to cope with it. She's smart. She'll be fine. I had been on our varsity rifle team in high school. I reckon that's about where my vision must have begun heading south. It's been, Jesus, nearly 9 years since then. For those of you reading this with 20/20 vision that aren't literally paying to read this, let me tell you what it's like. Road signs jump out at you quicker. Movie theater popcorn prices are always a masochistic little surprise. Faces and bodies swim at a distance and after a while come into shape. Way too late to recognize old classmates or coworkers and avoid them in the grocery store. But the decay in vision is so gradual, you don't even realize you can't see as well as you used to until you're renewing your license at the DMV, and the woman at the window says, with polite concern, "No, sir, try again. Tell me the letters that you see in the scope." There shouldn't be any numbers. After she handed me my renewed license, and let me tell you, she was so nervous even I could read it at that distance. I was off to the optometrist to figure out what the hell was going on with my vision. My optometrist, very cute by the way, prescribed me contact lenses instead of glasses. No problem, just poked myself in the eye a little bit. And I had adult supervision. Fuck, that first date was beautiful. I knew in my heart of hearts that I hadn't seen this well in years. I know I was grinning like a goofball. Not just because she was cute, but because now I could see her in high definition. First problem began after about 2 days, though. Those 2-week contacts she prescribed me really didn't feel too good. And I was back at her office that Thursday wondering if glasses weren't the right answer. My eyes were watery and red, stung when I closed them, and she recommended daily contacts. "A new set? Every day?" I asked. "Every day. Put them in daily. No cheating." She was smiling. I was blushing. Insurance was getting charged. It was a good day. Since then, it's been about a year and a half. This week has been terrible. Migraines, a runny nose, a throbbing ache just in front of my ear. It got so bad I couldn't find a comfortable position to sleep in. I just tossed and turned until I was awake the next morning, and I couldn't remember for the life of me what time it was when I finally found peace. My poor cat has been huffing and puffing about it since last Wednesday. Yesterday, things took a turn for the worst. I called out of work when I woke up late, knowing I couldn't serve coffee with a headache like this. Just imagining the sound of the blender on sunk my fucking heart. It was about 10:30 when I finally made my way to the bathroom. Brushing my teeth took extra long because of how gentle I had to be around my molars lately. I had a misstroke earlier this week and just about cried when my toothbrush hit my jaw on the other side of my mouth. But when I looked up into the mirror, I stopped right then and there. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes. Motherfucker. Ow. And stared at the quivering eyelid below my right eye. That didn't look right. It was a deep shade of crimson, like all the blood vessels had erupted within it. Worse yet, it was goopy, and the goop just smelled so rancid. I was about to vomit when I got a whiff of the stuff on my fist. It was tender and sore, and my eye just looked so goddamn bulgy. I gingerly began to wipe away the yellow-green stuff that welled up at the corner of my eye, whimpering as I did so, and promising to burn that damn towel when I was done. Then, a tug. A thick, yellowing strand of goop needed a careful pluck to extract. It landed on the sink with the lightest slap, and what I saw terrified me. It was a contact lens, crinkled, folded, and caked in yellow ooze. I had to get awful close to see it, but there was no mistaking it. I panicked. I stumbled around a bit and managed to call my optometrist. After a few minutes... Wait. I couldn't get the words out quickly enough. Shelly, I can't get my eye. She calmed me down and asked me to start from the beginning. couldn't. I have a lens here on my sink. It didn't dissolve. Well, maybe a little bit, but it's mostly together. I think it gave me an eye infection. Wait, dissolve? No, James, no. Contacts don't dissolve. You remove them every night. Every night? Every night? Those words hit me like a ton of bricks. I dropped the phone and ran to the bathroom, breathing frantically, screaming. It hurt so bad, but I managed to do it. I pried against my eye with the back of my toothbrush until I couldn't see anymore. I actually think I moaned in relief when the pressure against the inside of my skull faded to just a dull ache. A wave of liquefied, yellow goo erupted from behind my eye until all of a sudden, the comfy feeling in the flow stopped, clogged by a massive ball of them. The pain came back in waves. I pried harder. That was agonizing. And then, pop, like a wet, muted tongue click in someone else's mouth. My vision shifted diagonally. My brain tried to make sense of what my two eyes were seeing. The mirror and the floor between my foot and the cabinets. I fucking screamed. In the movies, they don't make it look like your eyes are held in with just this string of saucy spaghetti. In my case, this thing was swollen and fucking angry and covered in yellow and cyst-looking things, which I was forced to see through my left eye, still thankfully intact inside of my head at the time. It was brutal. Anyway, there was this massive pile of contacts on the counter, 1.5 years worth to be exact, crumpled, crinkled, covered in yellow pus and blood. So much blood. Lots of fucking blood. It was right around that time that I fainted. Neighbors heard me scream, followed by me hitting my head against the tub and then the floor. They called 911. 571 contact lenses in each eye. 1,142 all in all. Doctors said he counted each and every one of them to make sure they had gotten them all out, tracing all the way back to the very day that I got that set of 2 weak contacts sitting in the back of my head. Every day. Put them in daily. No cheating. Here I am at the hospital, in the middle of a pandemic, but at least the headache's gone. Ever since I remember, I always had this particular element in my dreams. No matter what dream I would have, there would always be an old, blue payphone somewhere around, ringing. Even when I dreamed of my big sister's wedding, even when I dreamed of me becoming a pirate captain, and even when I dreamed of my friend Arn's funeral, it was always there. That old payphone, ringing constantly. In every single dream that I can think of, there was that damn blue payphone. I never really paid it any attention and never really opened up about it to anyone. I love nature. Me and my family lived in the city all of our lives, but my luck was that my father loved nature just as much as I did. Some of my most cherished memories are of me and my father wandering through the forest, while Mom and my 2 sisters were at home. They never really liked going on trips in the wild with me and Dad, which was a shame, as I would have really liked them here with us. Regardless, as I said, those trips in the wilds with my dad were some of the best moments of my life. That all changed when my father acquired a much higher paying job as a higher up at some company. Sure, the money was big, but I never really cared about that. I was happy with my old life, and in fact, I wish that my father kept his old job. Now he never has any free time for going on trips with me anymore. Well, there wasn't much I could do, so when I was around 13, I started going on trips into the forest on my own. Some may call that foolish, but to me that was the golden time. I just loved being surrounded by Mother Nature and all its wonders and beauty. Of course, that I would lie to my mom and tell her that I was at a friend's place or something. Every friend I had said the same thing to me, that I'm crazy for going into the wilds alone, and how is it possible that I'm not afraid? I didn't really know at the time, but I must have been a very brave child. I never was afraid of the dark, or any bedtime stories about Draugr, or who knows that monsters my grandfather invented. So being alone in the woods wasn't really a big deal. The years went by, and when I was 24 years old, I moved in a cabin deep into the Norwegian wilderness with my girlfriend, Astrid. She was an ecologist and loved nature as much as I did. To me, she was the perfect woman. One night while we were laying in bed, I decided to tell her about my dreams and how there was always a blue payphone in them. I don't know what grabbed me, as it was never particularly bothersome in any way. Guess it's just easier to open up to people you like. She seemed curious enough and told me about something called lucid dreams. Basically, you enter your dream in a conscious state and can, to a degree, control your actions while in the dream. You should try entering the dream lucid and answer the phone, she said. Well, okay, I guess you made me really curious, I replied in a joking manner. The next day she explained more about those lucid dreams. She said to count my fingers among other things. What can I say? I was eager to try and solve this mystery inside my dreams. It has been a part of them since forever. Night has finally come, and I didn't help but fall asleep. I woke up in a city, then immediately began counting my fingers. 1 through 10. This is it. I am lucidly dreaming, I said out loud. I began walking around and soon started hearing that ringing again. I began following it, and soon that blue payphone that I have known for so long stands before me. I approach it, as the ringing only gets louder, then hesitantly grab the phone and answer it. Hello? I softly say. From the other side of the phone, I hear knocking, and some grueling and jarring voice, almost inhuman. I am at the door. At that moment, I immediately wake up. Someone was knocking on the door. Strange, as we live deep in the forest, nowhere near any form of civilization. Who could have come all the way here? And why? From the other side of the wooden door of the cabin, between knocks, I hear the same inhuman and grueling voice from my dream. Open the door. I look at Astrid, who squishes me tightly, pure terror on her face, and realize that for the first time in my life, I was afraid. This happened to me a few years back when I used to be big into caping and whatnot, but ever since this experience I've completely ditched the whole idea. It was around summertime and I had gotten around a 1-week break from work, so I decided to go for a tab riding camp through the Arizona desert for 3 days. My then favorite hobby. I packed up my tent, ham radio, and everything else you could imagine a overly prepared camper would need and set out for 3 days by myself. The first 2 nights and days went by fine, but the third truly scared me out of the entire idea. I was taking my ATV up to one of the more rocky areas for some bumpy speed demon fun when a large chasm began to block the way. Directly next to it, a small blue cap, around the size of a child's. That's when I heard it. Please, you have to help me. The voice of a child's. Maybe the kind that wears small blue caps. Without hesitation, I began to harness myself into the role I brought along, find a sturdy rock, and begin my descent. That's what made me rethink my decision. Please, you have to help me. The exact same pitch, tone, and volume. And I mean exact. Then the smell of 3-year-old garbage hit me. It smelled like something had been dead down there, and for long. The reek of rotten meat and the way the young boy called me had me out of there. The entire experience looking back on it looked and felt like a trap. When I had gotten to the top, I promptly hopped on my ATV to get the hell out of there. I made a mistake. Whatever was down there was mad, and it didn't want to sit there and cry about it. Screams, rubble falling, climbing. The ATV could barely start with how hard I was trying, but I still think I handled it the best I could. By the time I got out, the thing down there had climbed out and was chasing me down. I had been rock climbing in Vermont once. No harness. Life in the hands on Isaac Newton. This was scarier. As much as I didn't want to, I turned back to see the stuff of my reoccurring nightmares. There's no way something like that could run that fast. It was like his entire body was stuffed with gelatin and its organs were attempting to get out of its pale white skin and blood-soaked teeth. It was galloping with at least twice the speed of a horse. As I was speeding through the sandy terrain, I looked back yet again to see its eyes turn black and say, "Please, you have to help me." Same as before. Fuck no. I ran the machine with all its might. I nearly flipped over with all the speed in the back. Gas efficiency was out the door. I managed to lose it as I saw its, what I presume, captors trying to claw out of its most likely blood-drenched stomach. I spoke to some of the county officials, but they shrugged me off. I still have nightmares about it, and eventually threw out the ATV because I found blood on the wheels after the encounter despite it never coming that close to me, and it having a serious inspection afterwards. On some days the flashbacks get worse. I imagine how close I was to going down that chasm. If the ATV ran out of fuel, or if the little boy's voice would have made me persevere down through the stench. Some days, though, I smell horrible things coming from my empty trash can, still being empty when I check in an hour, and small cracks opening up in my driveway and closing tomorrow, or, if I have an especially bad day, a chance of a hat in the road a few meters down. On those days, I truly wonder if that thing actually gave me up as its prey that easily. I met Andrew in my first year of college, and as long as I've known him, he's been a major spice head. His nickname all throughout college had been the Iron Tongue. If it was spicy, he ate it. He was the kind of guy who would put hot sauce on his peppers. It was one of the things that bonded us. I love spicy food. Andrew used to invite me to eating contests filled with spicy food, and eventually we started hanging out every Friday night, eating spicy food and binging horror movies. It was one of the few things that kept me sane through the endless classes and assignments. We had gone on like that for 4 years. We were there for each other through everything. We supported each other on our journey to cross things off our bucket list. His big dream was to get into the Guinness World Record book for his tolerance to spice. Slowly but surely, I'd watched him climb the ladder of spice. I stopped trying to keep him after the world's 6th hottest pepper, the Naga Viper. But Andrew kept going. I can still remember the night he brought that thing over. It was my turn to host our movie night, and as I was prepping, Andrew came darting around the corner. He had my spare key. In his hands was a small paper bag. He bounced up and down as he told me he was finally able to get his hands on one. A Carolina Reaper. He opened the bag and I instantly recoiled. I was going to college to get my botany degree. I even grew my own peppers. And the thing he held in his hand was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was pure black and smooth, unlike a Carolina Reaper's red, wrinkly look. And I swear it had this slight beat to it, like a heart. The thing smelled like fire and death itself. I tried to convince him that this was definitely not a normal pepper, but he didn't listen. I asked where he got it, and he told me he got it from a gypsy woman at the farmer's market. I smacked the back of his head jokingly, asking if he had learned nothing from all the horror movies we had watched. I told him it was probably some cursed item, but I silently rolled my eyes, figuring he was pranking me. Still giddy, he handed me his phone and told me to start filming. I held up the camera and filmed him as he began to talk his big game and act a fool. Then he popped a small black pepper in his mouth. Almost immediately his face turned red and he began to sweat. He clenched his fist so tight his knuckles turned white. His face puckered and his eyes watered. Then he ran to the freezer and shoved a handful of ice in his mouth. But it didn't work. I taunted him as he ran to the sink and started to glug cold water. I continued to mock all his big words and overly confident bravado as he tried to cool the flames on his tongue. He then ran to the fridge and grabbed a plastic gallon of milk. But when he brought it to his face, the plastic began to melt and the liquid began to boil. Before my eyes, the skin on his face started to melt. He tried to bring his hands up to claw at it, but as he touched his face, his fingers began to melt as well. He tried to scream, but a horrible, unholy gurgling sound ripped from his throat. His whole body began to melt into a puddle. His teeth turned to goo and his eyes melted out of his sockets. His ears drooped, and before I knew it, all that was left of my friend was a puddle. The small black pepper lay in the center of the puddle, beating more erratically than before. I haven't reported his death yet. I don't even know who to call. An ambulance? The cops? A priest? I've been staying at my parents' house ever since. The other day my neighbor called me and told me she saw someone go into my house and leave a few minutes later. I asked her what the person looked like and she told me. Some small old gypsy lady. When she left your house she was carrying a paper bag that was moving around frantically. Like it had a frog stuck in it or something. I'm hiding in the woods writing this on my phone, hiding from whatever is chasing me. I live on a fairly sized ranch somewhere in Colorado, so lots of uneven ground and tall hills around me. For the past week I've been hearing distorted classical music. Some days I can barely hear it, and other times it sounds like it's right outside my house. The scariest days, though, are when I can't hear it at all. 3 days ago when I was tending to my garden, I saw it. It was on top of the hill behind my house, looking at me like I was prey. It was tall, really tall, maybe 8 feet hunched over, charcoal black skin. It had long fingers dripping with blood. It had an old companion radio firmly planted in its chest, softly playing that damn music. And its eyes, oh God, the eyes, they will forever be burned into my mind. Its eyes were dull yet bright yellow, never blinking. I could tell they were bloodshot even though we were at least 150 feet, if not 200 away. A shiver ran through my spine. I called my dog and we went inside. I was too scared to do anything except cry and keep my gun trained on my door. It got my dog. 2 days ago I found my dog with its head completely severed. After what I saw the day before, I wasn't trying to leave my house, but the music started playing again and my dog went crazy and jumped through the window and ran into the woods. I tried calling him, but he wouldn't come. A few hours after I patched my window up with some cardboard and duct tape, I heard a huge thud on the side of my house, so I went and checked with my .357. There was my dog. The worst part was, it was perfectly clean cut, like a surgeon did it. Yesterday I buried my dog. He was a gorgeous Great Dane I named Daniel. I don't know what I was thinking when I named him that. He had dark brown fur and bright blue eyes. The music was getting closer. Earlier tonight I heard it. It was in my house, right outside my door, playing that fucking music. It was mocking me. I panicked, grabbed my gun and quietly opened my window and jumped out. The exact second my feet hit the ground, I heard the music stop, and it was shortly replaced with screaming. Loud screaming. I don't think I've ever run as fast as I did to my car. I turned it on and flew down my driveway. It was chasing me. I could hear it, but there was no way I was going to stop. I was maybe 15 miles away from my house when I hit something and swerved into a tree. Lucky for me, it wasn't head-on, but my passenger side door was completely done for. Speaking of head-on, guess what was in the road? My dog's head. I didn't have a chance to grieve though, because it was coming in fast. I spun around and let 3 shots ring out into its legs and chest. It screamed as it tumbled into the back of my car. I wasted no time and shot in the head before running into the woods and hiding in a tree. I can hear it whimpering. The music has completely stopped, but it's not dead. How the fuck is it not dead? I did it. It's dead. When it had its back turned, I shot the remaining bullets I had into the back of its head and chest. I won, but now I can hear faint music. For the first several hundred activations, I didn't even realize I was being teleported across space. Each time I was bounced from disintegrator to integrator, through the thin skin of the telepod, then a cinder block partition, and across the laboratory to the other telepod, there was an electric whine and a burst of light like a migraine throb. The same nondescript concavity would be there when the black spots cleared from my eyes, so it didn't cross my mind that I had moved anywhere at all. The next activation followed almost immediately. I was dead when I first realized there were 2 separate and identical telepod compartments. The next time I was alive, I picked a booger from my nose and wiped it on the eggish wall of the pod, without remembering the origins of the impulse. The living don't typically remember dead things. Then, with each activation, I bounced between the booger and no booger pod. But by the time I had figured this out, it was already too late for me to ever see heaven. I had only signed up for clinical research, sponsored by an organization with a long acronym that had given me the impression I was going to be subjected to something psychological. They weren't the only ones being deceptive. I applied with a student ID I found on the ground outside the city campus dining hall. I had been desperate, was about to lose my home, and had made rent with too many other clinical drug tests. Yes, I have seen many grotesque side effects. To be at all viable as a research patient under my own name. I didn't know this at the time, of course, since it was, and is, a closely guarded secret, but teleportation technology is remarkably mature. By the time they brought me in as a test subject, no one was getting turned inside out anymore. I've since heard about some of the more exotic early catastrophes from a sympathetic someone within the project. Care to guess how long you can still scream after the skin over your entire body has been replaced with the flannel from your shirt? Or how many were still conscious in the tangle created by the first mass transport? No, when they brought me in, the technology worked perfectly, and everyone involved was ready to change the world. From their perspective, I was less like an at-risk test subject, and more like the person who had to press a new phone's button or 12 hours straight to prove its clickability, which also meant that it was already too late to stop. Too much has been invested. The teleporters are coming. I'm not sure what anybody ever found confusing about this, but let me go ahead and clear it up right now. When a teleporter destroys you to make a copy of you somewhere else, you die. I've heard that it's a debatable philosophical point, but sounds kind of obvious, doesn't it? And while everybody is busy arguing whether or not Star Trek characters are dying every time they beam down, they're forgetting to ask the next question. What happens to people who die over and over? Worse, though, is ignoring the whole death component of disintegrator, integrator teleportation, because your new technology works, and is going to make you very, very rich. I'm afraid that the people who did this to me will ignore everything I told them. They'll even ignore their own eyes, because I know they saw the formless anarchs, the semi-souls of pandemonium, tumble out of the telepod after me. They saw the expression on my face, which had encoded in its pain the prospect of infinite horror. But I'm jumping ahead. The thing to understand first is that you are not just your life. The act of being born, living, and dying accomplishes more than the opening and closing of your experiences. It also unfolds a space, like a bubble sealing itself off of a wand at the moment of your death, with the shimmering surface of life encircling it in that instant of vaster interior. In dying, you've completed a ritual of enclosure, capturing and taming a portion of the formless chaos that surrounds and dwarfs the material universe. The interior is you, too. Your real body is little more than an appendage to this full state of being. When you're not living, you are that space, and free to make whatever you can imagine of it, with the wisdom and experiences of your life shaping the material of your immortal being. It's not an afterlife, it's your fulfillment. But I'm not here to give a tour of what happens after death. We haven't even touched on how your afterworld connects to your loved ones from life. I'm here to provide a warning, because the worst horror you can experience on Earth can't capture the totality of the cosmos of fear awaiting me when I die next. We established, you teleport, you die. But it is not a new being, albeit one that is just like you in every way, that is born on the other telepod. No, it's just you again. Your existence on Earth can be fully captured in a stream of information, so it's also fully you that's recalled on the integrator telepod. But the teleporter has unzipped that perfect and folding seal created by the birth, life, death effect. Every time you disintegrate and die, it's resealed in a different place. It's like getting a bunch of new belly buttons, with each forming a weak spot in your protection against the outside. It's at these vulnerable points that the anarchs get in. Describing all this is especially frustrating when I don't have access to the knowledge I do when I'm dead. From that vantage, there would be no doubt in your mind. If you wanted the explanation involving muons and gluons or whatever, I could provide, because when you're not alive, all knowledge is as easily seen as the continents from space. But I worry I'm getting a little abstract, so I'll return to what happened here, on Earth. I first entered a room of bored technicians, not pioneers. So bored and so certain they were working with a foregone technological conclusion that they didn't bother to tell me their plan to teleport me thousands of times, every 10 seconds for 8 hours. I didn't have to change out of my clothes, or even wash my hands. Once I had signed in and filled out some forms, a woman in a hoodie led me through several keycard doors to a bare, cinder block room with a telepod. It looked like a big Bluetooth speaker in the center of the floor, with a single bundle of cables held in red Velcro bands. There were no buttons, inside or out, just a door that opened into a void space. I was directed to stand or sit in the telepod. Then the woman in the hoodie described how I'd see flashing lights and hear a noise. Afterwards, we'll ask you some questions. Did I have to go to the bathroom? Get a drink of water? It was best to go now, she said. Then she sealed me in. Though I couldn't see it, there was a speaker somewhere in the telepod because a bored man's voice said, "Are you ready for activation?" There was no way I could have known, but saying yes was consenting to my own damnation. When I first died, I encountered nothingness. This void was, in reality, my space withheld and safeguarded from chaos, but your fullest expression doesn't come from an instruction manual, and the only path I saw before me was through the lamp-like beacon of the integrator. I walked through and lived again on the other telepod. There is no memory carried across from death. No time has passed. Subjective and objective teleportation. At least at first. The mechanics of the time-to-timeless interface are complicated, but I technically could have emerged at any future integrator incident, or even started my life from birth, but it wouldn't matter to my living experience, which retained its linearity. I passed through the afterworld dozens of times before I began to see the light from my previous passages. The paths of Psyche had created through uncreated space and the strewn Philly cheesesteaks birthed of a stray thought. I created more and stayed longer, ignoring the persistent pull from the next return of the integrator. Troubling signs manifested here long before I felt them in my 10-second lives. In life, I was getting bored with the telepod. A bright flash of light in an otherwise sensory-deprived place is irritating at first, but soon becomes as regular as a flicker in the office fluorescence. There was some brief excitement after I used boogers to discover I was teleporting, and started banging on the pod door. But they pulled me out, showed me a slick commercial, and offered me $3,200 to get back in. I told myself I was teleporting, but there wasn't the slightest sense of disorientation, not even nausea. Instead, the light flashed every 10 seconds. That's it. But then I shivered at activation 504. I just felt a chill. I said. An intercom line opened. We anticipated this. The bored voice said. The air you're displacing is condensing around you. You might feel a little clammy over the next hour. It was much worse than clammy, but it's hard to ignore the diagnosis of a voice that's bored with teleportation. So I tolerated my increasing discomfort far longer than I should have. I didn't know it yet, but I was standing in the heart of a haunted house. The cold spot. My breath came out as a sticking mist, which clung to me and bounced on my shivering shoulders like I was a cold ocean draped in fog. Click. Mist is also something we expect. The bored voice said before I had said a word. The mist. Is it normal to see things in it? Faces? I asked. The face was gone, but then there was another. Then it was gone too. Stretched away before I could read anything in the expression or even believe myself. It's called pareidolia, the bored voice said. Eventually, I couldn't see the walls of the telepod chamber through the mist. Fully enveloped, the fog filled with ghostly shapes, which came together like wobbling tesseracts before puffing apart and reforming. 20-fingered hands made swirling patterns of runny faces, as fog made amoeboids decayed back into mist. I'm hallucinating, I said, at first barely above a whisper, then panicked. I'm hallucinating. The teleporting light missed a beat. Click. Do you want to take a break? A woman's voice said in a way that indicated a break would be really annoying. I took my time responding and waved away as much of the fog as I could with my shivering hands. Steak lizard? The woman's voice said. She didn't wait for an answer, and with the line still open, said, Proceed. I heard something in the background say, Director, sensors show anomalous mass. Beyond. Click. I endured more activations. The whole time rubbing my cold arms with my hands and thinking of $3,200. The fog shapes took on a membranous sheen, like jellyfish, and then I saw hundreds of eyes open at me, each from a closed lid of fog, but now fully real, and yellow, bloodshot red, and dazzling white. I slammed my own eyes shut. I thought this was the most I would have to endure, and had no way of knowing that the horrible things I shut out from my senses were only the side effect of an apocalypse in my afterlife. With each new teleportation death, a hole was being pinched in my bubble, through which oozed the swirling, chaotic potential of the outside ultraverse, encountering the substance of my afterworld. This essence of nothing created of itself being and beings. Like all beings, they wanted, but having no biological needs, they wanted purely. When the first of them clambered down into my reality, I was agog. It had taken on an aspect of pure light, having seen it and wanting. This anarch, like most of them, took familiar form, taking on arms, legs, and a head, but too grotesque proportions and without definition, organs, or sensory apparatus. They poured into my beautiful lands with chaotic surfaces and nauseating colors churning on their faces. I call them anarchs, but the D word is there if you'd prefer. If anything, they're worse. At least hell and its demons have purpose. teleported back and forth, from one side to the other of the cinder block wall, perforating my afterworld without knowing it. Each time I died was like emerging from the same cave again, into my blasted world, and feeling simultaneously the sudden shock of remembrance and horror at what I had lost. My infinity became a gray crater, teeming with mindless, hungry parodies of human forms. The anarchs fell upon the substance of my fulfillments wherever possible, shoveling my creations into themselves with limbs bristling with molars. More and more of the anarchs poured in, until I was jostled by them on all sides, in a churning pool of rapacious non-things, which ate of me without enjoying or digesting. By my 500th jump, my afterlife was so crowded that they clung to me as I returned to life on the integrator pad, their barely bodies struggling in the stale air of the telepod and dispersing into wisps, which were growing more solid with each activation. Eventually they began to whisper. I opened my eyes and saw the floating pupils replaced with mouths, which spoke out of sync with themselves. At first it was just phoneme snippets, but there were soon words and sentences, some repeated, others scrambled but all empty of any understanding. They were mimics, and in a dreadful realization, I recognized the voice they were mimicking as my own. Understanding followed fast, with each word carried across the chasm between me and my afterworld. Terrible realizations broke open inside my living mind. I don't know how many eons in death I spent embossing just the right words on the formless anarchs, but the terror of that crowded infinitude must have seared on my soul something that survived into life, because their echoing primed me to remember the invaders and their on biology. Overwhelmed with this terrible knowledge, suddenly aware of my afterlife's ruin, I wailed and threw myself against the inside of the telepod. I shrieked and thrashed like an animal. The next activation didn't come. Instead of a voice over the intercom, 2 technicians tore open the door and watched me tumble out in a cloud of malformed fingers, drooping mouths, and gelatinous, pseudo-human shapes, which splattered across the tile floor of the laboratory and evaporated in a blast of stinking, green-yellow steam. Even with my face against the cold floor, with my heart beating inside my shallow breaths, and my mind locked on the end of all hope, I remember feeling dimly satisfied that the man with the bored voice was screaming. The scientist with the hoodie conducted my exit interview at a desk by a window that overlooked a traditional campus quad. She was shaken and took careful notes of my scattered utterings. I kept looking out the window, at the green and sunlit world. We are each meant to create our own paradises, but the teleporter ensured I never would. I was too shaken to convince anybody, but I don't know if it would have made a difference anyway, because a woman with an immense smile interrupted to introduce herself as the laboratory's director and to dismiss her Green Guild subordinate. She handed me a check and told me that I was lucky to get in. There wasn't any point recording my responses further, since I didn't complete the trial, most likely due to my undiagnosed claustrophobia, she said. She also said she knew I wasn't a student here. I'm sure I sounded crazy, but I don't think they were ever going to listen. Who would accept that the teleporter works perfectly, except for the slow damage it does to an afterlife that's unlike any they might believe in? But I can warn you, don't be too clever to believe me, because whenever these teleporters are unveiled to the public, you will hear voices much louder than mine tell you that they are safe. You will see videos demoing the technology of your favorite sites. Bill Gates or some other celebrity will go through a teleporter. There will be videos of cute animals reacting. The teleporters will be convenient, and eventually, they will be everywhere. You will be tempted to forget my words, but you must listen to me. No matter what you do, don't go into a teleporter. It will kill you, yes, but that's not even close to the worst part. The worst part is, the teleporters will make your life a hiding place from the full existence meant for you. When I die, hopefully many, many years from now, I know the decision I will make. To return to live again from birth and forget. At least for those years before I stepped into the teleporter, about the consuming hunger awaiting me in the afterworld. With the invasive, semi-soul anarchs, death will have nothing to offer, but will instead drive me out back into life. I have only the choice between the rolling, consuming chaos that was overflowed by my afterworld, or returning eternally here to avoid there. I will only ever live, wearing ruts through these same handful of years because unlike all of you, I am now denied anything beyond this. Same could happen to you. So unless you want to see horrors far beyond the scope of the life you know, don't use the teleporters. They will turn your life into a trap, and you will soon enough discover that you are like a disgraced king or queen, forced to die endlessly in exile from your promised land.